Master Spring Boot and Spring Security by building a shopping cart backend project. Starting with project generation, you'll learn how to create and map entity classes, implement CRUD operations, and develop services and controllers for products, categories, and carts. As you progress, you'll integrate Spring Security and JWT for secure user authentication, ensuring your application is both functional and secure. By the end, you'll have a fully tested and secure backend application, ready to support a dynamic shopping cart system. Simpson Alfred created this course.
All right. Hello, guys. This is Samson here from Daily Code Work. So today we're going to be having a good time together right here on this channel. So in this video, we're going to build a complete shopping cart backend application together, step by step, line by line, from the start to the finish. And this application, we're going to build the backend. It's a backend application actually. So we're going to build with Spring Boot and completely secured with Spring Security and JWT. So in case you're a full stack developer or you're learning to become a full stack developer, in my channel, Daily Code Work, there are a lot of full stack applications right there where we actually build complete Java full stack applications that we build with Spring Boot backend and React.js front end. All right, so having said that, let's jump right in. All right, so as usual, we're going to go to start.spring.io to generate a brand new Spring project. So here, I'm just going to go to the browser. I'm going to say start.spring.io right here and click on enter. Then we're going to be taken down to the Spring Initializer website where we're going to generate a brand new Spring Boot project. So right here, we can see that the Java has been selected by default, and by default, Maven is selected. And here we have the default selection right here, Spring Boot version 3.3.2, which is the latest stable version as at this recording time. So we're just going to leave all these ones right here in the default selection, and let's go down right here. So the group here, we're going to change to Daily Code Work. So we're going to say this one is Daily Code Work, Daily Code Work. So the name of the project, we're just going to say Dream. We're going to say Dream Shops. Dream Shops, and that is the name as well. And so right here, we're just going to say a simple e-commerce demo app right here, and the package name right here, I'm gonna just remove the hyphen right here. So we're just gonna have the Dream Shops right here, and then we're gonna leave this selection on jar, and we're gonna leave it on Java 17 right here. So we're gonna come up here to add some dependencies. So the first one we're gonna add right here is the web. So we're gonna have the web, and then we're gonna have data JPA. So I'm just going to say JPA, Spring Data JPA. Then here I'm going to have the Lombok. This is very helpful. And so we have the JPA. Then we're going to have the, for now, we're still going to stick to MySQL. So we're going to take MySQL here. So we have the Spring Web, we have the JPA, we have the Lombok, and we have the MySQL. And so we're going to have bin validator. So we're going to have validation right here to validate to do some validation later. So now, these are just the ones we need for now. So as time goes on, if we need any dependencies, we're going to come back right here to add it for sure. So now I'm going to hit on generate right here. So then I'm going to go right here. Okay, so this is just choose a directory to actually to store your project. So for me, I'm going to choose a directory I've already prepared right here. So I'm just going to save right here. So this project has been saved. I'm just going to open the directory right here. So then I'm going to right click and I'm going to extract all right here. So just extract all right here. And then I'm going to right click on this extracted package, extracted folder, and going to come here to have more options. Then I'm going to click on open folder as IntelliJ project right here. So I'm going to click on this. And here we see our project loading right here. You can see right here that it's still loading. And now it seems our project has finished loading. So let's open up our project right here. So here is the main package right here. And here is our Dream Shops application right here, the starting point. So now we have successfully generated our brand new project. Right, so now that we have generated our project, so before we come back here, I'm going to show you something on the browser. So let's go to our browser. So right here, I'm going to slideshow our project presentation. So right here, the first thing we're going to do is this. We're going to tackle this product right here. So here we have the product entity class, and here we see that we have category right here, and we have another entity here called image. So now, a product belongs to a category right here. So here we can have many products can belong to one category right here. So here we have many to one, which is many products to one category right here. And here we have one product can have many images right here. So we have one to many. So one product to a number of images right here. So here we have one product to many images, and many products to one category right here. So that's just what we're going to model right here. So let's go to IntelliJ to actually model this out. So right here, back to IntelliJ. So the first thing we're going to do right here is to create a package. So this package, I'm going to call it mother. And then we're going to create 3 classes right here. Product, image, and we have category right here. Okay. So here the category has a name, has an ID, and the category also has a name. And what else the category we have is the product. So we're going to have list of product right here. Sorry. So we'll have list of products. So let's take this list from java.utils right here. So these are the things we just need right here. So let's go to the right here to the product. I'm going to close this. So I'm going to zoom in a little bit. So the product also has an ID, and the product also has a name. The product has a description, and the product has a price. But meanwhile, I'm going to change this price to big decimal. And also the product has a quantity right here. And meanwhile, I'm going to change this to inventory. It doesn't really matter. You can give it any name you want to give it, but I'm just trying to give it on the inventory so that we can, it's the same thing with quantity actually, because later some of our entities are going to have entity later. Some of our entities are going to have quantity later. So I just want to differentiate this one here that's coming from the product from the ones. For example, when the user is going to book, is going to order later, it's going to select product later, it's going to have quantity of product in the cart, right? So I just want to use this one as inventory so that we can actually use this one to track the number of inventory we're having, that's the number of products remaining in the stock after the user has ordered, right? So right here, we're going to have this, we'll have name, description, price, and quantity. And then we're going to have the brand. So the product is going to have a brand actually. So let's say private. String, then we're going to have brand, the brand of the product. And meanwhile, I just want this one right here to be, I just want to cut it to be at the bottom right here. Yeah. So here we have the name, we have the brand, we have the price, we have the number of product we have in our warehouse, and we have the product description. So now we're going to bring in the relationship. So we're going to say category right here. Okay. Meanwhile, the product also has an image, right? So let's bring in also the list of image. So here we're going to have the list of images. So we're going to have image, and we're going to have images. So these are the two entities that this product is going to have relationship with. So let's go to here. So the image also is going to have something. The image is going to have an ID as well. So have long ID. And also the image is going to have the name. So we're going to say file name, and the image is going to have a type. So this one I'm going to say file type right here. And then the image, we're going to have the image as well. So let's say private. So this one is going to be blob. And we're going to just call this one image. right here. And also we're going to pass in a URL whereby we can get the image downloaded, right? So we're going to say private string. So we're going to say download. We're going to call this for download URL. Okay, so this is just all we need to do right here. Then we're going to bring in the product relationship. We're going to say private products. We're going to say products. So now we have finished all our entity creation. So we're going to set up the relationship between this relationship with each other, right? So for example, the image right here is going to have one many to one with product, right? So many images belong to one product. So we're going to say at many to one. And here we're just going to map, we're going to set the name of the column with which is going to be joined together. So we're going to say adjoint column. So this one I'm going to set the name to product ID. This ID, product ID right here. So this is just all we need to do right here in the product right here. So we have many to one, many images belong to one product, and the name at which this column is going to be joined in the product class, is the product table is product ID right here. Okay, so before we leave here, we're just going to bring in the annotations right here. So we're going to have the getter setter. So have getter, and we're going to have setter, and then we're going to bring in some of this. We're going to bring in constructors. So let's have all our constructor, and we're going to also have unknown our constructor. Then we're going to say this class is an entity in the database. It's a table in the database. So we're going to bring in the entity annotation right here. And now we're going to set up the primary key. And then we're going to set up the strategy at which the primary key is going to be generated. So we're going to say strategy.identity. So we're going to get the identity strategy right here. And this one here, we're going to annotate the LOB. We're just going to annotate this by the LOB. So this is just all we need here for now. So let's move down to this product. Let's go and finish up work with this product right here. Let's go and set up the relationship inside this product entity. So right here, we have the images right here. So now we're going to have at one product to many, to a list of images, right? So in here, we're just going to map by product. And then we're going to cascade all. We're just going to say .all right here. And then we're going to set the orphan remover to true. So what we just did here is that we cascade .all, I will set the orphan remover to true, which means when a product is being deleted, all the images that are associated with that product are going to be deleted along. So if there's any images in the database that is not being referenced by any product, it's going to be removed right here. So that we'll set this orphan remover to true right here. And this is just all we need to do right here. So here we can see we are still having a kind of, okay, should not be a product. Okay, right here. So the next we're going to do here is we're going to bring in these annotations right here. So we're going to have the getter setter. This one is setter actually. So we're going to have the setter. And then we're going to have, as usual, we're going to have the unknown constructor. And also we're going to have at all constructor for now. And then we're going to bring in the entity annotation to tell JPA that this class is going to represent a table in the database. So now let's bring in the primary key. So this one is the primary key right here. And let's set up the generation of the primary key, how it's going to be generated. So we're just going to set the strategy to identity right here. So let's go back here. We'll see that the error is gone. So now we are done with this image class, image entity, and also we are still working on this. So the next thing we're going to do here is to work on the relationship between the product and the category. All right, so now that you have done with the setup between image and the product, so let's go to the category class and set up the relationship between these two entities. So right here, we have the list of product right here. So what we're just going to do is to bring in the annotation of one to many. So have one category belong to many products, right? And then we're going to just come here. We're going to map. So we're going to map by category. category right here. And this is just all we need to do right here. So let's go back to the product. So right here in the product, what we're just going to do here is to bring in the many-to-one annotation right here, because we have many products that belong to one category, right? So here we're going to have at many-to-one, this one right here. And after that, we're just going to set up we're going to set up the cascade strategy. We're going to say cascade.all. So that when a product is deleted, be careful why use this all right here, because there could be some negative implication of using this cascade.all, because this cascade.all actually means that whatever happens to product is going to be cascaded down to this relationship right here. So you might end up deleting category from the database. Remember that category is a standalone entity, right? So category does not depend on product, and product does not depend on category, which means when a product is deleted, the category table still remains, right? It's unlike the image. When a product, this image right here depends on a product, right? So when the product is deleted, the image is gone. But category does not depend on a product. So the category is a standalone table, and a product is a standalone table. So when that product is, for example, we are selling Samsung laptops, right? And we have category for that one. And if we decide not to be selling Samsung laptops again, we delete Samsung product from our database, then the category that is referring to that Samsung should be deleted if that category is not applied to other products of different brands, right? So the reason why we're using this cascade.all right here is that because now there's a relationship right here. So when this product is deleted, the relationship between this product and this category is going to be deleted as well, right? So there's not going to be relationship between, so that relationship is going to be broken so that the product can be deleted. That's just all we need to do right here. But now we're going to set the ID, the column that is going to track them together, right? So here we're going to say adjoint column. Then we're going to set the name of this column to category ID. Category ID. So we're going to say category ID right here. Oh, sorry. This is double quote. Sorry, guys. I wasn't looking. I was looking somewhere else. All right. So this is just what we need to do here. Okay. So now that I've done this, now the next thing we're going to do here is to let's check what is happening here. So we need to go right here. That is why we're having this error here that is saying this one is not something like that, right? So let's go right here to make this class an entity in the database. But meanwhile, before then, we're going to bring the Lombok annotations to actually make this one do his job completely. So let's get getter setter, and let's have constructors. We might change some of this annotation as time goes on, but for now, let's just leave it like this. So now we have gotten this set up, and let's go back to our product. And now this one here is actually having some issues. All right, so let's go back to this category right here, and we're going to set up. So let's set up the primary key right here, and then we're going to set up the generation strategy as usual. So here I'm just going to say strategy.identity, strategy. I'm going to say identity right here. So this is just all we need right here. Let's go back here. And this guy is having a problem. I don't know what his problem. Many-to-one attribute should not be category. Where is it? Many-to-one attribute type should not be category. Why? So right here we have many-to-one, which means many products belong to one category right here. And we have the adjoint column name, and we have the add many-to-many right here. And then let's go here. So here we have one category to list of product right here. And here also we have okay, I see. Because we need to make this one an entity. So this one is it's not yet an entity. So we're going to tell Hibernate that this one is a table in a database, and we see that this error will be gone. Okay, cool. that is the cause. So now we have this one is an entity, and this one is an entity, and this one also is an entity right here. So now I think we are finished setting up the relationship between our product and and his collaborator, his partners, right? I don't know the English to use there, but actually we have finished setting up this. Now we are going to run our project for the first time to actually see the structure of these 3 tables in our database before we continue to the next task. So for that, I'm just going to open up our property files right here. And here, I'm just going to pull in. You see that our property file is empty. So now we are still using .properties file, but you can use YAML if you want. But for now, we're still sticking to .property files. So now we can see that this file is empty. So let's just pull in some configurations right here. So here actually linked to this is the data source, which is our database, default port of MySQL right here. So our username is root, admin is password. And so these are just the setup we need to actually get our table, our database created. So here we're going to set the name of our database. So this one is Dream Shops, right? Let's say Dream Shops DB. This is shops, and we're going to say DB. So we're going to say Dream Shops DB. And now before we run this application, make sure this schema is existing in the database, right? So we're going to copy this one right here, and we're going to move to MySQL to create the schema before we run the project. So let's move on to MySQL Workbench and create a new schema from here. Then I'm just going to paste the one I've copied and hit on apply. And then we're going to apply again, and we're going to finish. So let's refresh, and let's make it the default, right? Double click to make it default. So let's go to IntelliJ to run our project for the first time. So I'm just going to come here to run this project, and let's enable the annotation processing, and let's wait for a while our project runs. I'm going to expand this right here. Okay, so we see that our table has been created. Now the reason why we are getting all this the reason why we are getting this query right here is as a result of this one right here. This as a result of this one right here, these two right here, these 2 lines are the ones actually giving us this one right here. So that's why we are getting this query generated right here. So now our project has run successfully. So let's go back to MySQL Workbench, and let's refresh one more time. And now we see that 3 tables have been created. We have category. Let's bring this up. Then we have the image, and also we have the product right here. Okay, so let's see the structure of our product, of our table. So let's go to database, reverse engineer. And let's move next, and just move next. So let's select our database. This is our database here. Select your database. Remove this. Select this one right here. And then let's go next. And let's go next. So here we have 3 tables. So let's execute. And let's go next. And let's click on finish. So this is the 3 table we've gotten right here in our database. So we see right here that our table has been created. So here we have products, we have 1 product to many images right here, right? And we have many products right here to 1. You can see here we have many right here, right? So here we have many. You can see this one right here, this thing right here. So we have many products to 1 category. Here we have 1 product to many images right here. So now this is the first stage of our application. So we have gotten our first relationship created, right? So let's move back to IntelliJ. So let me remove this one, and now I'm going to stop our server. So the next thing we're going to do right now, before we move to other tasks, I'm just going to close all this. Let's close all this right here. So the next thing we're going to do right here, in our next video, we're going to start implementing the services and the controller for these 3 entities we have created, so that we can finish everything about this one and test it before moving on to other entities. So see you in the next video. All right, so in this video, we're going to start creating the services for these modules we've created. So the first thing we're going to do right here, I'm going to close this one, and we're going to right click on the main package, and then we're going to create a new package. So this package, we're going to call it service. And in here, inside the service, I'm going to right click again. Inside the service, we're going to create another package. Then this one, we're going to say product. Yeah. So we're going to say product right here. And then here again, we're going to right click again and create another package. And this time around, we're going to call this one image. So we're going to say image. And then we're going to create another one. Inside the service, we're going to create another one. And this one, we're going to call it category, right? So we're going to say category. Yeah, category. Okay. So now the first one we're going to implement is the service, is the product. I'm just going to say product. So we're going to say product service. And meanwhile, I'm just going to copy this one. And then we're going to hit on enter. So I'm going to come right here. We're going to create an interface for this product service. So then I'm just going to call it product service. And this one is going to be an interface. I'm going to hit on enter right here. So now we're going to, all the methods we're going to need in the products, we're going to create everything right here. So the first one we're going to do right here is the product to, is the method to actually convert, is the method to add a product to the database. So we're going to say product, add product, that's correct. And we're going to come back to this later. Then the other one is the one to actually, we're going to get all products, this is correct. And let's just go down for IntelliJ to do the job for us. So here we have products, get product by ID. This one is correct. Actually, it's actually correct. But meanwhile, I'm going to change this one to long. And I'm going to pull it up. So the next one we're going to do right here is the one to actually delete a product by ID. This one is also correct. And this one is to update the product. This one is also correct. Thank you so much, IntelliJ. You make the job easy for us. So now what we're just going to do right here, this product right here, this update is going to go also with the product ID. So we're going to say product ID, product ID right here. And like I said, we're going to come back to this one. We're going to come back to this once later. But meanwhile, the next one we're going to create right now, we have got to the one to get all products. Get product by ID, delete product by ID, update product. So the other one we're going to have right now is the one to, meanwhile, I'm going to copy this one right here that is of list down here because we're going to have a lot of them like that. So now we're going to have list of products. So this one here, we're going to get the product by category. Actually, not category ID. We just want to get it by category. Get products by category. And the next one we're going to do right here, we're going to get product also. So get product by brand right here. This is correct. And this one here is going to be the brand name. So we're going to say string. And this one is going to be brand. And this one also is going to be the category, not actually category ID, but it's going to be category. Because we're going to find by the name of the category, not the ID. Okay. And the next one we're going to have right here is the one to actually get product by category and brand. I think this one is correct. Let's take this one right here. So we're getting products by category and brand. So for example, we can get all product for Samsung. The category, maybe gadget. We can get all gadget for Samsung from our database, or we can get all gadget from Apple from our database. So here we're get all products by category and brand, right? This one is correct. So here we have the category, here we have the brand. So the next one we're going to have right here is the one to get products by brand and category. What is the difference? Yeah, the difference is just the reverse to be the case, just the change of position, right? That's not what we want. Now the next one we're going to do right now is the one to actually get products by name. So we're going to say list. We're going to list of products. Meanwhile, I'm just going to take this one that IntelliJ is suggesting, but I'm going to change this one. So we're going to say get product by name, by product name, right? And then we're going to remove this one right here. And we're going to change this one to name, product name right here. And the next one we're going to have right here is to get product by brand and name. So let's say list. So here we say get product by we've got by category and name. So this one we're going to say by brand and name. Brand. Yeah. So for example, we can get we get all the product for that brand by the name. Here we're getting all the products by name. So which means for every brand we're getting by the name, right? But here we're just going to get the product that name of that brand. For example, we're just going to say, okay, we need Apple phones. So the name of the brand is Apple. Then the name of the product is phone. So for example, if we say Apple phones, then all the phones that Apple has are going to come out right here. But if we say by name, if we just say phones, then all the phones, both LG, Samsung, Apple's, everything is going to come out. But if we specify the brand, then we're going to filter the name of that product by the brand, right? Then the next we're going to have right here, we're going to count. So we're going to count products. We're going to count products by the category, not actually category, by the brand and names right here. So here we're going to have brand. So have brand, then we're going to have name right here. So all this thing we are doing right here is this just a kind of JPA. These are JPA finder method we are using right here. So all these combinations we are doing right here is going to JPA is going to write all this query for us. We don't need to write any query. It's just few of them we're going to write later. So now let's come here. So this one is just going to be the brand and the name, right? So we're going to have the string. This one is going to be brand right here. And then we're going to have the name here. So I think these are just all what we need for now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11. So if there are any ones we need to add, we'll surely come back here to add them. But for now, this is just all I could remember. This is just all we're going to need right now to actually get this implemented. So let's go now to the product service and let's implement. So let's implement iProduct service and let's pull in all the method we have declared in there. So let's pull everything in right here. Oh yeah, okay. All right, so in this video, we're going to start implementing all these methods one after the other. So the first thing we're just going to do right here is to bring in the repository. So here, I'm going to say product repository. Though we have not created this one right here, let's see if IntelliJ can help us do that. So let's, okay, right here. Okay, let IntelliJ create it for us. So here we're going to just choose the product right here, and then we're going to choose the package. So right here, we've not gotten any package called repository. So we're going to click on this one right here, and we're going to come here to create a new package. And this one, we're going to call it repository, and just click on OK and click on OK, and then finally click on OK. So here we just click on OK, and this is being created for us. So now let's close this down. So we've gotten it right here. So the first one we're going to do right here. So here we have this. We are going to come back to this one later. So let's do this one. So we're just going to say return repository dot find by ID. This is find by ID. And then we're just going to pass in the ID dot all else. We're going to actually throw a message right here. So here we're just going to say, we're going to pass in a function right here, and we're going to create a custom message later. We're going to say product not found, new product not found. We're going to say new product not found, exception. And in here, we're just going to pass in a message, say product not found. So we're going to say product not found right here. And then we're going to create, this one is going to be, let me break this one down first, break it down. So this one is going to be a custom class we're going to create later. So let's just come right here to create, let's create this class. But meanwhile, we don't have a package right here. So let's go here to choose a package. So what I'm just going to do right here, we're going to create, we're going to click on this main package and create a new package. So this one I'm going to call exceptions right here. And I'm going to click on OK. And click on OK. And then click on OK. So this one we're going to extend your runtime exception. right here, and we're just going to say message. This one we're going to say message right here. Then we're just going to come down here to call the super and pass in the message. So this is just all we need to do right here. So let's close this down. And okay, this all else through. Yeah. So now we're done with this. So the next thing we're going to do right here is the delete. So here we just come here to say product repository.find by ID. So first go to find if the product actually exists before we delete. So find by ID dot if exists. Then we're just going to call the delete to actually delete it. So here the first thing we'll do right here is to find the product by ID, right? So if the product does exist, then you're just going to delete it, right? So but if it doesn't exist, here we can just say okay, or else we can just come here to say okay, if it doesn't exist, we can just throw a message by using the or else right here. Then in that case, we're going to come down right here to pass in a function to actually throw a message for us. So here I'm going to break this one right down, break it down right here, and then I'm going to have this that we're going to throw new product not found exception. So let's break it down from somewhere. Okay, let me break it down from here. Okay, so in this case now, if the product is not found, it's going to throw exception, but if the product is found, it's going to get it deleted, right? So the next one we're going to do right here, let's come to get, or we're going to come back to all these ones later because they are complex. The update, the add, they are really complex. So we're going to make this one, we're going to come back to this. So now let's find, this one is very easy. Let's find all products by ID. So let's just say product repository dot find all. This is very easy, the easiest of all, right? So now let's get product by category. So here we're just going to say product repository dot find by category, right? And then we're going to pass in the category, and then we're going to create this one right here as a custom, as a custom finder, JPA finder method in our repository, right? And right here we have this product right here, and we have category, find by category. But meanwhile, this category is an object. So let's see what is happening right here. So especially this one right here, and so this one is an object, and this one is supposed to be the name of the category. So what we're just going to do right here, we're going to come, sorry, what I mean object is that this one is a complete, it's not a string, right? It's not just a name, but it's a complete object, of which actually requires the object passed in here. But we're just trying to find this category by name. So what we're just going to do right here is to come back right here. So we're going to say find by category name right here, and we're just going to go back right here to say the name of the category right here, and this will solve the problem. So we're going to actually find the category. This query is going to be generated based on the name of the category we're trying to find, right? And that solves the problem right here. And the next one we're going to do right here is the brand. So let's just go here to return. So we're just going to return, sorry. I'm going to say repository.find by, so this one is find by brand, right? Find by brand. And then we're just going to pass in the brand name right in there, the name. So this one also is a custom JPA finder. So this one is a straightforward one. And let's go back right here. So the next one we're going to do here is to find product by category and brand. So here we're going to say repository.find by category. Yeah, by category name. Actually, it's not category name, category and brand. So we're going to remove this one right here. So actually find by category and brand. So here we're going to pass in the category, and we're going to pass in the brand right here. So let's create this one right here as a custom finder method. But meanwhile, there's another problem right here. So this one also, just like we did last time, it's going to be category name and brand right here. category name by brand. So now let's go back to this product right here and see what is happening. So right here, we see we have category right here. We have this category. So if we are finding by this category is a complete object. It has an ID, it has a name, it has other things. So if we go right here, we see that this category has an ID and a name. So if we are passing in that object, it means we are finding by category both the ID and the name. But what we're just finding, we are just trying to find the category by the name right here, right? So that is the query we are combining right here to find by category name and brand. So right here, the product actually has a brand right here. So we are getting the name of this category right here plus the brand to actually generate the query. So here we're just going to say, okay, the category name is electronics. So the brand is Samsung. So we can just find all electronics that belong to Samsung, right? So we just put the brand Samsung and what category are we finding? Electronics. So we just okay, find all Samsung electronics from the warehouse, right? So that is just what we're doing right here. So now that is gone. So let's go find by name. Find product by name. So this one we're just going to say repository right here dot find. Oh, sorry, this is dot find by name. This is name right here, and then we just pass in the name. So let's create this one also as okay, so it's straightforward. So let's go back here again. So the next one right here is to find by brand and name. Have we not done that? Okay, this is category name, this is brand, this is category name, this is find by category, this is find by brand, this is find by category name and brand, this is find by name. So this one is find by brand and name, right? Okay, so let's go here to do the same thing. So let's say repository dot find by category name. No, this is find by brand. Find by brand and name right here. Then we're going to pass in the name. This one actually is going to be brand, so that we don't get confused. So here we're going to pass in the brand, and then we're going to pass in the name right here. And let's create this one. Okay, so this one also is straightforward. So we have the brand, we have the name right here. So we have the name, we have the brand. So we're just combining these two attributes together to generate the JPA finder query, finder method to actually get that query generated for us at runtime, right? So the last one right here is to actually count the product by brand and name. So actually we can just count, for example, we have Samsung laptop. We can just, okay, how many Samsung laptops do we have in our warehouse? So we'll put in the brand name and put in the name laptop. Or we are looking for Samsung TVs. So it's okay, how many Samsung TVs do we have in a warehouse? So we count by brand and name. That is just what this method is doing for us. So it's also a straightforward method. So here we're just going to say repository dot count. You see right here, so this one right here tells us that we can actually write a finder method. So here we see count. If we are just going to count this product, we're just going to say repository.count. It's going to count the whole product. But now we are writing a condition with which the product should be counted. So we should count by brand and by name. So this one right here, this dot right here means you can use this count right here to form any query you want to form, provided it follow the rules of JPA finder method, right? So here we're just going to say count by brand. We'll count by brand and name right here, and then we're going to pass in the brand, and then we're going to pass in the name right there. So then we're going to generate this one in our repository, right? Cool. So you see there's no noise here. It doesn't make any noise because all these ones actually follow the rules of creating JPA finder queries, right? Okay, so now we are done with all these. So now let's go back to the implementation of these updates and the add products to database. All right, so in this video, we're going to start implementing the add method and the update method. But the first one we're going to do right here is the add one. But meanwhile, before we start implementing this one right here, I'm going to call your attention to this dependency right here. You can see that we are using the product repository as a dependency right here, right? But you can see that this product is not highlighted. It's like we've not used it. But despite the fact that we have used it right here, it's still showing that we have not used it, right? So which means it has not been injected. And the reason why it has not been injected is because we are using this annotation right here. So this one is a Lombok annotation that is used for constructor injection, right? And this annotation right here will only pick up variables right here, properties that are finer, non-static finer. That is what it's going to do. So now this dependency right here is not yet injected by this annotation. So for us to get it injected, let's make it finer right here. You see, so now that we make it finer, it has changed color, which means it has seen that we have used it right all through here, right? So always remember, anytime you are using this annotation to do constructor injection, always make sure that the dependencies that you're using it to inject is a finer. You declare it as a finer, right? Okay, so having said that, now we're going to start implementing this add method, this add product method right here. So the first thing we're going to do here, I'm going to open up our project directory, and then we're going to come here to create a new package. So this one I'm going to call request. And in this request, I'm going to right click and create a class called add product, add. So I'm going to say add product request, and I'm going to click on OK. So why are we creating this one right here? So the thing is that, let me go here. Let me go to this model right here. So it's not advisable. Most times it's not really it's not a good practice to actually work with this model direct, because this is the model this is the direct table in our database. You can see right here it's an entity, right? And it's holding different properties right here. This one is holding. So it's not really advisable to work with this model direct, because most times we're going to run into problems of relations and so on and so forth like that. So the best way to work with this product right here is to create a copy of it. And for example, right now we are going to add a new product, right? So now what are the things we are going to add? So we're adding a new product. What are the things we are going to add to the database? So now we're just going to copy. For example, when this product is going to be added, we are not going to add this image at that point, right? So we're only going to copy the product, that is the attributes we are going to be adding at that point. So we're going to copy this one's right here. And meanwhile, even this ID is not, we're not going to be adding the ID, because the ID is going to be generated by default, right? So here we're just going to say, let's have all this. But the reason why we are copying this, because we might use it to do some query later, right? So here, let's just get the ID along. And now let's go here. So what I'm just going to do right here is to paste it. And now we're going to remove this relationship annotations right here. And then what we're just going to do here is to get the getter setter. So doing that, we're just going to have the data annotation. So you can see here that we are using the data annotation to get getter and setter. But if you go here, we are using getter and setter to get getter and setter. We don't use data annotation right here. So it's not recommended to use the data annotation right here. So we can actually remove these two right here and say data, right? Data annotation. So right here we see that it's giving an error, a kind of warning. And if you put your cursor right here, you see replace it with this, because it's not safe. It's not safe to use this one right here, because this one right here is actually coming along with equal hash code and so many other things like that is coming along. So it's not good. It's not good to use it on a class that is an entity in the database. So rather we just Ctrl+Z to make it. We're just going to specify the getter and setter directly right here in the entity class right here. But coming here, this one is not an entity. This one is not a direct entity in the database. So we can just use it right here to actually get our getter and setters right here. So having done this right now, we're going to come back here. And then instead of us using this one direct to update, we're going to have the new class we just created. This is the add product request is what we're just going to have right now, and we're just going to leave this one as request. And now you can see that having put it this one right here, now the contract has been broken. So we're going to copy this one right here to actually go here to settle the contract that we have signed with this interface right here. So this one is the add, and now we're just going to remove this product right here and fix it right here. So if we go back right here, we'll see that the error is gone. And also we're still going to, instead of void, we're going to actually return the product that we just added. And once again, the contract has been broken one more time. So if we go back right here, then let's change this one from void to product to actually rectify the contract. So now we've got it right. And for now, I'm just going to return none for now. Let's return none to avoid this error. Now, the next thing we're going to do right here, we're going to create a helper method that is going to help us in this process of add products. So here I'm going to have the private, and I'm going to say product. So we're going to say create product, and then we're just going to pass in this one right here. And this time around, we're going to also have the category right here. We're going to have the category right here. So we're going to say category and category right here. So let's actually take this one from our model right here. So what we're just going to do, we're going to go in here, then we're just going to return. So we're going to return new product. And inside here, we're just going to say request.getName. So now we're just trying to pick the attribute we are going to save to the database. So now I'm just going to pull this down a couple of times. So now I've got to the name. I would have Control Z. So let me just put comma here before I pull it down. So let's pull it down a couple of times. So here, let's get the brand. And the next one here, let's get the price. Let's get the inventory right here. And then let's get the description. Get the description right here. So after that, we're going to get the category. Let's get the category right here. And let's terminate. So now you can see that we have error right here is asking us to actually create this constructor inside the product. So let's go to the product right here. And now I'm just going to give a space here and right click and generate a new constructor. So what we're just going to do right here, we're going to take the ones that we're going to save, because remember, we are not going to enter this ID manually. So we're just going to take the ones that we are going to enter manually. So we're just going to click on this one right here and then come here. So we're going to take everything right here apart from the ID and the image right here. Then we're going to click on OK right here. So now the constructor has been generated. So now that we have gotten our parameterized constructor, so we just want to remove this all arg. Not actually parameterized, that is all arg constructor right here. So we have gotten all arg constructor right here, right? So there's no point of using that annotation anymore. So just remove it. So now let's go back right here. We'll see that this error is gone. So this is just all we need to do right here. So having done this right now, we're just going to come inside this body. So the first thing we're going to do here, we're going to find this, we're going to find the category. Let me just say, so the first one we're going to check if the category, sorry, this is what am I writing? If the category is found, in the database, right? So if yes, set it. Set it as the new brand, as the new product, as the new product category right here. But if no, then save it. So if no, then save it. Save it as a new category. Save it as a new category. Then set it as the new product. As the new product category right here. So this is the step we're going to follow right here. So the first time we're going to check, because this product that is coming actually contains a category, right? So now we're going to check if that category is already in existence in the database. If yes, we're just going to set it as the product category, right? But if that category is not already in existence, it means it's a new category we want to create. Then we're just going to cut the category repository and save it, and then we're going to set it as the new category, right? So now the first thing we're going to do right here is to come here to say category. I'm just going to call this one category, and then we're going to say equals. So we're going to make this one optional because it might be there, it might not be there, right? So we're going to say optional.off. We're going to take the nullable. Then here we're going to call the category repository. And here we have not created the category repository, but now JPA is trying to create it for us. IntelliJ is trying to create it for us using the JPA repository. And this is what we're going to do in the future. But now IntelliJ is helping us to do it. So now what we just need to do right here is to check all this one if we are actually creating it in the appropriate package. So now the entity we have created this repository for is the category right here, right? And the name is category repository. So the parent is JPA repository. Then the directory, which is the package we are going to create it right here. So we're going to choose the package we're going to put it. So now we are going to say we are going to put it inside this repository package, and we're going to click on OK right here, and then we're going to click on OK. So we see that this one, it has been created for us. So now if we go here, if we see here, it's been created. So if we go here, we'll see that the category has been created for us right here. So let's close it and continue what we're doing. So let's come back right here. So now we're going to say category.find. So we're going to find here. Actually, we're going to find by name. Find by name. Then we're going to pass in the request. I'm going to say request.getCategory. GetCategory.getName, right? Get the name of the category. And I'm going to zoom this out a little bit. Then before we move on, we're just going to create this one right here. So let's create it inside the category repository right here. So let's go back. So then we're going to come down right here that, okay, if this category does not exist, then we're going to save it. So we're going to say .os. Then we're going to say os-get. We're going to say get right here. And inside this one, we're just going to call the category repository to actually save the new category. So here we're just going to say category. Then we're going to get the name. Then we're going to return category.save right here. And then we're going to terminate. And after that, we're going to say request. This actually say request. Then we're going to set the category to this one right here. And then we're going to save. So we're just going to say return product repository.save. Then we're going to call the method we've created down there. So that the name of that method is create product, right? So here we're going to pass in the request, and we're going to pass in the category. This one right here. So this is just all we need to do right here to save the new product. Now we are having, let me remove this space right here. We are having an error right here. What is it? Required category provided object. Really? Okay, let's check the category repository. Okay. Here, this one's supposed to be category, right? Not object. So that solves the problem. And so this is just all we need to do right here to save our new product to the database, right? So now we have done with this. We have done with this add new products. So the next thing we're going to do right here, we're going to move down to actually update, to implement the update. But meanwhile, we're going to go right here inside this request. We're going to create a new class just at the same thing we did last time. So this one, I'm going to say product. So this one I'm going to call product update request, and we're going to hit on enter. So the same way we did, I'm just going to come right here to copy the same attributes. And we're just going to go here and paste it in, because these are the attributes we want to update when a product is going to be updated. And at the same way, we're going to come here to bring the data annotation. So we're going to have the data annotation right here. So let's close this, and also let's close this. So back here in the service class, in the product service, so we're going to have a helper method that is going to help us to do the update. So we're going to have private product. So here we're going to say update existing products. We're going to say existing. So we're going to say update existing products. Then here we're going to pass in the product. This one we're going to say existing products. Sorry, this existing product. And then we're going to come here to say product updates. Product update request. Then this one we're going to say request right here, and then we're going to remove this. So what we're just going to do right here is to exchange, just like the suggestion right here. We're just going to exchange. We're going to take the request, the update, and replace it, and replace the existing product with the update, right? So for that, I'm just going to put this one down a couple of times. So we'll have to set the name, and then we'll have to set the brand. So get the brand. So we're going to set the price. And we're going to get the price. So we're going to set inventory. And we're going to get inventory. Then after that, we're going to set the description. And get the description, right? So after that, now we're going to just come here to get the category. So we're going to say category. This category, we're going to call this category. So equals category repository dot find by name. So if it is found, we're just going to set it right here. So we're going to say category, right, dot get name right here. And then we're just going to come down right here to actually set it. So we're going to say existing product dot get the set category. Then we're just going to set it category. Then we're going to return. So we're going to return the existing product. Return existing product right here. So having done this right now, we're going to come up right here to actually make use of this. So here we're just going to say return. So we're going to say return. And meanwhile, we're actually going to return this product. So for that, we're going to, just like we did last time, we're going to change this one to product right here. And also we're going to change this one from product to the request right here. And now the contract has been broken. So we're going to go to the service to rectify the contract. So this is the update. So we're going to pick this one right here, and we're going to change this one from void to product right here. So this settles the contract. So let's go back right here to the update. So right here, we're just going to return product repository, this one right here. So we're going to say product repository dot find by ID. Find by ID, sorry, this find by ID. And then we're going to pass in the product ID right here. Now, if this product is found, we're just going to map it. So we're going to call existing product, existing. So we're going to say existing product. And then we're going to call the method we create up there, which is update existing product, this one right there. And then we're going to pass in the existing product. And we're going to pass in the new product, which is the request right there. So after that, we're going to say, okay, we're going to come down here to save. So we're going to say map. And inside this map, we're just going to call the product repository to actually save. So we're going to say product repository, this one right here. And we're just going to method reference to actually save. But if the product is not found, we're going to come down to throw an error. So we're going to say OX throw product not found. All right, so this is just what we did right here. So a quick rundown of what we did right here is that, so it's a very straightforward thing. We just created a helper method to actually extract. We just extract because we are not actually updating everything inside this product. So we just we just single out the properties we are updating. So we actually replace those properties we are updating with the existing product, right? So after that, we just come here to find if that product exists in the database, then we're actually going to save the update. Then if the product is not found, then we're just going to throw this error that product is not found. So this is just all we need to do right here to update our products. And I think that actually brings us to the end of this product service implementation. So let's move to our next task. All right, so now we have done with the product service implementation. So the next one we're going to do, I'm just going to close all. I'm going to right click on everything right here and close all. So the next task we're going to do in this video is to implement the categories. So here, I'm just going to go right here. So we're going to start implementing we're going to start creating the category services, right? So right here, I'm going to right click on this category and I'm going to create a new category. I'm going to create a category service. So here, I'm just going to say category service, and then I'm going to copy this one. And then I'm just going to hit on enter. So here I'm going to create an interface to actually align the contracts of the method contracts. So here we're going to just say category service, and this one is going to be an interface here. I'm going to zip this, just close it. So right here we're going to bring in all the method we're going to use in our service as usual. So I'm going to say category. So the first one right here is get category by ID. That is correct. Yeah, this one is coming from our model, but this one here is going to be of type long. So the next one we're going to do right here, let's see if IntelliJ will give us. Okay, that's correct. So here we'll get category by name. That is also correct. And the next one right here is list of category, get all categories. That is also correct. IntelliJ is doing a very good work. So the next one right here is, too much of praises. So now the next one we're going to do right here is we want to add category. So let's say category. Yeah, category. And so we're going to say add category. Then we're just going to have the category we're going to add. Then the next one right here is to actually update category. That is correct. And the next one is to delete category. This one is also correct. And the next one is to get category by name. Have we gotten that? Okay, yeah. So have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So here we have get category by ID, get category by name, get all categories. Then here add a category and update a category and delete a category. So, but this one right here, we're going to include. Okay, so we're going to include anyone that we need later that is not here. We're going to come back right here to actually include it, right? So now let's go back to the category service and implement that. So let's implement the category service, and then we're just going to bring our console right here and implement all the method we've gotten in there. All right. So the first thing we're going to do right here, let's pull in the dependency. Let's say private. Remember to make this final categories, category repository. And then we're going to make this one a Spring Bean by giving it at service annotation. And here we're going to say at required. We're going to do constructor injection right here as we discussed in the past. So right here. All right. So these are just the method we need to implement in our category service. So let's start implementing this method one after the other. So the first one we're going to implement right here is this one to get category by ID. So here we're just going to return category repository dot find by ID right here. But meanwhile, we're actually going to return a message. We're going to say or as throw because we're actually going to return a message. And let's break this down. So here we're going to throw a new. I think we've created something, so we just create throw new. Do we have? Okay, we created product not found, right? So this one right here, we're just going to say no category found. So we're going to say new category. We're just going to say resource not found, so we can use it for we can use it generically with other components, right? With other entities. So we're just going to say resource not found. resource not found exception. Yeah, exception right here. And then we're just going to pass in category not found. Category not found. Okay, so now we're just going to say resource not found exception. So we're going to create this class. So let's go right here to actually create this class in our exception package. I think we have exception package already. So let's check. So yeah, we have an exception package right here. So we're just going to add it here. And then we're going to create. So here we're going to say this one is the message. And then we're just going to come out right here. But meanwhile, we're going to extend this one, runtime exception. And I'm just going to come here to call this super and just add the message right here. So this is just all we need for now. Let's close it. So now we are done. Let me zoom out a little bit. So now we are done with this one right here to actually find category by ID. So the next one we're going to do right here is to find category by name. So we're just going to say category repository dot find by name, the one we created last time. That is out of the way. So this one is to get all categories. So we're just going to return category repository dot find all. This one is out of the way. And this one right here is to actually add a category. We are going to come to this one later. Let's finish with the simple ones. So this one is delete category by ID. So here we're just going to say category repository actually dot find by ID dot find by ID. So if it is found, we're just going to pass the ID right here. So if it is found, we're just going to delete dot if present, delete it. And if it's not present, what happens? So you'll throw a message. So here we're just going to say .rs, throw message. Then I'm going to break this down. So let's go right here to actually throw a message. And so we're going to throw new resource not found. So we're just going to say category not found. This one is out of the way. Now the next one we're going to do right here is the one that we actually add category and update category. All right, so the next one we're going to implement right here is the update category. But I noticed a mistake right here from our auto generate. So let's have this one. We're supposed to get the ID of the category we want to edit. So let's have the ID right here. And now let's go back right here to actually correct this, because last time we have auto generate, auto complete, but we didn't check. So here we have the update. So here I'm just going to have the ID. So here I'm just going to have ID. Sorry, this is actually ID. Yeah. Okay, so let's go back here to actually get it implemented right here. Where is it? Okay, this one right here. So what we just need to do right here is to find, the first thing we need to do right here is to find this one by ID. So let's say return, we're just going to return optional. So we're going to return optional dot of nullable. So here we're just going to call the, we're going to call the get ID, which is this one right here. We've created one here, get category by ID. What is it? This one right here. Okay, this one right here. So we're just going to get this category by ID right here. So we're going to say get by ID. This one right here, get category by ID. And then we're going to pass in the ID, right? Then, so we're just going to come here to map. So in here, we're going to have the old, we're just going to call this one old category. And what we're just going to do right here, we're going to come down to actually, we're just going to get the old category, this one right here. Here, we're just going to get the old category to set the name to this new one right here. And then we're going to save. So we're just going to return repository.save. Then after that, now the next we're going to do here, we're going to, if there's any error, we're just going to throw. So we'll say ls throw, and then we're going to go in here to actually, we're going to throw the new error we created last time, which is the resource not found exception, this one right here. So if what we just did right here is that, so the first thing we did is to actually get this category by ID right here. So if this category actually does exist, then we're just going to get the old category. So we're just going to, this one is the old category that we've gotten by ID. So then we're going to set the name to the new name we've provided right here, and then we're just going to save. Then if the category is not found, then we're going to throw this error right here. So this one is out of the way. So the next one, which is the last one we're going to create right here, is the one to actually add new category. So we're going to say optional.off category, and we're going to filter. So right here, we're going to have not category repository dot exist by name. We're just going to check this one by name, exist by name. Then here we're going to call c.getName. Now, if this one is not already in existence, we're just going to come down right here to actually create it. We're just going to say map. Then we're going to call the category repository to actually save. We're going to say, so we're just going to method reference to save this. Then if that is not the case, we're just going to throw an error right here. We're going to say .rs throw. So here we're going to create a new exception class called already exists exception. Then we're just going to pass in the message. So we're going to call the category up there, category.getName. Then we're going to say plus already exists. Okay, so let's break this down. Let's break this down from here. And so what we're just going to do, I'm going to create this one. This one is going to be a custom method in the repository right here. And the next one right here, we're going to create it as an exception class. So we're going to come down right here to create this class already exists. And we're going to choose the exception package right here. I'm going to click on OK. And here we're going to click on OK. So just like what we did last time, I'm just going to come here to say this one is a message. And then we're going to extend the runtime exception right here. And then we're just going to come in here to call the super and pass the message inside. So that's just all we need to do right here. So now we have done with the implementation of our category service. So let's move to our next task. All right, so in our previous video, we have done with the implementation of the category service. So in this video, we're going to implement the product image service. So I'm just going to right click on this and close all tabs. Then in our project, we're just going to come right here in the service right here in the service package. So here is the image package, right? So we're just going to right click on this and create a new class. And this one, we're going to call it image service. So this one is image service. And what I'm just going to do here is to copy this and hit on enter. So then I'm going to create service interface for this. So I'm just going to call this image service, and this one is an interface, and hit on enter. So close our project. So inside the interface, we're going to bring in some methods that we're going to use. So the first one right here is the method to get image by ID. So we're going to say product image. Yeah, this is product. What is the name of this? This image, right? So we're going to say image. Get image. So this one is actually, we're going to say this one is get image by ID. So it will be clearer. And I think the ID of the image is long. Yeah. So the next one we're going to do here is the one to get image, delete image by ID. So we're going to say void delete image by ID. And the next one right here is the one to save image. So this one here we're going to have the multipath file. So we're going to call file. And then this image here, we're going to have the product ID, because when we save an image, we are going to save an image based on an existing product, right? So when the product has been created, then we save image for the product, right? So for that, we're going to have the product ID. And the last one we're going to create for now is the one to update the image. So this one's just going to say void. Sorry, this is void update image. So this one also is going to take the ID, which is the image ID, and so this update image, this one is going to take image ID, not product ID. All right, so these are the 4 methods we're going to need for now. So if we have anyone other later, we're going to come back here to actually include it as we go. So having done this, now I'm going to go here to implement this service interface. So let's implement this and just put a cursor here and implement all the method we got over there. And this one we're going to say is a service, so as to make it a bin, Spring Bean. And because we're going to be having some dependencies right here, we're just going to pull in the @required arg constructor, this one. So the dependencies we're going to need here is the product service and the image repository. So here I'm going to say private. I don't think if we have created image repository, I'm going to say image repository. Okay, it's not been created, but we're going to see if IntelliJ can create this for us. So let's go here. Yeah, that's correct. Okay, so now we're going to come here to choose the image, and we're going to choose the package that we're going to create this in. So this one is going to be inside the repository package, and we're going to click OK. And then we're going to click OK again. So this is created for us. So let's close this. And the next one we're going to bring in here is the product. Sorry. So there's the product service. Is that correct? It's private, right? So I'm going to say product service, this one right here. And then I'm just going to make this to final because we're going to be doing constructor injection as usual. Yeah. Okay, so let me give a little space so we can see it clearly. So this is the one to actually get, so now we're going to start implementing our method one after the other. So this is the one to get the image by ID. So we're just going to come here to say return. So we're going to say return image repository dot find by ID dot os throw. Yeah. You just want to throw something. So here we're just going to say .os, throw this one right here. And this one, we're just going to go here to throw resource not found. I think we created this last time. Yeah, we created it. So this one will just say resource not found, and we'll say image, no image found with this ID. And the next one we're going to create right here is the one to actually get the image deleted from our database. So we're just going to come in here to say image repository dot find by ID. We're going to make sure that this image actually exists. So we're going to find by ID dot if present, we're just going to delete. But if not present, we're going to throw an error. So for that, we're just going to use the if present dot os right here dot os. So here we're going to come here to add a function to actually throw this error when the image is not found, right? So we're just going to say os throw. Then we're going to come here to say throw image not found exception. This one right here. And that is out of the way. So the next one we're going to create is the one to actually is one to update the image, right? So this one right here, let's go to the update before we come back to the save image. So the next one we're going to do right here is this save image. So here, the first thing we're going to do is to actually find the image. So let's say image. So we're just going to get this image by ID. So notice here that we are using this method that we've declared here. This one right here is what we're using. So if the image is not found, it's going to throw this exception right here, this message right here, right? So now let's just come right here. If the image is found, we're just going to set the image properties. So we're going to say image.set file type, file.get original name. So here we're going to say image.set. So we're going to set the file name, and we're going to say file.get file name. But meanwhile, I'm just going to wrap this one here in try and catch. So I'm going to press, using Windows, I'm going to say Control and Alt, then press T to actually bring this one in and just select the try and catch and wrap it with try and catch. So in here, I'm going to continue. So the next thing we're going to bring right here is to get the image itself. So we're just going to say image.set image, this one right here. Then in here, we're going to convert this one to serial to blob, because this one, the image type is blob, right? So we're going to say new serial blob. And then in here, we're going to pass in the file.get bytes, this one right here. And having done that, we're just going to save. So we're going to say image repository.save image. Then we're going to catch IO exception right here. Our exception, yeah, this one right here. And also then we're going to, okay, let's see what is happening right here. So we're going to add this exception to SQL exception. Then we're just going to throw runtime exception. So actually, I think it's been there. Okay, we just throw runtime exception and actually get the message, e.get message right here. All right, so this is just all we need to do right here to get our image updated. So now we're going to go back to the save image. Now this save image is going to take another shape because we're not going to, if we go right here, so we see here, we actually have, the product right here, and we also have the image right here. But all these ones right here, we are not returning this when the image is saved. So we are going to create a DTO and specify what to return back to the client after the image has been saved. So for that, now we're going to go right here. We're going to go to our DTO package. Have we created any DTO package? So for that, I'm going to create a new package right here. And then we're going to call this package DTO right here. And now this DTO, this here, we're just going to right click and create a new class. So we're going to call this one image. So we're going to call this one image DTO. And it's a class. And now what we just need right here, we just need the file, sorry. So we just need the ID of the file name, and the download URL, right? So we're just going to take this one right here, but meanwhile, we're going to change this one to long. And the next one right here, we're going to get the name of the file. And then we're going to get the download URL. So we're going to say private string. Then we're going to say download. Yeah, this is download, right? So we're going to say download URL. Yeah, this one right here. So this is just all we need. Then here we're going to have our Lombok annotation right here. Let me close this. All right. So now I'm going to close this right here, and let's go back here to the service. So this one right here, remember that a product actually has multiple images, right? So we're going to save multiple files for one product. So for that, this one is not going to be a single file, but meanwhile, it's going to be a list of file right here. So we're just going to say it's a list of file, and then we're just going to call this one files. So let's go down to the service to actually settle this contract right here. So I'm going to say it's a list of file. Yeah. Okay, this files already. Okay, so here, let's go back right here. So the first thing we're going to do right here is to get the image, is to get the products that we're going to save the image for, right? So we're going to say product. I'm just going to make this one clear. Say product. Then we're just going to get this product by ID. And after that, now we're just going to create a new container. So we're going to say list of. So this one is going to be the image DTO. Image DTO. We're going to set it to a new container. And right here, we're just going to have this for loop to actually iterate, to loop through all the list of files that we'll bring out here. Then inside this for loop, we're going to bring the try and catch. Here, just going to come down here to bring the catch. Let's close it. Right here. Okay, so now inside here, we're just going to have the image. We're going to say image equals new image. So we're going to set. So for every image in this list right here, for every image in this file, so we're going to set their properties, right? So then we're just going to set image.set, image.set. We're going to set the file name, right? Set file name. And we're going to set the file type. Then we're going to set the image itself. Image.set image. Then we're going to have the new serial blob. And here we're going to say file.getByte. And after that, now we're just going to set the image. We're going to set the product. So image.set product to this product, right? And after that, now we're just going to move down right here. And we're going to return, we're going to build the URL that we're going to return for the image download, right? So after setting all this right here, setting all the properties for this file, then we're going to build the URL that we're going to return, because we're not going to return the image, right? So we're going to return a URL through where this image can be downloaded, right? So now I'm just going to move down right here. So I'm going to say string download, is download URL. Then we're going to remember last time we have, if we go, okay, we've not created a controller, but now we're going to build the URL with which we're going to create the endpoint later, right? So here I'm just going to say /API/v1. This is going to be a pattern of our controller. Then we're going to say images right here, and then we're going to have image. Then we're going to have the download, right? So have download. So what we're doing right here is we're actually building a path that with which we're going to create a URL where the image is going to be downloaded, right? Then here we're just going to come here to add the image ID that we want to download. So we're just going to say image.getID right here. But meanwhile, this one is not necessary. We're just going to remove this and end it here. So the next thing we're going to do right here, we're going to set the image. We're going to say image.set download URL. We're going to set it to this download right here. Then after that, now we're just going to call the repository to actually save this image to database, right? So we're just going to say image repository.save image. So here, after saving this image, remember here, actually we set the URL, the download URL right here based on the image ID, right? That is, we set the ID right here and save the URL to the database. Now, after the saving, after this image has been saved, we also want to get the ID to actually update the URL for download so that we can get the correct ID of the image after being saved. So for that, now I'm just going to pass in the saved image right here. I'm going to say saved So this one I'm going to call saved image. Then after when the image is being saved, that we're going to get the URL, that is the correct ID again to actually update the URL, right? So here I'm just going to say saved image. Saved image just set download URL. Meanwhile, I'm going to do a kind of duplicate right here. I'm going to copy this one. So I'm going to copy this one right here. And after that, now what we're just going to do here is to get the saved image ID, right? Which that's to update it with the saved image. So here I'm just going to say plus saved image dot get ID right here. So this one enables us to get the correct ID of the saved image so that when we want to download it, we don't have an error, right? So after that, now we're going to actually call this save again. We're going to say image repository dot save the image again. But meanwhile, since we are having these two right here, we are having these two duplicate right here, but it's just within these two places. So no need of, we can actually make it one string to just, okay, just like this to avoid long story. I can just say, okay, string build download. Sorry, this is download URL, for example. So I can just pass this one right here. So I can just say, okay, I want to just copy this one right here and put it here, right? Okay, so now we're just going to come here, remove this one here, and then we can just say, okay, build download URL, right, plus the ID, right? So this one will still work the same. So now we're just going to also come here and remove this one here to say build download URL, and we get the ID just to get it updated, right? So after all this is being done right now, we're going to call the image DTO to actually get the properties we want to return back to the front end, right? So here we're just going to say image DTO.set image ID, then image DTO dot set file name. So here we want to say saved image dot get file name, and then we want to get the download URL right here. So we just want to say image DTO dot set download URL. So we're going to set the saved image dot get the URL. Then after that, now we're just going to set, say saved image. So after this, now we're just going to call the DTO we have up there. So we're going to say image DTOs, this one right here, dot add this DTO. But meanwhile, I'm just going to say, I'm going to change this one right here. I'm going to say this one is a, let's differentiate the name, saved image DTO, right? So I'm just going to come down here to say this one is saved image DTO. Then we're going to add it. Okay, so after that, now we're just going to, I'm going to clean off this space right here. So in here, we're going to say, we're going to cache the exception right here. And also, we're just going to catch, we're going to catch the SQL exception as well. SQL exception, this one right here. And we're going to say E. So we're just going to come down here to throw runtime exception. We'll say throw. This actually is going to be runtime exception, new runtime exception, this one right here. And in here, we're just going to call the message e.get message right here. All right, so after all this, now we're going to return saved image. Return saved image DTO right here. So now you see that we're having an error because we actually need to, this one right here, what is it? So this one right here is the image DTO, right? This one right here is the image DTO. So this image, sorry. So this one right here needs to return the image DTO instead of returning the image, right? So here we're just going to change this one right here to list of, because it's actually going to return a list of saved image right here. It's not a single image, right? So this one here, we're just going to say return a list of image DTO, this one right here, right? So for that now, we're going to, now this problem is solved, but for this right now, we're going to go back to the interface and actually return a list of saved images. So this one, we're going to pluralize it to make it clear. And here we're going to go back to the, let's go back to the interface right here to actually get it solved. So this one is the saved image. So we're going to say this one is a list of, it's going to be a list of image DTOs, sorry. Image DTOs, this one right here. And we're going to change this name also to saved images. So to get everything right here. So this is just all we need. We see that this method is actually big, right? We can actually we can find a way to break down this method into several chunks, right? So that will be easier to read. Okay, but for now, we're just going to leave it like this. It's clear enough to read, so we're just going to leave it like this. But so far, so good. We have gotten our service set up, ready to accept list of image to save for a product. All right, so now that we have done implementing our image service class, so in this video and some of the subsequent ones, we're going to start creating the controllers to actually consume these three services that we have implemented, which is the image service, the product service, and the category service. So what I'm just going to do right here, I'm going to right click and close all tabs. Then we're going to go right here, and then we're going to create a new package called controller. This one is controller. And inside this controller, inside the package, we're going to create three controllers. So we're going to have three product controller right here. Then the second one, we're going to have the image controller. Image controller. And the last one here is going to be the category controller. Category controller right here. So these are the three controllers we're going to have. Then also I'm going to create another package right here, and this package I'm going to call it response. We're going to call this package response, and in here we're going to create a class called API response. So this is the class we're going to use to response. So this is the class we're going to use to return data to our front end, right? So inside this class here, we're just going to have two properties. We're going to have private. So this one is going to be the message. And we're going to have the object, which is the data. And right here, we're just going to have the Lombok annotation right here. And also we're just going to come here to have the @all_arg constructor because we're going to use it right here. Okay, so now we're going to close this. So this class is what we're going to use to return data to our front end. So let's close this. And also what I'm just going to do right here, I'm going to open up our properties file, and I'm going to put our API preface right here, which is our API request mapping preface. I'm going to put it right here. So I'm just going to say API.prefix, and this one is going to be API/v1. So I'm just going to station this here so that we'll be invoking this one from here in every API we want to work in, right? So now we're just going to let's close this. So the next thing we're going to do right here, the first one we're going to implement is the product. Is the image controller. So actually it's a controller. We're just going to make it a controller, REST controller. And we're going to have request mapping. And in here, we're just going to say this one is, so now we're going to bring in the value we declare in our properties file, then slash. So this one we're going to say images, right? That's what we're going to do. Then that value, let's bring it in. We're going to say API. So this one right here, API preface. So this is what we're going to work through. This is what we're going to work with throughout all our controllers. So now we're going to need a dependency right here. We don't have private final. This final image service. Well, actually code it to interface. Then now we're going to constructor inject right here. So we're going to add required constructor injection. Require all arg constructor. So this one is the means of injecting, doing constructor injection, right? Okay, so now the first endpoint we're going to create is the one to actually upload the list of images. Public response entity. So make sure you always use response entity, because this is what we're going to use to return data to the front end, because this is one of the flexible way to actually return data from our RESTful API down to the front end, right? And so we're going to have response entity. Then we're going to have our, sorry, not this one right here. We're going to have our API response, this one right here. And then we're just going to say save images. Save images. And remember, we're actually saving list of images. We're going to say list, and we're going to have the multipath files. I'm just going to call it files. And also we're going to have the products that we are saving this image for. So we're going to have long, this product ID. And this one here is going to be at request param. So the both of them are going to be at request param. Request param. And also this one, let me just zoom out a little bit. And this one also is going to be at request param. At request param right here. So now, having done this, now we're just going to go inside the body. Then we're going to have the list. So we're going to have the list of product. So we're going to have product. So not actually product, actually this image. What am I doing? So we're going to have image DTO, which is the DTO we created last time. And here we're just going to say image DTOs. So this one, we're just going to say, okay, image DTO, then we're just going to pass in the list of files to the back end to actually submit. And we're going to return back the list of downloads URL, right? So after that, now we're just going to return success. Response entity.ok. Then we'll have a new API response. And we're just going to say upload success. Upload successful. I was just going to say upload success. Yes. And meanwhile, I'm going to just to highlight. I'm going to wrap this one in try catch. So I'm going to highlight. So on Windows, press Ctrl and Alt, then press T to actually bring up this thing right here, and just scroll to number 6 and get try catch. Now, what we're just going to catch right here is the general exception. So should anything go wrong, we're just going to return a message to the front end. So we're just going to say return response entity. And this one here, we're just going to say internal server error, because that is one something, if anything happened, that's just what we want to throw back there. So we're going to say internal server error. Okay, so let's have HTTP status actually dot internal server error right here, and let's have the body and just pass in our. So I want this one to be constant import. I'm going to import constant right here. Okay, right here. So now we just return back the message. So we're just going to say upload failed, and we're going to return back the message why it fails. So that's just all we need to do to save our images. So the next thing we're going to do right here is to we just want to make sure that this one is a post mapping, and then we're just going to say slash. Oh, sorry. So we're going to say slash upload. So in that case, now we're just going to have API slash v1 slash images slash upload. That's what we have right here. So now the next one we're going to create is the one to actually get the images, is the one to download the image. So remember last time when we created the services, where's the service, this image service right here. So remember last time we actually, we constructed an endpoint download link URL right here. So this is the URL we want to go and create right now. This is the endpoint we want to create right now. So let's go here. Where is it? This one. And let me close this one for a while. Close this one so I don't get confused. So let's go here to the image controller. So I'm going to say public response entity. So here, why do you want to delete image? So here we're just going to say download image. We're just going to say download image right here. And now the next thing we're going to do is to go in here. So this one here, we're going to have the image ID that we want to download. So I'm going to remove this. I'm just going to change this one here to add request param. Path variable. So this is path variable actually. And then I'm going to remove this. I'm going to remove this right here. All right. So now the next thing we're going to do, we're just going to come in here to have image. Image equals service. So we have image service right here. And not this one. This is not what I want. I'm just going to say image service. Meanwhile, let me do this import first. Let's do this import. Yeah. So I'm going to say image equals service, this image service. So we just want to get this image by ID, right? So we just want to say image service.get image by ID. What are we doing right here? Get image by ID, then we'll pass in the image ID. Then after that, we're going to create a resource. So I'm going to say byte array resource. Then the next thing we're going to do right here is to say new equals new byte array resource. Then inside here we're going to have image.get image. Image.get byte. Then inside here we're just going to pass in this, and so we're going to have image.get image, this one right here. Yeah, so right here. Then inside this here we're just going to have, actually we don't need this one, we don't need to set the byte. So we're just going to say length. So right here. So we're going to, let me terminate this. So we're going to throw this exception. And then we're going to cast this to int right here. So what we just did, this one actually is an assignment. Let's assign this. So what we just did right here is to we create a byte array of bytes from this blob right here. This one is a blob, and then from the byte array we created from the blob, we now create image byte array resource, which is suitable for us to return file, which is one of the suitable methods to actually return files in RESTful APIs right here. So this the resource will be returning to the front end, right? So having done this right now, we're just going to come down here to return. So we're going to say return response .ok. So we're going to set the content. So we're going to set the content type. We're going to say media. Media type. So we're going to say media type.pass media type. Then inside here, we're just going to bring in the image. So we're going to bring in our image .get file type, which is the file type of our image .get file type. This one right here. And then we're going to set the header. We're going to say HTTP headers. dot content disposition. Then we're going to have attachment right here, and then we're going to have the file name. And then we're going to come, sorry, this assignment actually is equal. And then we're going to come at here to have, so we're actually going to have our image ID. So we're going to say, not image ID, actually image name. So we're going to say image dot, sorry, this one, I think we need one more here, and we're going to have this. So we're going to have image dot get file name. Dot get file name. And then we're just going to say plus. So here we're just going to, we actually need to escape this right here. Let me remove one of these. Okay, so having done that, now we're just going to set the body to actually return the resource. So we're going to say return the resource right here. So this is just all we need to do. And I want to break this down from somewhere. Okay, let me break that down from the body. But meanwhile, right here, we're having a kind of error right here. Required responses provided this. Okay, so this one here, we're just going to change this one to resource. Sorry. Do we have it right here? Let me see. Yeah, this one right here, resource. So this is just all we need to return right here. So what we just did right here is we just create a byte array from the blob, and we created a byte array of resource. Then we return the resource as a file, which is just set the attachment, everything. So this is the one of the flexible way to actually return images in REST API to any front end we are using right here. Okay, so now we just want to say this one is a get mapping. This get mapping, and now we're going to pass in this one we created last time at the back end. But meanwhile, we're going to remove this part right here, because this part is what we have here already. This is the part we have here already. So we just want to say image download. Let's go here. So here we have image download, right? But meanwhile, I'm going to change this one here. I'm going to, okay, it's okay like that. So just going to go right here, then we're going to pass in the ID of the image, right? So here we're just going to say ID, which is the image ID we have up there. Sorry, the image ID. So remember right now, last time we are appending the ID of the image, right, to this download link. So that is the image ID we are actually appending right here. So this is just all we need to do to get our file downloaded. All right, so the next one we're going to create right here is the one to update the image. API response. And we're just going to say API response right here. And what we're just going to do right here, we're going to say update image. So here we're going to have at request, a path variable. Actually, we're going to say this one is a path variable. Image ID. And then we're going to request body. At request body, then we're going to say this one is a multi-path file. So we're going to say image. So the first thing we're going to do here is to actually get the image by ID. We're going to check. So if the image does exist, so if image not equal none, then we're going to call the image service image service. Do we have the service? Yeah, image service dot update image. Then we're going to pass in the file. I'm going to say image. What am I doing right here? Okay. So we're just going to pass in this one right here. Then we're going to return. So we're going to return success message. This one right here. And meanwhile, what we're just going to do right here, we don't want to return when the image is updated. We just want to return none right here. But there are some error we need to catch, because if you go right here, if we go to the update, we are actually catching two exception right here. This one is thrown from this. The exception that is thrown from here, image not found. And the second one is these two right here. So this is anything that happened inside the server, we're just going to return it to the front end. So now we're going to return this. So to do that now, I'm going to wrap this, the whole of this one in here inside try and cache. And then we're going to, the first one we're going to handle right here is resource not found. Resource not found. Yeah, this one right here. Then we're going to return response entity dot not found. Actually, we're going to return a message. So we'll say status code not found. We're going to say dot body. And then we're just going to get the message that is returned. So we're going to say e.get message and return none. Then if any other thing happens, we're just going to come here to return. This one, this time around, is not actually not found, but we're going to say internal server error. This one right here. And then we're just going to come right here to actually get the message of what actually happened to the front end. So this is just all we need to do. And this one, we're going to say that this one is a put mapping, which is update. So we're going to say image slash the image ID, then slash update. So here we're just going to pass in the image ID right here. So this is just all we need to get our image updated. So the last one we're going to create right here is the one to actually delete the image. So this one is, that one is going to be exactly the same thing with this, with different method, with different HTTP method. So let's just put this one right here, and then we're going to say delete image. And here we're just going to change to delete right here. And so this one here, the only thing we're just going to remove this one, we're going to remove this one here, because we're not going to request the body. We only request the ID we want to delete. So let's remove this and let's call delete by ID, this one right here. Okay, so you see every other thing remains the same, but meanwhile, we're just going to say this one is delete success. So this is just all we need to do. So this one is bit changed to delete, and this one here, we're going to change this method to delete. So we're going to say delete mapping. All right, so this is just all we need to do to actually implement our delete. Right here, let's make sure we refactor all the messages so that we can get the appropriate message. So now this is just all we need to do to actually get our service, our image controller implemented. So now we are done with this image controller implementation. So let's move to the next controller. All right, so now we have done with the implementation of the image controller. So then we're just going to move to the category controller. But meanwhile, I'm going to grab these three annotations, because also we're going to use them there. So now I'm just going to close this and open up our project. So here is the category controller. I'm just going to go up right here and dump these three annotations. Then we are going to change this one here to categories. Categories, that's all. So the next thing we're going to need right here is the dependency we're going to use. So we're going to say private final. So I'm going to take the interface. So the first one the first endpoint we're going to implement is the one to get all categories from the database. So I'm going to say public response entity. And then we're just going to say get all get all categories. And right here, we're going to have the list of categories right here. So let's do the import. So now we're just going to return response entity.ok that body. So we're just going to say found. And we're going to come here to pass in the categories. So we're just going to catch internal server error should anything happen. So we're just going to wrap this in try and catch so that we can actually catch the error that may happen, right? If anything happen, maybe network problem. So here we're just going to return response entity.status code. And in here, we're going to have HTTP status, right? Dot internal server error, this one right here. But meanwhile, I'm going to just return the body from here. And meanwhile, also, I'm going to do this one static import. So let's import static. So here, I'm just going to say error. And then we're going to come, let me zoom this out a little bit. So we're going to come here to say internal server error, this one right here. Okay, so this is just all we need to do. So now we just want to make sure that this one is a get mapping. So let's say get mapping, and then we're just going to say get all categories. Right here, I'm going to say get all. We're just going to say categories slash categories slash all. Or maybe we just say all right here. Let's just leave it on that all. That is okay. No need to write so many states, so many grammars there, right? So the next one we're going to do right here is the one to actually add new category. We'll say public response entity API response. We're going to say add category. So we're going to have at request body. This one right here. So this one we're just going to use this category direct because there are no sensitive data to cover from this category class. It's just name and ID, right? So we can just return this one direct. Okay, so now we're just going to say right here, we're just going to call the category equals category service dot add category. We're just going to pass in the name right there, category name right here. And then we're just going to return response entity dot OK. Hope everything is okay. Then we're just going to say new. So in here, we're going to pass our message. So we're just going to pass success. Is there any problem right there? So we're just going to come here and say the category, right? Okay. So last time I think we throw a kind of exception right here. Let's check the category service. So this is the category service. Okay, so this is the add category. So here we're actually throwing a kind of conflicts. So maybe if that category is already in existence, so we're just going to say this category is already in existence. So this message right here, this exception right now, we're going to cache it at the front end. So here we're just going to highlight this as usual. So press Ctrl and Alt and T to actually wrap this in try and catch. So here we're going to say already exists. I think that is the name. Yeah, already exists exception. Then here we're just going to get the message we defined in there. So we're going to say return response entity dot. So this one we're going to say dot status, right? This one actually we're going to say conflict and we're gonna have the body, body. So then we're gonna say, actually we're gonna get the message that we define at the back end. We're gonna get that message right here. So now I'm gonna say e.getMessage. And then we're just gonna return none. Sorry, none right here. Okay, so this all we need to add new category. Then we're going to say this one is a post request. So it's a post mapping actually. Then we're going to say this one is sorry. So we say this one is add. Right, add. I'm going to say category. We're just going to say add. Add is okay. Right. So this all we need to do to actually add a category. So the next one we're going to do right here is the one to get category by ID. So we're going to come down right here and say public response entity. And in here, we're going to, as usual, we're going to have, these are API response. So I'm going to say get category by ID. Why am I not having suggestion? Get category by ID. So here we're just going to pass in, this ID is going to be a path variable. So we're just going to say add path variable. And we're going to say long ID. So here we're just going to say category. The category, sorry. Equals service dot get category by ID, just passing the ID. So then we're going to return response entity dot OK body, and we're going to have new API response. And I'm just going to say found. And we're going to say the category. And if the category is not found, then we're going to return category not found, right? Because that was the exception we're catching at the service layer. So we're just going to wrap this in try and cache so that we can actually cache and throw the exception. So here we're just going to say resource not found. So right here. And here we're just going to return resource not found. So response entity dot status code, sorry. We're going to say not found, right? This one right here. We're going to say dot body. And we're going to have the message we declare at the back end. So dot get message. And we're just going to return none. Okay, so this one also is going to be a get mapping. Get mapping. And so this one we're just going to say category slash category slash the ID of the category, then slash get. Maybe I'm just gonna say category. I don't like writing too long endpoint. So here we're just going to pass in the ID as the path variable right there. So this one is to get the category. So we have done the one to add, we have got the one to add to get all, and we have got the one, we've done the one to get by ID. So the one we're going to do right here, the remaining ones right here is the one to actually find by name. So let's do the one to find category by name. So this one actually is category is going to be the same thing, kind of. So just going to say get category by name right here. I'm going to pass in string name. Is that spelling of string? I'm gonna say string name. Sorry, string name. And this one actually is not going to be. It's not going to be. It's not going to be. Okay. Here we need to. We need to pass the name right here to settle this case. So we have category, name, and category. We're going to have ambiguous mapping right here because these two right here, they are the same level. They're having the same HTTP method and they're having the same level right here. So we are going to have ambiguous mapping later. So for that, I'm just going to guide against this one right now. So for now, I'm going to remove this one. What do I do? Okay, let's remove one. Let's remove one step to make it feel okay. So this one, we're just going to say get category by name, this one right here. And then we're going to pass the name right here, name. I think this is just what we need because it's basically the same thing. All right, so the next one we're going to create right here is the one to actually delete a category from the database. So it's going to look similar to this one right here. So I'm just going to copy this one right here and do the necessary modifications. So this one, we're going to say delete. Delete category. And here we just, we're going to get the ID right here. So we're going to say ID. And then we're going to come here to say ID. And this one we're going to say delete. And meanwhile, we're going to pass here, we're going to say category. Category ID category. So I'm going to say category slash ID slash delete. And this one here, we're going to change to delete mapping right here. And after that, we're going to change this one right here to delete category by ID and just pass in the ID. And meanwhile, we don't need to return anything because it's void right here. So here we're just going to return none. So that's just all we need to do right here. And also we also catch this error of resource not found, right? That is what we catched in there. So the last one we're going to create right here is the one to actually update the category. This one is slightly different. So what I'm just going to do here, I'm just going to pull it in. So we're going to bring it in right here. So this is one to actually delete. So here we have the category ID, the category itself. So everything is all right. There is no complaint right here. So these are the 5. I mean, how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So these are the 6 endpoints we have in our category. So now this brought us to the end of this category controller implementations. So what I just want to do, I want to try something right here. Let me just make them follow the same pattern. If we have any problem, we actually come here to get it fixed. So let's just follow the same pattern. We have category slash name slash category slash ID slash delete, category slash ID slash update, and so on and so forth. Okay, so let's move down to the next task. All right, so now we are done with the implementation of the category controller and the image controller. So the next one we're going to do in this video is the product controller. So what I'm just going to do here, I'm going to grab these 3 annotations, and then I'm just going to right click and close these 3 tabs. So now I'm going to open up the product controller and just dump these 3 annotations right here. And then we're just going to change this one from category to product. So we're just going to say products, that's all. And then the next thing we're going to do right here, we're going to bring in the dependency we'll be using, which is the product service, So we're going to say final. We're going to bring the interface for the product service, this one right here. So the first one we're going to create, the first endpoint we're going to create is the one to get all the products from the database. So we're going to say response entity. And we just want to say get all. get all products. And then we're going to have a list of products. So let's do this import. And then we're just going to return this list of products back to the front end. So we're going to say return response entity.ok. Then we're just going to say, we're going to say success, and we just return back the products. So that's just all we need to do. And then we're going to say this one is a get mapping. It's a get request. So we're going to say get mapping, and then we're just going to say all / all. So this is just all we need to do right here to get all our products from the back end, from our server. So the next one we're going to do here is the one to get product by ID. So we're going to say public response entity as usual. So we're going to say get product by ID as suggested by IntelliJ. And then we're just going to get these products, and then we're going to return it back to the front end as usual. But meanwhile, remember last time, let me just open the service of this product so we can compare some things right here when necessary. So remember last time when we were getting product by ID, so this one right here, so we said that if the product is not found, this exception should be thrown, right? So that's what we just want to do right here. And one thing you need to take note right here is that this exception right here has been changed from product not found exception to resource not found exception. And the reason why it's changed is because this resource not found exception is more globally. We can use it in every for every API we are using. But the product not found exception is just like tied to the name of the product. So that's why we change it. So remember, take note of these changes right here. Change the product not found exception we created last time to resource not found exception. And in case you forgot how we created that class, you can just go to the exception class right here, this one right here, and you're going to see that here is the implementation of this product not found exception, just exactly the same thing with the product not found exception, and also the already exist exception we created last time. So these are just the 3 exception classes we are using, so take note of this. So now I'm just going to close this once again, and I'm going to close our project. So now let's go. So now we are getting a product by ID. So we need to throw this, we need to cache this exception that we are throwing right from here from the service layer. So we're going to go right here. So for us to cache the exception, I don't want to do global exception handling. Rather, I just want to throw the exception directly from the controller, right? So right now we're just going to highlight this one right here, and you're going to say, if you're using IntelliJ, you're going to see this one right here. So just click on this surround right here, and just surround with try and catch. Or you can just highlight this one right here and press Ctrl plus Alt plus T. This one is going to open. So just navigate to number 6 and surround with try and catch. So any which way you can get it surrounded with try and catch, right? So now we're going to say resource not found. Yeah, this is resource not found exception. This one right here, resource, sorry, the resource not found exception. And then we're just going to return the message that we have defined at the service layer. So we're just going to say return response.entity. But meanwhile, I actually want to return the message. So this one here, I'm going to say .status. Then we're going to say not found. So right here, not. So we're going to say not found, and we're going to say .body. Then in here, we're going to return the message we defined at the back end. So we're just going to say e.getMessage, e.getMessage right here. And the second argument is going to be none. Yeah, so this is just all we need to do right here to get our product by ID. So now let's do the static import. Yeah, so that is gone. And this one also, this one is a get request. So we're going to say get mapping. And this one, this get mapping, we're just going to say product slash, then we're going to bring in the ID right here, which is the product ID. And after that, we're going to slash it again with another product. So this is the pattern we're going to use. And then we're just going to come right here. I'm going to copy this one right here to make sure it's the same thing with this one right here. So make sure this ID right here, and whenever you're using a path variable, this one is going to be a path variable. So it's going to be in the path of the request, right? In the URL. So we're going to be getting we're going to be getting this ID from the URL and pass it inside the request down to the body, right? So now whenever you are using this one right here, whenever you're using a path variable, make sure that this variable is exactly the same thing with the path you are passing right here. Just for example, if it is not the same thing, like this, you're going to see error right now. So let's do it like this. So that you're going to see the error right here, right? You're going to see this warning right here. So we see that path variable product is not consumed, right? Which is this one is not consumed because it's not the same thing right here. So doing this now, there are two ways you can actually do this. So you can either come here to do this like this and put product ID right here. So you can either do this one right here and just make sure this one and this one is the same, so that during the interpolation, the value that is passed in here will come here and will be passed in here, right? So either you do that or you just remove this one right here and make sure this one right here is exactly the same thing with this one right here. So that is the two ways you can actually get a path variable work correctly in your endpoint. So having said that, right now, this is one to get product by ID. So let's move down to create the one to actually add a new product to the database. So I'm going to say response entity. And this one is create product, a nice suggestion from IntelliJ. But meanwhile, I'm going to make this one add product. So it's the same thing anyway. You can actually leave it create product, but I just like add products. Sounds more clearly. And so this one here, we're just going to say at request body. Remember to put this annotation at request body, because if you don't put this annotation, you're going to end up with non-value in the database. You're going to save non-field. If case validation you didn't validate your input, so you're going to have empty field in your data in your table. So make sure you request the body using this annotation right here. So then we're just going to come inside the body, and we're just going to call the product. So we're going to say product. Sorry, this is the product. Equals service dot add product. I'm just going to pass in the product. And then we're going to what is happening right here. So okay, yeah, that's correct. Last time we created so remember last time we created something. Let's go right here. So the add product right here, where is it? So this is the so this one is the add product. So remember, we are using this one right here. We are not using the product directly. So that is what it's complaining about. So we're just going to bring this one right here and put the add product, and that solves the problem. So then let's return the result. If everything goes well, we're just going to return the result back to the front end. So we're going to say return response entity dot OK, and we're going to say success, right? So we're just going to say product added success, product add, or we're just going to say add product success. Sorry, add product success. So there's no point of writing too much of grammar here. We're just going to say add product success. And also, if there's anything happened, if we have any internal server error or anything happened at the server side, we're just going to throw the exception. So then we're just going to come right here and surround it with try and catch. Then we're going to throw this general exception right here. Then we're just going to say, return response entity dot status. So this status right here, we're just going to say internal server error. This one right here, we're going to have the static import, and here we're just going to go to the body and return the message to the caller right here. So that is gone. So this one is going to be at post mapping, and then we're just going to say this one is add. Oh, sorry. This one is add, right? Add product. Okay, so 3 has gone out of the way. So the next one we're going to do here is the one to update product. So we're going to say, sorry, this public actually. Response entity, update product. Nice suggestion. But yeah, this one is going to be product update, the one we created last time. product update request, and we're going to call this one request. And then we're going to also get the ID of the product we're trying to update, right? So we're going to say product ID, and this ID is going to be a path variable. Have a path variable, and also we're going to request the body of this request, right? So we're just going to come right here to just get the product and just get it updated, right? So we're just going to say product. Then we're just going to update, and then we're just going to return as usual. And also, if you go right here, the update product, if we go to the update product right here, so we are actually finding this product. The first thing we do right here is to find this product right here, if the product does exist in the database. And we said that if the product is not in existence, then we should throw this exception. So we should throw this message, product not found. So now we are going to catch this exception at the controller right here. So if that exception is thrown, then we're going to actually cache it and send it to the user, right, to the browser. So here we're going to say resource not found exception, and we're just going to return it back to the front end. So we're going to say return response entity. Oh, sorry, I think there's a suggestion right here. Let's make it faster. Response entity. Oh my gosh. Okay. We're just going to say not found. The same thing we're trying to do. So this one is not found, and we just get the message that we declare at the back end, at the service layer, down to the front end. So this one is going to be a put. So it's going to be a put mapping, and and here we're just going to say slash product slash ID, which is the product ID. And we can just make it ID to be very easy, just ID, right? But meanwhile, we're just going to follow this pattern. So we're just going to say product ID, then we're going to say slash update. So this one actually is going to be in curly braces. Yeah, it's going to be inside curly braces right here. So this one is okay. Sorry. So this one is product ID to actually match this one right here. So this one is out of the way. So the next one we're going to create is the one to delete. You know, we have so many operations in this product API, so many things to do, so many endpoints in this product API. So we're going to be patient and get them created gradually, step by step. So we're going to have public response. And this one is going to be delete product. And then we're going to get the ID of the product we're about to delete, and we're going to make it also a path variable, right? So this is a straightforward one. We're just going to come right here to call the service to actually get it deleted. So you're going to say product service, delete product. And also, if the product is not found, we still say that if the product to be deleted is not found, then we're going to also throw the exception. So we're just going to say right here and catch the resource not found exception. And in some cases, you can still just catch the general exception by catching the exception, the general one. But this one right here, we're just catching the specific exception we have set for this operation, so that whenever this exception is thrown, we just want to get the message we defined at the service layer to show to the user, right? So that is what we're just doing right here. So then we're just going to return resource not found. Again, these are the things, deleting the product right here. I think we have it up here. So this is deleting the product right here. So we first of all find the product by ID, right? And we say that if the product is not found, then we should throw this exception to return this message, right? So that is the message we are actually catching right here to return. That's why we say e.getMessage to actually get the message that we've defined in the service layer, right? All right, so this one is going to be delete annotation. It's going to be a delete request. So we're going to say at delete mapping, and then I'm just going to say slash product slash ID, which is the product ID right here. It's a path variable. So we're going to say product ID, and then we're going to say slash delete. That's all. So this is just all we need to do right here to get our product delete. So the next one we're going to do is the one to get product by brand and name. So we're going to say public response entity. This one we've deleted already. So we're going to say get product by brand and name. Product. So we just want to make sure our product naming is clear enough for the reader to just know what the method is doing. So now we have the brand name and we have the product name. Good suggestion from IntelliJ. All right, so then we're going to remove this extra one right here. So what we just need to do right here is that we're just going to go here to just send it back. We're just going to get the list, because actually it's a list of products. There are a list of products that are going to match this request, not only one. So here we're going to have the list of products. So we're going to say product service dot get. So let's look at, okay, this one right here, get products by name and by brand and ID and name, sorry. And then we're going to pass in the brand name and the product name. So we're just going to return this, we're just going to return the message back to the front end. And also, if there are no product found, then this one right here, we can just cache this one at the front end. So okay, if the product is empty, if product is empty, we're just going to return a message. But also we can just do it here as well. So if product is empty, we're just going to let's wrap it in try catch. So we just throw it as a kind of message to the front end. Actually, it's not a kind of error anyway. It's not an error. It's just a normal thing. The process executed successful, but this product is empty, right? So it's going to return empty array if no product found. So, but this was just going to say resource not found. Actually, it's resource not found. So if there is no resources found that matches this criteria, then we're just going to say resource not found, right? So we're going to return not found, and we're just going to get the message resource not found. But meanwhile, let's go back right here if we actually set this message. So let's see this one right here, get product by brand. Okay, actually all this was right here, we didn't set exception right here, so there's no exception that's going to be thrown because we didn't set any exception to be thrown right here. So what we're just going to do here is that we're going to remove this one right here. We're going to remove this one right here, and are we making any mistake right here? Okay, so now we're just going to return this one right here. If the product are found, we're going to return this. But now we're going to come here to check something. So if product is empty, yeah, so if this product is empty, we're just going to return not found. Actually, it's not an exception, right? So if we say we should cache exception, it's not going to work. The message is not going to show, right? So this one right here, we're just going to say, okay, even this one right here, we don't have anything, we don't want to return any message, any product name right here. We just want to return a simple message to the user, right? So we just want to say no product found for this search, no product found actually. So no need to take all this. We just want to say no product found. Yes. So we just want to say no product found because we are not catching any exceptions, right? So we just want to say no product found. So that's just what we need to do right here. So if this product is empty, if there are no product that matches this criteria, then we're just going to return no product found, right? And if else, if there are products, we're just going to return back the result. Then this try right here, we're going to cache this try right here. So here we're just going to return the general exception we're talking about. So should anything happen, we're just going to return internal server error. So this is the general exception we're just holding, right? We're just catching and throw it back to the front end. So the user can actually know exactly what happened, maybe network problem or any other issues. We're going to throw to the front end for the user to actually see exactly what is happening. So now the next one we're going to create here, this one is get product. So we're just going to come right here to do this mapping before we move on. So we're just going to say this one is a get mapping, and so we're going to say product slash products. Actually we have products already from the starting, so we're just going to say slash by, we're just going to say by brand. We're going to say by product by brand. We're just going to say by brand, and oh sorry, this is not brand. So we're just going to make it as clear as possible. We're just going to say by brand and name, right? So we're just going to cut this one right here and put it inside this parentheses and just paste it again. So this one is going to be /product/ by brand and name right here. So this one solves this problem. So like I said, we have a lot of things, a lot of endpoints to implement, and most of them are similar to each other, right? So here, the next one we're going to find right here is the one to find by category and brand. So for that, now I'm just going to pull in this one, this endpoint right here. I'm just going to pull this one in. So this one is saying product by brand by. So meanwhile, let's just maintain this. Let's maintain this. So let's maintain this pattern right here. So this product by brand and name, and this one is product by category and brand. So it's just the same thing, it's the same implementation we did, right? But meanwhile, we just want to also check because it's going to face the same problem. So if this list is empty, then we're just going to come here and also do the same check, right? And if that is not the case, then we're just going to return the product that is found from the database, right? We're just going to come right here and say return this, which is the same thing with the product right here that we found in the database. So the next one we're going to do is exactly the same thing, but this one is one to get product by name. So this one is going to get product by name. So I'm just going to come right here and also pull it in to save our time. So this one is actually getting products by name. And the same way, we are going to come right here to do this check, right? Because they are all lists that we're going to be expecting from the result search. So here we're just going to replace this one with this because they are all the same thing. They are products and also their products. So we just, okay, if the product is empty, then we return this message, no product found. And if products are found, we're just going to return this one. But if not, if something else happened, we're just going to throw it as the internet server error back to the user, right? Okay, so have we done that now? The next one we're going to create is the one to find product by brand. So let's pull in the one to actually find product by brand. So I'm just pulling this one in one by one because they are the same thing, exactly the same thing. If you look at the pattern, they are exactly the same thing we have been writing over and over again. So that's why I'm just pulling them in. So I've not done any modification here, no any changes, right? Just only the name of the methods that change and the endpoint that change, but every other thing remains the same, right? So here we just get the product right here by brand, which is right here. For example, we can get all product for Samsung, we can get all product for Apple, we can get all product for LG, and so on and so forth. Now, if there's no LG product in our, for example, a user goes to our shop to look for LG products. So if there are no LG products, then we're just going to return this one right here, not found, right? No product found. Then if there are product found, we're just going to return this one right here, products that we found, right? So the next one we're going to create right here is to get all product by category. So we're going to come right here to get all product by category. So here we have all product by category, and also as usual is the same way. So I'm going to copy this check right here and also bring it here. Remember, this check, we can actually do it at the front end, but sometimes I don't really want writing too much of JavaScript at the front end to validate what is coming from the back end. Though sometimes it's faster to actually check there in some cases, but in this case right here, it's faster checking it from the back end, so that if it's empty, we're just going to return this message to the front end to actually send to our browser, our React front end or Nest.js, anyone. Okay, so this one here is the same way, but this one is find product by category and get all products. And so this one right here is a path variable, and this one is the category, right? And then the last one, I think the last one we're going to find right here is the one to actually get product by brand and name. Have we not done that? Brand and name. This is by brand. This is by name. So this is category and brand, and this is brand and name. So I think we have done with all our implementations right here. So how many we have? Let's count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So we have 10 endpoints right here in our product API, in our product controller. So I think we have done with our we are done with all our implementation. So if there's anyone we have not implemented, we'll surely come back here to get it implemented as time goes on. There is something I want to call your attention to right here. So if we go to this method, this endpoint that is finding product by brand and name. So here you can see that we are having a kind of warning right here, right? So here we are saying these ones are path variable, but actually we didn't set the path right here. But this one right here, we don't have to make this one path variable, but we have to make them a request params. So we're just going to say these ones are request params, these two. They are not path variables. So we're just going to request this parameter from the body, right, of the request. Okay, so I think this solves the whole problem. So if there are any problems, we'll surely come back here to get it fixed. So now that we have done with the implementation of the product controller, so let's move to the next task. All right, so in this video, now that we have finished implementing this product controller, so like we said in the beginning, we're going to go to Postman. We're going to run our project and go to Postman to actually text the creation of product, images, and category, right? So before we move to the next task. But there are a few things I would like to call your attention to right here. Now, if you see this method right here, this one's all this method right here, or the services, we didn't define any error to throw. We don't define any exceptions to be thrown should anything happen, right? Because this one right here is just is a combination of JPA queries that we're actually doing right here. So since we did not throw any exception from here, so coming here to catch exceptions, we are not going to have anything to actually show to the front end, because from here, you can see that we are actually finding the brand by name. We'll start finding product by brand. And right here, we are returning resource not found exception. But if we go here, for example, finding product by brand, we did not define any exception to be returned from here. So which means we are not, this message we are returning right here, we are actually returning nothing to the user, right? So the user is not going to see any message except this one right here. So if this product is empty, so we're going to get this message. The user is going to say this message right here. But should any exception happen, any error happen, the user is not going to get any message, right? So for that, we are going to change this one right here to general exception, right? So this one is going to be general exception right here, and just change all these ones that we did not define anything to general exception, because we did not define no resource not found exception right there. So we're just going to get the message that is thrown from here. And so that is just what I want to call your attention to. And the second thing right here, let's go back here. Let me quickly go back here to our service. Okay. So right here, I think this method right here, we did not implement this one. You see that all these ones are green because they are blue because we have used them already, but this one we've not used it. So we forgot to implement this. So let's go and implement this before we move down to the next task. So I'm just going to go down here and scroll down below. So I'm just going to pull down and just pull down this method, this implementation right here. So it's just the same way with every other controller, with every other endpoint we have created, just that the name is only the name that changes, right? So this one is count product by brand and name, right? So now the count right here, this is the count. But if there is a count, we're just going to return it back to just going to return the count, right? But if nothing to shown, we're just going to return none. So that this general exception right here, right? So this is just all we need to do right here. So now I'm going to, let's run our project. Let's go back to, let's check our resource file, our properties file. So right here we still have this, but I'm going to let's create our table from the scratch, from the ground, right? So let's create our table. And remember what this thing is doing, right? So this one right here, is going to create our table from the scratch. This one right here is going to update the table when there's any changes, but it's not going to create the table from the scratch. So this one right here is going to create and drop, means when the project is running, it's going to create all the tables, the schema. So when the server is stopped, it's going to drop the schema, right? It's going to drop all the tables. This one here is for production. So what we're just doing right here is this one and this one. But for now, we're using the create because we want to create all our tables from the scratch. So we'll just put it right here on the create and make sure your schema is created right here, just like we did last time already. So now I want to run this project, and let's go to Postman to see what we've got so far. So let's wait a few moments while the project gets run. And in some cases, before running this project, you can just, after doing a lot of work, you can just come here to actually use Maven to actually test clean your product before actually running it in some cases, right? So you can just come here to say, okay, you want to run project Maven goals. You can just clean and install, just run this one, clean and install in some cases, right? But now I'm just going to do this one right here, but it has already run, so which means there were no problems. But in some cases, running this Maven goal right here will actually tells you if there are problems or not before actually running the main project right here. So we can see right now that this project is compiling, is actually cleaning up, it's cleaning and it's actually compiling. And at a point in time, we're going to see that it's going to finish running. So here we can see running test cases, but we actually we don't have any test cases to run right now. So now you can see that our project has built successfully right here, right? So we're just going to remove this one right here. We're just going to remove it and just going to remove this one. So now let's run our project and move to VS Code, and move to Postman and actually test out this API we've created before we move to the next task. So now our project has started running. All right, so now that our project has started, let's go to Postman. So in Postman, what I'm just going to do here, I'm going to create a new collection. So let's create a new collection right here. And I'm not just going to do this. I'm just going to create new, just add new collection right here. So blank. So this one, I'm just going to say e-commerce. So we're going to say e-commerce, right? I'm just going to click outside to be created. So right now we see that our collections have been created right here. So the first thing we're going to do here is to let's run a query. I'm just going to close this one right here. So now we're just going to issue the first request for our project. So this one's going to be get. So we're just going to test get all product from the database. So this one right here, I'm just going to say, I think it was all right. So I'm just going to paste this one in right here. So this one will have our local host and products and all. So let's get all products. So right here, we have 200 OK, which means everything runs successfully. I will see success message right here, but we have empty list because there's nothing actually in our database, right? And so now we have created a collection, and we are going to save this request to our collection. So let's just go here and save as. Then we're going to look for our collection. So this is our collection right here. We're going to choose this collection, and we'll see that this collection is empty, right? So we're going to create inside the collection. We're going to create a new folder, this one right here, and we're going to create this folder products, right? And this product right here, we're just going to click on create, and inside this product, we're going to save this one as get all products. So in case you don't know how to use Postman, in case you don't know how to create a collections and request in Postman, this is the processes for you to actually store this. So now we get all products, right? Get all products. Then we're going to click on save. So now that we have done this one right here, now we can just close it and we can open right here. So you see that we have gotten inside our collection right here. We have a new folder right here, and inside the folder we have a new request. So next time we can just come here to click on this, and we see here it's been saved. So we just click on send and we get our result. So there's no point of writing it over and over again. Okay, so take note of this. So now we're not going to spend much time to actually test all this endpoint because we have too many things to do in this endpoint. But meanwhile, the only operation we're going to test. So now we have tested get all. So we are going to test create product, and we are going to test create image. We're going to add image to product, and we're going to add category to product. Then we're going to get the product along with the images, right? So that is just the only test we want to do. Then as time goes on in this project, we're going to be testing every other functionalities step by step, because if we want to test everything right now, we're going to waste too much time testing everything. So that's why I just showed you how to actually get this one done. So you can just get all this one and save all the requests right here. And you can also create, because we have images, right? So we can just also come right here to create a new folder right here, and this one we can just call it image, right? And we'll just click outside and you see the images have been created. And remember, we have category, right? So we can also just come right here to create another folder, and that one we're going to call it category right here, and we're just going to say this. So now let's close this. So now inside our collection right here, we have three endpoints right here. So we have the product endpoint, the product API, we have the image API, and we have the category API. So these are the three APIs we have created. Like I said, we're not going to test everything right here. We're just going to test the basic implementations, and we'll move to the next task. And so now, having said this, right now, we're going to create a product. So I'm going to make it widescreen. So now let's change this one right here to post. And our create product is like product/add, right? Because that was what we did last time. So we're just going to change this one to add. And then we're going to go inside our body. Let's move this one down. So let's go inside the body and let's choose raw. So make sure you are on JSON, right? And then let's just come here and define our JSON, our product right here. So I'm just going to paste in the product right here. So here we have the name, we have the brand, we have the price, we have the inventory, we have the description, and we have the category. So now we are saying, okay, our first product is going to be TV, and it's going to be Apple TV. So we have the price is $400. And right here we have the inventory. How many do we have in the store? We have 20. There we have the description is Apple Smart Electronics. And this one here, we just make the category electronics, right? So let's save this and see what we got. So right here we have OK, 200 OK, which means it has been saved. So if we go right here, we have add product success, which is the message we defined last time, and we have the product that is being added returned back to us. So right here, you can see that this category has been created for us, and this category right here is electronics, right? And the product has no images yet right here. So if we go here, let's go back to VS Code, my SQL Workbench. So let's refresh. So right here, we'll see that we've gotten one product in our database. And if we go to the category, we're going to see that we have category called electronics right here. But if we go to the image right now, we got no image yet, right? So let's close this. It's a duplicate. So these are the three tables we are testing right now. So let's go back right here to Postman. So before we move on, we're just going to save this one right here. So we're going to come right here. Make sure you go to save as, because if you hit on this save, it's going to override this. You see, this one is get all. So if you click on this one right here, it's going to override the settings right there. So you're going to have error. So now let's go to save as right here. So this one, we're going to say, we're still saving it inside the product folder, right? So this one, we're going to say add new product. So this one, we're going to say add a new product right here, and we're going to click on save, right? So now if I open our collection, we're going to see that we have two endpoints tested right here already in our product. So let me close it back. So now we have tested get all, add product, and get all product. So now let's have another one. Let's create another product right here. So we're just going to go back to the body, and this time around we're going to say watch, right? So here we're just going to say this watch is $50, $50, and we have 10 of this one in our warehouse, in our store. So we're going to say Apple Smart Watch, right? I'm going to say Apple Smart Watch. And then we're going to say this watch is a gadget right here. Is that correct? So this one is a gadget. So let's save this and see what we got. So now, what happened? What happened? Okay, let's do this again. Okay, we are not having anything. We are not having any response. This is something's happening. Let's go back to VS Code. What could have been happening? Actually, okay, let's go here. Let's refresh. So this one is not saved. It seems something is happening. All right, so actually it's working right now. I didn't do anything. I just closed Postman because my Postman just updated. So I just closed it and reopened it. So it started working. So nothing actually happened. So everything is still working as usual. So let's go back to our database. Let me refresh. So right here we have the product. We have the Apple Watch. We have Apple TV. So let's add a couple more. So I'm just going to go off screen to add some of these products, and then I'll come back right here to continue our testing. All right, so right here, I've added a couple of more products to our database. So right here in our database, we have Apple TV, we have Apple Watches, we have LG refrigerators, and we have Samsung TV right here in our database. So now let's go back to Postman. And so I'm just going to save. Now remember we have saved this before, so I'm just going to save this one right here to actually keep this one, to keep the input we've entered right here. So I'm going to close this. So now let's go back here to get all products. So here, let's send to get all products. So right here we have OK status. So here we have a lot of products, like 3 products in a database. So now what we're just going to do right here, let's go back to IntelliJ. So right here on IntelliJ, make sure you put this one from create to upgrade, remove it from create to upgrade, so that our data will not lost, right? So now let me close this one down. So now let's find by brand, so product by brand, right? So we have the brand name. So now let's go to IntelliJ, let's go to Postman to find Apple products right here. So we're just going to say products. So we're going to say the brand, right? What is the endpoint again? So here we have product, we have by brand. So let's go right here to say by brand, product by brand. So product by brand, right? So the brand actually, is it a path variable, or so this one right here is a request param, it's not a path variable, right? So now request param in Postman, so you can see this param right here, right? So you can just go right here, then you come here and type exactly the name right here. So right here we have brand, right? So this is the request, this is the parameter that is requested, right? So just type the brand as it is right here. Make sure the name is the same. So let's just go right here to say brand right here, and then what brand do you need? So type the name of the brand. Let's just say we need Apple right here, and let's hit on send. But meanwhile, we're going to let's save this one, right? Let's save it first. So here I'm just going to go right here, we're going to go to our collections, and here we're going to go to our products, and then we're going to say get product by brand. So this one is actually get product by brand, right? So let's say products by brand, and let's save. So now let's hit if we get any result. So right here we have 404 error, 404 error right here. It means maybe our URL is not correct or something. So let's go back to IntelliJ. So let's go back to IntelliJ to see what is happening. By brand, okay, right here we missed this product right here. We're supposed to have products. So here we're supposed to have products slash. So we're supposed to have product slash product by brand and the param. So let's send this again. Okay, good. So right here we have OK, and we have Apple products. So here we have Apple TV, and here we have Apple Watches right here. So we actually find it all Apple brands from our warehouse. So let's change this one here. Let's change our param to LG. So let's say LG right here, and let's send. So we have OK. So here we only have a refrigerator of LG in our database, and that is correct. And now take note of what we are doing right here. We're actually entering this one in low. This one is case ignore. So these are the JPA finder method we generated last time in our repository, right? That is actually doing this for us. We don't need to write any query to actually get all this done for us, what we've done last time. So now we can actually, let's save this one. So now we can actually get all product, we can save product, and we can save by ID. But now we see that the product right now, there are no photos right now. They have no photos right now. So what we're just going to do right now, we're going to upload photos for this product. Now let's go to our IntelliJ. My Square Workbench. So now we see that we have products. We have product with 2 categories. So let's go to our category table right here. So we have 2 categories right here. One category is electronics, one is gadget, right? So if we go back to our product, we see that we have 3 electronics, 3 products with the category of electronics, and 1 product with the category of gadget right here. And now let's find product by category, right? So let's find by category. So now we're just going to go back to Postman right here. Before we upload image, let's find by category. And again, let's go back to IntelliJ to see this category right here. So this one is find product by category. So we have product, then the category, they'll say all product. I'm just going to copy this one right here. So I'm just going to copy everything right here and go back here. So what I'm just going to do here, I'm going to remove this and actually paste it here. Just paste it here. And here, I'm going to say the category we are looking for is electronics. So we're going to get all electronics from our project, from our warehouse, right? And this one here, I'm going to save this one. So I'm just giving you the basics examples so that you actually know how to save all these ones right here. So just going to say, get product by category. So take note of how I'm saving this one right here. So saving it will actually save you the stress of retyping in the request whenever you want to test, right? So here I'm just going to say this one is get by category. So let's save as get by category. So now it has changed get by category, and now we are getting by electronics. So let's hit and get all the electronics we have in our database. So here we have electronics. We have Apple TV is electronics. So we have LG refrigerator is electronics. And we have Samsung TV and it's electronics. So right now we're actually getting all our product, all electronics in our database. Now let's get all gadgets. So let's say gadgets. So let's get all gadgets from our database. So right here we have Apple Watch. We have only one gadget in our database, which is Apple Watch right here. So you can see that our API, everything is actually working as expected, right? And now you get the idea right now. So you can just test every other APIs and see how it works. Just follow this process. Anyone you put right here, you save it to your collection so that it will be easy you to test when next, right? All right, so now that I've tested the basic operations for our product API, so it's time for us to actually upload images to our products. So we have gotten some list of products in our database, but this product has no images yet. So let's test the image API to actually upload image for products. So the first we're going to do right here, let's go back to my SQL Workbench. So right here we have image 1 to 5. And what we're just going to do here is we are going to upload a photo. We are going to upload a photo for image for a product with ID number 3, which is the LG product, right? The LG brand. So let's pick the image ID number 3. Let's go back to Postman. So I'm just going to write. I'm going to close all this. Now we have saved all this already. I'm going to close all this. So I'm going to go here to issue a new request. So here I'm just going to pick on this. So then we're going to go to images. We're going to switch to images, the image API. Then we're going to say upload, right? Upload. So let's go back to IntelliJ to see our, let's remove this. And let me just remove, let's go here and close this. So where's our image? So this is our image controller. So this is the product, this is the API to upload image. So right here we have request params. We have the file as request params, and also we have the product ID as a request param. So let's go back right here. So the request param, this one is the URL. So let's go right here. So this params tab right here is where we're going to put this product ID as a request param. So let's say right here we put product ID. Make sure this product ID is exactly the same thing with what you have in your controller, right? So let's say the product ID is number 3 right here, which is LG. And let's go to the body. So here we're going to choose the form data right here, and we're going to come here to put in our files. So let's have, remember we are actually having a list of files. We are going to upload more than one file for product. One product has many images, right? So let's say this one is a file, and let's select LG has a fridge, right? So I've gotten some images before right here. So let's select LG refrigerator, open, and let's select the second one, open this one right here. Let's open it, and then let's go. Let's send and see what actually happened. This one is a post. Let's change it to post, And before we send, I just want to, let's save this one as. So this time around, we're going to here, you see this in here, we go inside this image folder and we're going to save this one right here as upload image. So we're going to say upload image for product, right? Upload image for product, and we're going to save this. And here we've saved. So let's actually hit on send and see what we got. So here we are not having anything, just like what happened last time. Let's hit again. We are not having anything. I'm just going to close this. I'm going to close this and run it again. So I'm going to close Postman and open it again. I don't really know what is happening. My Postman started malfunctioning since the last update. I don't know what happened. Okay, so now it has opened again. Let's go back to the body right here and let's save. So here we have 500 error right here, internal server error. So let's go to VS Code and see what is happening. So right here we have an error that said the current request is not a multi-path, right? Okay, let's go back right here. I think we need to, let's go back here. You know, we just restarted Postman, so maybe these images are no longer there. Let's remove them. Let's remove it and let's take the image again. Let's take fresh ones. So the second one also, we're going to take it and let's hit on send again. Okay, so here we have 200. Okay, so that was exactly what happened. So and now we see that the images have been submitted, right? And now we got back. So we got back the URL to download these images. So before we go ahead, I just want to save this right here. So now let's click on this download link and let's actually download. So here we see that we can able to download the image that we've just saved for that LG refrigerator, right? So let's go back right here and let's download the second one. Let's hit on send. So right here we have the images. So these are the two images that we have saved for the product right here. And let's go back to VS MySQL Workbench. So let's go to the image and let's refresh. So right here we have the image. We have the product ID number 3. We have image 6 and 5 and 6, and we have the URL download. We have the name, we have the type, and we have the image itself, right? So which means everything is actually working as expected. But meanwhile, we're just going to save this one right here as get image by ID, right? So I think, yeah, that's correct, because this one is actually getting image by ID and it's working. So let's save as, let's go right here inside the image. So let's say this one is get image by ID. Get image by ID right here, and let's save it. Okay, so this one is working. Let's close this, and now let's close this. So now we have successfully uploaded image for our product. So let's go to the product API. So right here we get our product, right? So let's get our product again. Let's get our product. So here we have internal server error, but meanwhile, okay, let's get a product by ID. Let me just close this. So we cannot get our product. We're having a problem. Let's see what is happening actually. So here we're going to have product. Remember, this is the API we sent. So let's have, this is the endpoint we set. So let's have product with ID number 1 and product, right? So let's get a product with ID number 1. So right here, we are able to get a product with ID number 1, with category, with this one right here, with brands, which is ID number 1 product, right? So now let's get the product with ID number 3. So right here, this is where the error is coming from, right? Because this product right now has image already. So we need to do some other things before we can get this product by the image. But now we can get product without images, right? So this one brings us to the next task we're going to do. So let's go back to IntelliJ and get this one fixed. All right. So now coming back to IntelliJ, we're going to work on the problem on how we can actually return the image and the product back to the caller, the user, right? And before we move ahead, I just want to call your attention right here. So in the course of your loading images, if you're having problems with loading image, I just want you to do something here. For example, if you have any problem, like maybe the image you are trying to upload, if you have problem of maybe the image is too large, you can just come here. There are some configurations you can come here to do. I'm just going to give this space right here. And I'm going to pull in these two configurations right here, these two lines of code right here. So this one, you can actually set the maximum file you want. For example, I can just set this one to 5 MB as my maximum. And the threshold right here, I can just also set it to 5 MB right here. So in case you're having problem with image upload, maybe the size of images, you can actually come here to control the size of image you can upload in your system to avoid too much of space consumption, right? So that's that. So now I'm just going to close this, and remember that once again, that this line of code right here, this Hibernate DDL auto right here is on update, so that you don't lost all the data, or the product you have in your database, right? Don't let it be on create. Make sure it's on update. Okay. So now let's close this. So the next we're going to do right here. Now remember last time when we were doing the controller, when we were implementing the services, we created something called DTO, right? This right here. So we created image DTO. So if you look here, we have the image ID, we have the image name, we have the download, which is the URL. And that is the reason why we're actually getting, last time, that is the reason why we're actually getting all those things right from, that's where we're getting the URL after the image has been saved. And if you go here, we see that when the image has been saved here, so when the image was saved, we actually return the saved URL using the image DTO. So this is the URL we constructed last time. So that is what that is why we are able to actually download the image after the saving, right? So now we are going to do exactly the same thing. We are going to create a product DTO, and we're going to specify what we're going to return back to the user. And remember that if we go right here to the product, let's go to the product model. Right here, so we can see that this product actually has category and some other things, and the product has image, it has other things. Now using the product directly, it means we are actually trying to return this one right here, and this is not what we are trying to return. What we are trying to return actually is the URL of the image we are trying to return. So that is where we are having internal server error, because we need to do some conversion before we can actually return this image back to the user, right? So what we're just going to do right now, I'm going to copy everything we have here. I'm going to copy everything we have right here down to this last time we created here. Let's go to the DTO. So right here, I think I created a DTO right here, product DTO last time. Maybe we created last time together. I forgot, but this one is a product DTO. So what I'm just going to do right here, I'm going to paste all the attributes we need right here, the attributes we need to return to the caller. And then I'm going to remove all these annotations. And also, I'm just going to remove these annotations right here. So now, instead of us returning this image, we're going to return the image DTO. So we're going to return the image DTO right here, right? So that we are going to return, this is the information we are returning to the user, not the real image, okay? So now let's go back. Where is it? So I'm just going to, let me close some of this. Let me close this. So now let me close this, and also okay, we're going to leave this one for a moment. So this is the DTO. So now let's go right here to have the Lombok annotation at data. Right here. And then also, I think we're just going to leave this one for now. So let's go back to our product controller. Actually, our product service. Let's go to our product service. This service right here. So right here, we have the product service, and let's go to the controller. So now you see that this is the endpoint that is giving us all the product, right? And you can see here that we are returning the product model directly to the user. So that's where we're having that problem. So now instead of us returning these products directly, we are going to return the product DTO. So we're going to return the product DTO. But meanwhile, this one is not going to work like this. Rather, we are going to convert this product we got from the back end, from the service layer. We are going to convert this product right here to the product DTO before we return it back to the server, right, to the caller, right? Now, for us to be able to convert this product to DTO, so we're going to need a dependency called model mapper. So now let's go to our product service right here. So we're going to come up right here to pull in the dependency. We're going to say private. Then we're going to bring in a dependency called model mapper, this one right here. Yeah. Meanwhile, we need to get this dependency right in our POM file. You can see right here we are not getting it from here. So for that, we're going to go to our POM file. I'm going to open up our POM file. So we're going to have a dependency right here called model mapper right here. So you can see that these are the few dependencies we have gotten before right here. So now we are going to we're going to pull in another dependency. So for that, we're just going to let's go to our browser. So right here, I'm going to come here to say model mapper. So I'm going to type model mapper Spring Boot dependency. I'm just going to click on enter. So right here, this is model mapper website. So let's go right here. And here, the first one we're going to see here, we're going to see this dependency right here, right? So I'm just going to copy all this one here. And then let's move back to our project. So I'm going to just scroll down, scroll down under this web right here. So I'm going to bring it in, just going to paste it. So after that, we're going to, but meanwhile, I'm going to need the version of 2.4.4. That's what the version I'm going to use. So now let's reload. Let's update our POM file by reloading. Just click on that V there and reload. So let's wait a while this one actually gets downloaded. So now we can see that our dependency is downloaded and everything is okay. But now we can just put this one right here to extract this one. So let's extract the properties right here. And this is one of the best way to actually take care of our property version, that the version of our dependencies. So if we go up right here, we're going to see that we have we're going to have something called property right here. So we have property right here. And here inside the property right here, you're going to see that we have two properties right here already. We have Java 17, that is Java version we're using is 17, and the model mapper version we're using is 2.4.2.4, right? And that is what we're doing right now. So now let's reload. Let's reload again. So you see that everything is okay. So now let's go back. I'm just going to close this one right now. So let's go back to our product service. So I'm going to come here to bring in the model mapper. So let's bring in private, final. So we're going to say model mapper. Yeah, this one right here. And then see right here, we are having a problem right here. It said it cannot auto wire, no bin found. So now we're going to create a bin for this model mapper so that we can actually inject it, right? So for that, let's open up our project. And now I'm going to let's go back to our main package. I'm going to right click and then I'm going to create a new package. So this package, I'm going to call it config. So we're going to call it config. And inside this config, we're going to create a new class. So this one I'm going to call shop config, shop. So I'm going to call this one shop config right here. And I'm going to close this one. So the next thing we're going to do, I'm just going to zoom in a little bit. So this one here is going to be a configuration class where we're going to be defining our bins, right? So let's make it a config. So we're going to say add configuration, this one right here. And then let's come here to actually define the bin. So this bin, remember that every bin must be public. There's no bin should be defined private, right? So we're going to say public model mapper, this one right here. And then we're just going to return the new object of this, return new model mapper. Then we're going to annotate it with the bin annotation to make sure it's a bin, right? So this is just all we need to do right here. So let's go back to our product service. So we see that this error has gone away. So now we're just going to scroll below. We're going to scroll down. So down below here, we're going to create a service that will actually do this conversion for us. So we're going to have public product DTO. So I'm going to say this one, we're going to call this one, I'm just going to call the name of this method convert to DTO. Convert to DTO. And then we're going to get the product object. So the first thing we're going to do right here is just to get the product DTO and convert all this product right here to the product DTO right here. So the next thing we're going to do right here, we're going to get the list of images that are saved, that is the list of images that are associated with this product. So here we're just going to have list of images, but meanwhile this one we're just going to say product DTO, that's image DTO, sorry, image repository dot find by product ID. Now this query right here, remember last time, let's go back to my SQL Workbench. So now this one is the image table, and see that this image table actually contain a column called a product ID right here. So when this product is requested, the query is going to come here. JP is going to Hibernate is going to come here to actually download this image based on the product ID that is required, right? So that is the JPA finder method that we are writing right now. Find by product ID right here that we're writing. So here we get this one right here to say images, like the list of images. They will just find the list of images with the product ID, and we're going to download all of them. So after downloading them right here, then we're going to convert these images to the image DTO. Remember that the image DTO, let's just go here so I can show you. So let's have the list of image DTO. Image, this one right here. So this one I'm going to call image DTOs. Now remember that this image DTO right here has just these few attributes that we're actually returning as the image. So we're returning the image ID, the image name, and the image URL. Actually, we can just also come here to return whatever I want to return. Maybe we just want to return the type, which is the content type. Any information you want to return from the image, you just include them right here, right? But now we just want to return the name of the image and the URL of the image, the ID, right? So that is just what we're returning here right now. And so now we're going to convert these images we've gotten to this image DTO, because if you remember that this image right here contains the binary data of the byte data of the image, right? So we're not going to get this byte data at the moment. So we're just going to get the image DTO. We're just going to convert the image to the attribute we have in the image DTO and return back along with the product that is being requested for. So here we're just going to say images equals images.stream. Then we're going to say .map. So we're going to have image, and in here we're just going to call the model mapper .map, and then we're going to pass in the image, and we're going to pass the image DTO, this one right here. Then we're going to say .class. So that's all. Then the next thing we're going to do right here is just to collect them into a list, because we're actually getting the list of these images. So this is just all we need to do right here to convert our image to image DTO. But I'm just going to break this down somewhere. Let me break this one down, and let me break it down right here. So after this, now what we just need to do again is to just we're going to come right here. So after this, now we're just going to come under here and call the product DTO. So we're going to say product DTO to set images to this image DTO right here. Then we're just going to return the product DTO, return product DTO. So this is just all we need to do right here to actually convert our images to get our product with our image. So now let's pull this one up. Let's just say override, and we're going to pull it up to the interface level so we can get access to it from the controller, right? Now there's something else I want to do right here. So I just want to create another util. I don't want to use this one directly at the front end. So I just want to create another one right here. So I'm going to say public. But meanwhile, you can use this one direct. But for me, I just want to create another one that I want to use, right? So I'm just going to say public list. So this one is going to be the list of product DTO. So we're going to say product DTO. And here I'm going to call this one get converted products. You call this one products. Get converted products. And then I'm going to pass the list of products right in here. Yeah, so list of products, that's correct. And in here, I'm just going to return. I'm not going to do this. So now I'm just going to return. So I'm going to return products. Product stream. So we're just going to say .map. Then inside here, we're going to call this convert to DTO that we have down there. So we're just going to say map this, and we're just going to call this one right here. And then we're going to collect it to list, and then we're just going to terminate. And also, I'm going to pull this one to the interface level so we can get access to it over there. So I'm just going to say override, and then I'm going to pull it up. Yeah, so that's just all we need to do right here. So the next thing we're going to do right here, we're going to move to the product controller. So now this is the endpoint that is giving us all the product, right? And you see that we are actually returning the raw product, the raw model back to the front end. So now we're just going to come right here to get the list, or instead of getting the product, the main product, we also get the list of converted product, right? So here we're going to say list of converted products, which is list of product DTO. So we're going to choose this one right here. And we're going to call this a converted product, converted products. So I'm going to say equals service. Let's just product service. So equals product service dot get converted products right here, and we're just going to pass in the products that we have done. We have already gotten right here, and then we're going to replace this product with the converted product right here. So that's all we just need to do. And after this, now we're just going to move down. Let's find the method that is the endpoint that is getting a product by ID. This one right here. So get product by ID. So instead of us returning this product, we're going to return the converted product. So let's say I'm just going to say product. Maybe I'm just going to use, let me just use the var keyword right here. So I'm going to say product repository, product DTO equals product service. I know what's wrong with my keyboard. So we're going to say equals product service right here, and dot. So this one we're going to use one right here because we're actually getting a single product, right? So then we're going to pass in the products right here, and so we're going to pass the DTO right here instead of, yeah. So we're going to return the DTO. This one right here, you can just use it. You can just actually put it here. You can use it anywhere, provided you know the rules of using this. But meanwhile, I just want to make it clear. Let me just make it clear. So this one is a kind of product DTO, right? This is actually product DTO right here. So let me just make it clear so you don't get confused. Okay, so that's just all we need to do right here. So that means this one we are doing right here, this conversion we are doing right here, we have to paste this ones right here to everywhere we are getting product, right? So now we are actually getting we are deleting product right here. So we are getting up product right here. So also we're going to convert this one that we've gotten. We're also going to convert them. So instead of returning the wrong one that will give us problem, we're just going to return the converted one right here, right? So we're just going to come here and paste it here. That's all. So you can just iterate through all these ones right here and actually return the converted product instead of returning this wrong one. So just iterate through and just convert them to the return the converted product in all these endpoints right here. So now that we have getting this done, let's run our project again. Let's rerun it and go to Postman to actually test it if it works or not. All right, so our project has started. So let's go here. So now let's get this product with ID number 3. So here we are having Stack Overflow somewhere. Let's stop our server. Okay, so we're actually having let's see. So actually it works, but we're having Stack Overflow. So now we get the product and we get the product category, and the category is getting the product again. Okay, I know. So here, let's remove this. So let's go to the product category. Sorry. Yeah, let's go to the category model. So right here, this is the product model right here, the category model. So this is where the problem is coming from here. So now we are getting this category. The product is getting this category, and the category is getting the product. So they are getting each other, right? So we're going to break the loop right here. So we're just going to say JSON ignore. We're going to use this annotation right here called JSON ignore to actually break the loop. So we are just telling the category that, look, when we are calling you, don't bother to call this product right here because the product is the one calling you. So you don't need to call the product anymore. So we just break the loop right here. So let's run it again and go back to Postman and see what we got. And so the project has started running again. So let's go right here and let's send this again. Oh yeah, so we see that this is broken. And now you see that we've gotten our project, our product with the image. So now we get the product. So the product ID, the name of the product is refrigerator. So the brand is LG, the price is 200, which is the unit price. And the inventory, right, we have 15 of them. And the description is this. So the category is electronics. Now, again, you can go to the category DTO, and if you don't want to return this ID, you just go to the category, you just create a DTO for the category and return only the name through the DTO. So instead of returning the whole category, you just return only the name, right? And here we are actually getting the images that are associated with that product right here. So we have 2 images that are uploaded for that product right here. And now let's save. I'm going to save this. So now let's get all products. Oh my, I've made a mistake right here. This is get all product. Actually, I've saved it to get. But meanwhile, it's not a problem. We can actually get this rectified. So let's actually get all products right here. And so here we have gotten all products. So you see that this one right here, the product with ID number 3 has images, but other products has no images. So we have Samsung, it has no images. So you can see that our product now we can actually upload, we can save product and we can upload multiple files to one product, and we can actually get the product alongside with their images. And also we can just click here and just get this image downloaded right here. So we actually see. Okay, so now we see that we have taken a lot of time doing this, and so let's move to the next task. All right. I hope you have replaced all the endpoints to actually to return the converted images, the converted products. Because for me, I have done mine. Because like here, for example, all the ones that are returning list, we just use the one we use right here. Because this one right here that is getting all the product is actually returning a list of converted, right? So for all the ones, for all the endpoints that are returning list here, we use the same thing up there. Then for all the ones that are returning single, we actually use this one that is returning a single product right here. This one is returning a single product. And for that is being used right here because this one is returning a single product after the creation of the product. And this one also is returning a single product after the update of the product, right? So this one is not returning anything. This one is returning a list of product, right? So but what I just did right here, I'm going to cut it from here and put it here. So after the check, so this one is going to do this call after the check. So if this one is empty, there's no point of making this call. It's just going to come here. But if it's not empty, it's going to make this call, right? So that is what I did all through right here. So just do yours, and you can just get the code and just get your comparison, right? All right. So having said this right now, our next task, so let's go to our browser and see our next task. And so right here, we have the cart entity right here, which is the cart entity class. So right here is a simple diagram that I just want to use to illustrate. So there's no point of drawing too much of too complex a diagram, right? So we just want to make it simple with PowerPoint. So right here, we have a cart, and we have cart item, and we have product right here. So here we say one cart, right? That's one to many. So one cart has a number of items, right? You can have many items in one cart. So that's why we have a cart has a cart item right here. And now a cart item is a product right here. So each cat item represents a product. Might be Samsung, might be Apple, might be LG, might be anything, right? But a cat item is a product right here. So we are going to go back to IntelliJ and create this. We're going to work with these two classes. Remember, we are finished with this product right here. So in this video, we are going to work with this cat entity and this cat item entity. So we're going to go back to IntelliJ and actually model this out and see how it goes. So let's move down there. So back to IntelliJ, I just want to right click on this and close all tabs. So let's go inside our project. So inside this model package right here, I'm just going to right click and create, we're going to create two new classes. So the first one is going to be the cat, and the second one is going to be the cat item. So I'm going to say cat item, sorry, this cat item right here. All right, so now let's go inside the cat. So let's close this. So here is the cat. And then we're just going to say the cat is going to have an ID. So we're going to say private long ID. And the cat is going to have total price. Let's say private. And this one is going to be big decimal. They're going to say total amount. We're just going to say, we're going to call this one amount. Total amount. And now the cat is going to have cat items, right? So we're going to say private. Set of cat items, and so this is just all we're going to do. And we're just going to come up right here and say this one is an entity in the database by just pulling in these annotations. And now we're going to define the primary key, which is the ID, and we're going to define the generated strategy right here. So we're going to say strategy. So I'm just going to say identity, this one right here. So this is just all we need. And now what we just need to do right here, we're going to say that this cat is one to many. So one cat to many items. So we're going to say at one to many, this one right here. And then we're just going to map by cat. We're going to define this one in a moment. And then we're just going to cascade.all. So cascade.all, so that when a cat is deleted, all the cat items is going to be deleted as well, right? So then we're going to have the orphan remover set to true right here, so that if there's any cat items that is not referenced to by any cat, is going to be removed. So this is just all we need to do here right now. But meanwhile, I just want to initialize this one. Let's give it a default value of 0. This one right here. Oh, sorry. It's a big decimal, so let's give it default value of 0 right here. So now let's move to the cat items to actually to declare what we need inside this cat item right here. So right here, the cat item also is going to have an ID. We're just going to say this one is long, so type long ID. And the next thing right here, we're going to have the cat is going to have a product, right? Because each cat item is actually a product. So we're just going to have it as product right here. And then the cat is going to have the cat ID. And also it's going to have quantity. Let me just pick this quantity first. And the cat is going to have, so let's say private. And we're going to have big decimal. Oh, sorry, big decimal. So it's going to have a unit price, and also it's going to have total price. So we're going to have private, big decimal, total price, this one right here. And then we're going to have the cat. The cat item is going to have the cat ID. So let's say private, cat, and we're just going to say cat. Sorry, this is cat right here. So this is just all we need to do right here. So now let's set up the relationship. So we said that one cat has many items, which means many items belong to one cat, right? So this one right here, we're going to say at many to 1. And this one right here, we're just going to set the cascade also. I'm going to set the cascade.all. And then that's just what we just need to do right here. Then we're going to set the adjoint column, the column that is going to join it together with the cart. So we're going to say adjoint column right here. Then we're going to set this name, joint column right here. So we're going to say name. So the name of the column that is going to join them together, we're going to just call it cart ID. So it's going to be cart ID right here. So that's just all we need to do. And then we're going to come up here to say that the product actually has many products to one cart, which is many cart items to one cart, right? So now we're going to say at many to one, which means many items to one product. And so here we're going to set the relationship between the cart item and the product. So we just want to say, okay, many cart item, one product can be of many cart items, right? So this one here is also going to have a relationship of many to one. So let's say at many to one right here, and then we're just going to go down here to actually set. We're going to set the joint column. So this one, we're going to say the name of this column, we're going to give it as product ID actually, product. So we're going to say the name of this column is going to be product ID. So the cart is going to have the product ID and the cart ID. But meanwhile, let me just bring down this relationship to stay near each other. So right here, I'm just going to put this one right here, and I'm going to clean this space to move these ones up. All right, so this is just all we need to do here. Then we're just going to go here to just pull in the same annotations, just like we have done here. So I'm just going to grab these annotations and bring them down here and put them down. And so we're going to define the primary key as usual. So we're going to say ID, and we're going to specify the generation strategy right here. So this is just all we need to do for now. And then we're going to come down right here. So we're just going to calculate, we're going to set this total price right here. We're going to get a method that will actually set this total price right here based on the unit and the quantity right here, all right? So here we're just going to come down right here and say public, what is the public void? Then we're going to say set total price, this one right here. And meanwhile, this one actually we're not going to give any parameters right here. We're just going to remove it. So this one here, we're just going to say, okay, this dot total price, just like the suggestion right here, this is very correct. This is exactly what I wanted to do. So here we're just going to say, okay, this dot total price equals so this one right here, we don't really want to get this one right here. We just want to get the unit, which is the unit price right here. So we're just going to say this dot unit price equals this dot unit price, this one right here. So we just want to multiply the unit price with the quantity that is picked, right, to get the total price. So we're just setting it right here. So this is how we're going to make use of it later in the course. So now I think we have done with this one right here. Now we have done with this cart entity, right? So let's move to the next video. All right, so now that we have done with the cart and cart item entities implementations, so now we're going to start implementing the services. So I'm just going to close this two right here. And then we're going to scroll down to this service, the service package. Then we're going to create a new package right here. And then we're going to call this package cart. So inside this cart, we're going to right click and create a new class, cart service. But meanwhile, I'm just going to grab this name and hit on enter. So then I'm going to create an interface for this service. As custom, I like prefacing my interface with I before the name of the service to denote interface, right? So I'm just going to do the same thing and hit on enter. So I'm just going to create the interface, which is the cart item service. And also I'm going to grab this, enter, and then create the interface for it. Yeah. All right, so let's push this down and let's go. So now the first one, I'm going to close this down for now. So the first one we're going to do right here, we're going to start implementing this CRUD service. So we're going to just to open up the interface, and we're going to register all the methods we're going to be using right here. So the first one we're going to do right here is the one to get the CRUD by ID. So we're just going to say CRUD. We're just going to say get CRUD, this one right here. But we're going to have the ID of the CRUD. So we're going to say long ID. And the next one right here is the one to clear the CRUD. So we're going to say void clear CRUD. Also, we're going to have the ID. And then we're going to have the one to calculate the total amount for the CRUD. Let's say big decimal. Get total price for the CRUD, right? As this is just the three. These are the three methods we need right now. So let's move back to this the CRUD service and implement the interface we've just created. So let's implement it and pull in all the methods that we've gotten over there. All right. So now let's make this one a service so as to make it a Spring Bean, and let's bring in the annotation to help us get constructor injection. So we're going to bring in the interface. We use the CRUD repository that will actually help us to as a dependency right here. So here, this one is the CRUD repository. Here is it right here. And I'm going to close this. So we're just going to come here to return, which is the first method we're going to implement right here is the one to get the CRUD. So we're just going to say, I'm just going to come right here to say CRUD equals repository dot find by ID. But right here we're going to throw a custom message. If the CRUD doesn't exist, we're just going to say throw a message right here. Just going to terminate. And I'm going to break this down. Remember last time we have created our own custom class already. So we're just going to use our custom resource not found exception class that we've created. So this one is done. And after that, when getting the CRUD, we're going to also set the total price of that CRUD, which is if that CRUD contains items, then we're also going to pull out the total price that is in that CRUD, right? So here we're just going to come here to say CRUD.set total amount. Then we're just going to so this total amount right here. This total amount right here is this is not what we want to do actually. So we'll have to create a variable right here to actually get the total amount. So we're going to say total amount equals CRUD.get total amount. Now, if we go to the CRUD right here, we see last time we have a property called total amount, and this total amount right here we actually update it right here, right? It's been updated already, so we are just getting the total amount when the CRUD is requested, right? So we'll get the total amount, then we're going to set CRUD.set total amount, then we're going to set it to the total amount we have gotten up there. So there's no point of all this. I'm just going to remove all this, and we're going to just set it to the total amount we have gotten there. Then after that, we're going to after all these updates, then we're going to save the CRUD before actually getting it, right? So here we're just going to say return repository.save. Save the CRUD right here. So this is just all we need to do. So the next one we're going to do right here is the one to clear the CRUD. So as usual, we're just going to come here. The first thing we're going to do is to get the CRUD by ID. Then when the CRUD is gotten, then the first thing we're going to do right here is to clear all the items in the CRUD, right? Then after that, we're going to delete the CRUD. So let's go up right here to get the cartItem repository. Final cartItem. This one actually, okay, I think we've not gotten, wait, let's go. This is going to be repository. Okay, we've not created the repository, cartItem repository. Let's see if IntelliJ will help us. I trust IntelliJ. So this is cartItem repository. So let's go here and create. Okay, that's correct. So we're just going to say we are creating this one here for the cartItem, and we are going to put this one inside the repository package right here. And we're going to hit on OK and hit on OK one more time, and then it's been created for us. So I'm just going to close it for now. And so what the first thing we're going to do right here, after getting the cart, we're going to clear all the items inside. So we're going to say cartItem repository dot delete all. This one is a custom JPA finder method that we are trying to combine right here. So we're going to say we're going to delete all the items using the cart ID, right? So we're going to say delete all by cart. Delete all by cart ID. Then we're going to pass in the cart ID we have above. And after that, now we're going to call the cart to clear from its own side. We'll say cart.getItems.clear. So we're going to clear the item. Then after that, now we're going to delete the item. We're going to delete the cart by ID. So we're going to say cart.delete delete by ID. Actually, it is cart repository. Then we're going to pass in the ID up there. So this one is going to be cart repository. Yeah, delete by ID. Then now let's create this custom method inside this repository right here. So you see that there's no noise, it's not making noise right here, because actually if we go right here, if we go inside this cartItem, we have a property called cart right here. And this cart right here, actually if we go here, you see that this cart has an ID. So that is the combination we did right here to actually get it deleted. That is where is it? Let me close this so to avoid confusion. So that was what we did right here. The combination of JPA finder method we actually did right here, right? So now we're done with this. Now the last one we're going to create for now is the one to calculate the total price in the cart. So as usual, the first thing we're going to do right here is to get the cart by ID. That's correct. And then we're just going to return cart dot get items, get items, yeah, dot stream dot map, and in here we're going to get items, which is the cart items right here. And then we're just going to method reference right here to avoid long story. So I'm just going to say cartItem right here, item, and we're going to method reference to get the total price. So we're just going to say get total price, this one right here. And after that, now we're going to come here to reduce. Oh, so let me break it down, break down right here, and also going to break it down right here. So what we just did right here, we just iterate where getting the total price. We just iterate through all the items in the cart, and we get all their total price, accumulate them together, and set them as total price right here. And all right, but now if you take note right here, this total price we're getting right here, if you go up, you see somewhere, we see here we are also getting the same total amount right here, right? And that is the same total amount we're getting right here. Now the reason why I'm creating this so that whenever the total amount of the cart is needed somewhere, we just go to the service to bring it, right? But meanwhile, remember that the way we get it right here, we've already calculated this total amount right here. Is the total amount we try to get, and here we have already updated the total amount here already, right? So this is the same way. This implementation we did right here was the same thing we are doing right here right now in a shorter way, right? So that is to say, we can just replace this implementation with the total amount we get update, which is like this one right here, right? So for that, now we're just going to replace all this, and we're just going to say cat.get total amount. So this one is the same thing, right? Okay, so now we are done with this. So let's move. Before we go to the controller, we're going to go to the cartItem to actually implement the cartItem services. So see you there. All right, so now that we have done with the cart service implementation, so the next thing we're going to do here is to implement the cartItem service. So I'm just going to, let me just right click on all this for now and close all tabs. So here we're going to come inside the service and open up the cart service right here, which is the cartItem service actually. So this one is the interface. So we're just going to register the methods as usual that we're going to use. So we're going to have in here, we're going to have add item to cart. We're going to have remove item from cart, and we're going to have update item quantity, right? So these are the three methods we're going to have right here. So let's go. So I'm going to say add cart item. So this one, okay. Okay, this one is correct actually. So I'm just going to make this name like add item to cart. So it's the same thing. I just want to make it reverse. So here we're going to have the cart ID, the product ID, and the quantity we're going to add. So here I'm just going to say long. So this one I'm going to say cart ID, so we can differentiate between the IDs. So we're going to have product ID, and then we're going to have int quantity. So these are the three things we need right here. So the next one is the one to remove item from cart. That's correct. So this time around we need the cart ID and the product ID as IntelliJ suggested. Then the next one here is to update the quantity. Let's see. Okay, no suggestion this time. So let's see void. Yes, update item quantity. Then we have the cart ID, the product ID, and the quantity that we're going to update. So this one is correct. So let's go to the service and implement all these classes, all these methods. So right here, we're just going to come here and so as usual, we're going to implement the cartItem service and pull in all the methods we'll define in there. So this is service class. Let's make a service, and we are going to need constructor injector, right? So we're going to inject by construction, by constructor. So we're going to have this annotation right here to help us do the injection. Then we're going to have the repository, cartItem repository, that is correct. And also here, we're going to have the product repository this time around. But meanwhile, I think I'm going to use the product service. So here we're going to have final iProduct service, this one right here. Then we're going to call it product service. All right, so these are just the things we need right here. So let's go down and start the implementation one after the other. So the first one we're going to implement right here is the one to add item to cart. I'm just going to quickly list the steps we're going to take right here. So 1, get the cart. Then 2, get the product. And 3, check if the product, which is the item, already exists, it's already in the cart. Then 4, if yes, then increase the quantity, the quantity with the requested quantity. But if no, If no, then initiate a new cartItem entry, a new cartItem entry. Yeah, so these are the steps that we're going to take to actually add an item to the cart. So the first one right here is to get the cart. So let's get the cart. And meanwhile, this is not what I want to do. So we just want to say cart equals. So for that, we're going to get the cart service right here. So we're going to say cart private iCart service. We're going to have it right here. And so we're just going to do this import first. So we're going to say cart service, service. Yeah, we're going to say cart service dot get cart by ID. Then after that, we're going to have the product to actually get the product by ID, just like so. Then after that, now we're going to go to the next step. So we're going to now check if this product already exists, right? So here we're just going to say cartItem. cartItem. So this one, I'm just going to say cartItem as well. Equals cart dot get items dot iterate. I'm going to stream it. Stream dot filter. Then we're going to filter. And then inside the filter, we're going to get item. We're just going to call this one item. Item.get product. So we're going to say item.get product. So let me just break this one down so we'll see what we're doing clearly. Stream, filter, find first. So what we did right here is that, so we just want to say item.get product, but meanwhile, we don't want to compare the whole of the product because that will take another process. So we're going to just compare the ID of the product. So here we're going to say .get ID. So we're going to compare the product using the ID right here. And then after that, now we're just going to find first. And if the item, if this item is not already exist, then we're just going to initiate a new cartItem right here. So we're going to say new cartItem right here. And here we are having a kind of result is, so what? Result equal is always false. Okay. So let's go here. So, okay. Yeah. So here we're going to say product ID. That is up there. Yeah, this one right here. So we're actually comparing the product ID with this one that is up right here. So after this, now we're going to just say, okay, we're going to check if the product is not found, then we're going to come right here. So we're going to say if, actually, we're going to compare this one with the ID. So if the get ID, yeah, get ID equals none, then we're just going to initiate a new entry as we said. So we're going to just say cartItem.set product. Then we're going to set the quantity and also we're going to set the cart. So we'll say cartItem, this item actually, dot set cart. Sorry, this is set cart. Then the cart. But meanwhile, I want to put this one up. Let me put this one up right here. Here. So after this, now that we're going to set the unit price of this product. So we're going to say cartItem.set, set the unit price. Then we're going to get the product.get price right here. So, but if the product is found, we're just going to come right here. If the product is found, then we're just going to increase the quantity with the one we've gotten before. So here we're just going to say cartItem.set quantity, and then we're going to come in here to grab the existing quantity and add with the new quantity. So here we're just going to say cartItem, cartItem.get quantity. Then we're going to add it to the requested quantity, which is the one that is up right here. This one right here. Okay, so this is just all we need to add new item. Then after this, now we're going to come right here. We're going to come down right here to actually set the total price for the cart item, right? So we're going to say cart item dot set, sorry, dot set total price right here, and then we're just going to come down right here to add the item, the cart item to the cart. So we're going to say cart dot add cart, then we're going to add the cart item. Then after adding the item, then we're going to save both the cart item and the cart. So here we're going to say cart item repository dot save, then also we're going to save the cart. So we're going to say cart repository dot save. So we're going to save in the cart. No, this one is cart actually, though we don't have it right here. We're going to bring it in a moment. So we're just going to say this one is the cart right here, save it. So now let's go up here to bring in the cart repository. So I'm going to say private final cart repository, this one. So this is just all we need to do right here to add a new item to the cart right here. All right, so a quick rundown of what we just did right here is what we've explained right here already, right? So here we get the cart, right here, and we get the product. Then after that, we iterate, we check if the product already exists by comparing by comparing all the items inside the cart with this ID right here. So if this ID, if we don't find any item that corresponds with this ID, then here we're just going to initiate a new cart item right here, right? But if we find one, if this ID already exists in the cart, then we're just going to come right here to get the quantity that is requested and add it and get the existing quantity. This one is the existing quantity. Then we're going to add it to the new quantity that is requested. Then after that, we're going to recalculate the price, the total price of the item again. Remember that this one right here is the method that we have implemented inside this cart entity already. So this one right here, we've already set the total price of the item. So we get the unit price times the quantity, right? To give us the total price right here. So that is what we just did right here. So we calculate everything to get the new update for the total price. Then after that, we add the item to the cart. Then we save the cart item and also we save the cart, right? So that is just what we did right here. Now, the next thing we're going to do right here is to implement the one to actually remove item from the product. So straightforward, the first thing we're going to do right here is to actually get this cart to make sure this cart exists. So we're just going to go right here to just do the same thing, get the cart. And after that, we're going to iterate through the product, right? So we're going to say cart item. Remember, cart item is a product, right? Don't forget. So we're just going to say item to remove. So we're going to say item to remove equals, then we're going to iterate through all the product inside the cart. So we're going to say cart dot get items dot stream. We're going to iterate through. So we're going to say dot stream dot filter, and let's break this one down. Let's break it down and break it down from here. So here we just iterate through all this now to actually get to check if that product, if that ID here, we're going to find, we're iterating through the product, right? And we are checking the product to get the product that corresponds with this ID right here, right? So if this product is found, then we're going to grab it. But if the product is not found, actually we're just going to declare a message right here. We're going to throw a message. So for that, I'm going to say OS throw, because we need something to catch at the front end to tell the user what is happening, right? So here we're just going to say, sorry, that's not what we'll do. So we're going to throw new resource not found. So we're going to say resource not found exception. So we're just going to say product not found actually. So we're going to say product not found. Now, if the product is found, we're just going to come here. So if the product is found, we're just going to come here to call the cart. So we're going to say cat.remove. And again, this remove right here is what is the method we define right here inside the cat entity right here, right? This is the cat right here, and this is the method we define to actually remove a product, an item from the cat, right? So that is the method we are actually calling right here to do the job for us. Then when that is done, we're going to save the cat again to save the update. So we're just going to say cat repository .save. Then we're going to save, sorry. And then we're going to save back the cat. So this is just all we need to do right here to remove item from the cat. All right, so the next one we're going to do right here is the one to update the item quantity. So the first step is to get the cat. Then we're going to iterate through all the items in the cat. So we're going to say, this one is get item. Get items dot string dot filter dot find first. Let's break it down so we can see everything we're doing here and here. So now if the item is present, we're just going to come right here to say item.set quantity, just like this. Then we're going to say item.set item.set. So we're going to set the unit price of the item, set unit price, right? Sorry, unit price. And then we're just going to say item dot get product dot get price, so right here. And after that, we're just going to say we're going to set the total price again. So we're going to say item dot set total price, and we get the total price right here. And but meanwhile, yeah, that's okay. So now if the item does exist, we're just going to, if it is found, that we're just going to set the attribute right here. Then after that, which means if it exists, we're going to set the quantity, then we're going to set the price. Then after that, we're going to set the total price again. Remember, this is the same method we have set right here. So the total price is basically the unit price times the quantity, right? So that is the total price we are actually getting right here. So we set the price times quantity to get the total price, right? And then we're just going to come here to end this statement right here. Then after that, now we're going to get the total amount. So we're just going to say big decimal. Then we're going to say total amount, total amount. Now remember that updating the quantity of the cat means it might be reducing, it might be increasing, right? So if we remove item, the quantity is going to reduce. If we add item, the quantity is going to increase. So anytime item is being removed, we're going to recalculate the amount. And anytime an item is being added, we're going to recalculate the amount. So that is just what we try to do right here. So this one now, we're just going to say, okay, cat.get. So we're just going to get, remember we get this amount already calculated in our cat. So we're just going to say, okay, equals cat, this is cat actually, dot get total amount, which is the one we have gotten inside here already. This one right here, this total amount already that we have already set right here, right? So that is the same thing we are just doing here right now. And after that, now we're going to set the total amount. We're going to say cat dot set total amount. Then we're going to we're not doing this actually, we just IntelliJ is doing more than requested. So we're just going to say okay, total amount right here. And after that, now we're going to save the cat again to save the update. So we're just going to say cat repository dot save and save the cat. So this is just all we need to do right here to update the quantity of our products right inside the cat. So one thing I want to do right here is that I want to extract this implementation right here, so that anywhere in our project that we actually need this implementation, we're just going to take it from a specific method right here, a helper method right here. So what I just want to do right here, I'm going to come down. I'm going to actually copy this one right here. Then I'm going to come down here. So I'm going to say public. I'm making it public so that if there is anywhere we're going to need this implementation, in any other part of our project later, then we'll just call it from here, right? So here I'm going to say public, I'm going to say cartItem, and then I'm just going to call this one here get cartItem, and then we're going to pass in the cart ID and the here, so the cart ID and the product ID right here. So the first thing we're going to do here is to actually get the cart, just to get the cart. Then we're just going to return this implementation. So I'm just going to return, and then I'm going to just bring this one we copy from here, right? So I'm just going to say return cart.get items.get all this. So this one is a product. Remember, item is a product, like I always say, item is a product. So we just say, okay, item not found if it is not found. So then we're just going to come up right here. Now we're going to remove all this, and we're just going to say get cart item, and we're going to pass in the cart ID and the product ID, just like that. You see, this one actually makes it makes our method look so small and adhere to the single responsibility principle right here. So that's just all we need to do. But meanwhile, I would like to pull this one up in case we want to get access to it from the controller. We can actually get access to it. So here, I'm just going to pull it up to the interface level right here. So this is just all we need to do. I think this brought us to the end of our cartItem service implementations. So let's move to the next task. All right, so now that we have done implementing the cart service and the cartItem service, so the next one we're going to do here is to implement the controllers. So let's just right click and close all tabs, and let's open our project. So I'm going to scroll down to the controller. There's the controller package. So here I'm going to right click and create a new controller. So the first one we're going to implement right here is the cart controller. So I'm going to say cart controller. So here we're going to have cart controller and hit on enter. So I'm going to make this on widescreen. So let's zoom in a little bit. So the first thing we're going to do right here is to bring in the annotations. So we're going to say rest require a constructor for constructor injection. I'm going to bring the rest controller, and then we're going to bring in the request mapping. This one right here. So this one we're just going to say. So this one we're just going to say /carts right here, and then we're going to bring in the prefix, just the API prefix right here. So the only thing we're just going to need right here is the service dependency, but I'm going to take the interface. So I'm just going to prefix with I and do the import. All right. So the first endpoint we're going to create is the one to get cards by ID. So you just want to say public response entity API response. Then we're going to say get cards. And then we're going to pass in the cart ID, right? So just going to say cart ID, and then we're going to say this one is a path variable. All right, so we go in here, and we're just going to say cart equals service dot get cart by ID, and we're just going to pass in the cart ID. Then let's do the import. And so we say that if the cart is not found, we're just going to throw back exception, right? So just going to return. Now we're going to return OK, response entity dot OK, the body. And here we're just going to say new. No. We're going to define our message. So we're just going to say success, right? And we're just going to bring in the cart right here. And then we said if the cart is not found, we want to throw an exception right here. So we're just going to surround, we try and cache as usual. And then we're going to cache the resource not found exception here. So we're going to say resource not found exception. And then we're going to return the message from the back end. So we're going to say return not found. We're just going to say this one is .status. Status not found. Okay, let's go. not found, and then we're going to say dot body. So here we're just going to say e.getMessage, just for us to get the message we actually define at the service layer, right? And the second argument here is going to be none. So let me zoom out a little bit so we can see it clearly, and let's terminate right here. And let's do this constant import here. Okay, so we're going to say this one here is a get mapping. So we're going to say add get mapping right here. And then we're just going to come here to request for the ID of the cat. So we're going to say cat ID, and then we're going to say slash my cat. So this all we just need to do to get the cat, from the database, right? So the next one we're going to implement is the one to actually clear the cat. So we're just going to come here to say public. No. This public. Response entity. We're going to say, no, this one is, this one is clear. Clear cat. Yeah, clear cat. And then we're just going to get the cat ID right here. Let's remove this. And it's a path variable as well. So we're just going to say service, which is one right here, dot clear cat. And then we're just going to return success clear cat. We're going to say clear cat success, clear cat success. I'm going to put exclamation, right? So, and also we're going to say this one is a delete. It's a delete mapping because actually we are deleting all the items that are inside the cat, right? So we're going to say this one is a delete mapping. And also we're going to request for the ID of the cat right here. And then we're going to say clear. So here we're going to pass in the cat ID. So this is just all we need to do. This is all we need to do to clear the cards, right? So the last one we're going to do right here is the one to get the total price, which is the total amount of the card. So let's say public response entity API response. So we're going to say we're just going to say get total amount, get total amount right here. And we're just going to say big decimal because this amount is actually of type big decimal. Then we're going to say total price equals service dot get total price, pass in the ID, and then we're just going to return okay. And this one also we're going to say this one is a get request. So we'll say get sorry my bad. So here we're just going to say this one is a get request. So we're going to say get mapping, and also we're going to request for the ID of the cat. So we're going to say it's a path variable. Then we're going to say cat, right? And I'm going to say slash total. So we're going to say slash total price. And then we're going to have the cat ID here as the path variable as usual. All right, so this is just all we need to do right here. These are the 3 endpoints we have right here inside our cat controllers. But meanwhile, it seems if we go back to this, let's go back to the service, this cat service right here, and we're going to see that we're actually getting the cat, right? We get the cat first before any other operation. And this get cat actually is throwing a message right here. So, which means we need to cache this message right here as well. So let's just go here. So we're just going to surround this. We try and cache and actually cache the message. So let's just go here and say resource not found. We're going to say resource not found, exception right here. And here we're just going to say return e.getMessage. Yeah, that's correct. And the same thing we're going to do right here. Just highlight and shortcut right here, resource not found. And we're just going to do same, then we're going to return resource not found. All right, so this is just all we need to do right here. So these are the methods, the endpoints we have in our CAT controller right now. So if there are more, we're going to come back right later to actually get them added. Okay, so let's move to the next task. All right, so now we're done with the implementation of the CAT controller. So the next one we're going to do is the cartItem controller. So I'm just going to close this one. And then we're going to come back to the controller package. Where's the controller package? Right here. And then we're going to create a new controller. So I'm going to say cartItem controller. cartItem controller. And then I'm just going to close this. Meanwhile, I just want to do something right here. Let's borrow some things from here so it'll be faster. So I'm just going to grab these three annotations right here, and I'm going to come here to just put them down here. And then I'm just going to change this one to cart items. That's all. So let's bring in the dependency. Yeah, but meanwhile, we're going to take the interface from here. So let's say cartItem interface. Let's do the import. So the first one we're going to create right here is the one to add item to the cart. So let's say response entity, API response. And then we're going to say add item to, add item to cart. So we're going to have the cart ID, product ID, and the quantity, right? So here we're just going to say these three are going to be at request params. Request params, yeah, this one. So I'm just going to grab this, and I'm going to break this one down actually, and let's put this one right here. And then I'm going to break this down and just put this one right here. Just paste it here and get space. So this is just all we need to do. So here, I'm just going to go in here. So we're just going to call the cart service, cartItem service. Yeah, to just add the item to cart. Then we're going to return something, right? So just going to say return response entity dot OK. And we're just going to say item added to cart successfully. We're just going to say add item success. Yeah, no need of writing too much grammar here. So here we're just going to return, return none from here. Let's return none, right? Okay. And also we are catching no resource found exception right here in case the cart does not exist. So we're just going to catch the exception. So let's highlight this, and so let's say resource not found exception, and let's return it. So we're going to return this, and so we're just going to return resource not found exception, this one right here. But meanwhile, I'm just going to say status. The status right here. And I'm going to say not found. This is not found status. Not found right here. Dot body. Then we're just going to say e.getMessage, because we actually defined this message at the back end already. So at the service layer already. So we're just going to say e.getMessage, and the second argument or the parameter is going to be none, right? Actually, what is the difference between argument and parameter? There are differences anyway. Yeah. So this one right here is like parameter, right? Okay, cool. So this is just all we need to do. And we're going to say this one is a post request. So we're going to say post. And then we're just going to request the item. I'm going to come here to say item, and then we're going to say add. So this is just all we need to do right here. So let's move down to the next one that is going to help us to remove item from the cart. I'm going to close this space right here. We're going to say response entity, API response. So we're going to say remove item from cart, remove item from cart. And then we're going to request the cart ID and the item, which is the product ID, right? So we're going to say long cart ID, and we're going to say product ID. Product is same as the item, right? And so this one also, we're just going to say these two are going to be path variable. At path variable, and this one also is going to be a path variable. Yeah, and I'm going to zoom out a little bit. So going in here, we just want to call the cart service to do this for us. Remove item, that we're just going to return. Okay, and also because we are also getting the cart before removing the item, so we're also going to surround with try and catch and just say, okay, the cart is not found. So we're just going to return the message right here. So let's get the message that we've already defined at the back at the service layer. This one right here. Okay, so this is just all we need to do. But this one here, we're going to say it's a delete request because we're actually removing all the items from the cart, which means we are deleting all the items from the cart. So here we're just going to request the cart ID. We're going to say cart. Oh, sorry. This is a request part. It's a path variable. So we're going to say slash, and also we're going to have another one right here, and we're going to say slash, right? So the first one right here is going to take the cart ID here, and then we're going to come here and say item. We're going to say item and slash. Then we're going to say product ID, right? So we're going to say product ID, or we can just say item ID actually. Let's just make it uniform. We just say item ID, and for that we're going to change this one right here to item ID right here, and also it's going to come here to say item ID. So then here we're just going to say remove. So this is just all we need to do right here. And so this one will have cart slash ID slash, then we're just going to say cart right here. So we're just going to say cart ID, item ID, and remove. So the last one we're going to do here for now is the one to update the quantity, right? So let's go here. So we're going to say this is public actually. This is public. Yeah, public response entity. And this one here is, we're going to say update item quantity, item quantity, and then we're going to have the cart ID and every other one, the cart product and quantity. And also we're just going to say this one's here, we're going to pass this one as path variable. We're going to pass this 3. Let me just come on, let me just do some copy and paste here. So I'm going to say copy and paste, and this one I'm going to say paste. But this one here, the quantity, let me zoom out. So the quantity is going to be request param. So let's make the quantity a request param. Let me break it down so we can see it clearly. Break it down. Yeah, so these are just the 3 things we need, and straight away we're just going to call the service to actually get it done for us. So let's say service.update quantity, and then we're just going to return this. And also we're going to come here to do same thing. So we're going to say resource not found, and then we're just going to return. That's correct. So this one here we're going to say it's an update request, so it's going to be put, right? So let's put mapping here, and I was just going to say slash, let's double quote, we're going to say slash cart, and then we're going to say cart ID, Then we're going to say item, and then we're going to come here to say item ID, right? And then we're going to say slash update. So we're just going to say update. So we can see that it's actually following this pattern right here, right? So let's just go here to say cart ID. And here we're just going to say item ID, and we're just going to come here to get it updated, item ID, and here also we're going to get it updated. We're going to say item ID. All right, so this is just all we need to do right here. So these are the three endpoints right here we need to define in our cartItem controller for now. As usual, if there's any modifications, we always come here to get it done. All right, so far so good. We have got some things done. So let's move to the next task. All right, so now we have done with the implementation of the cart controller and the cartItem controller. So the next we're going to do in this video is actually we're going to run our project and test all these three endpoints we have created. But meanwhile, there's something I want to show you right here. So if you look, this is the endpoint that is actually adding a new item to cart. And here we are requesting for the cart ID, right? So how do we get this cart ID? So typically we need to get this cart ID from the authentication context. That's when a user logs in, we're going to initialize a new cart. If that user has no cart previously, then we're going to initialize a new cart and assign that cart ID with that user, right? So that user can actually add item to its cart. But currently we have not implemented the user entity. We have not implemented the user API in our project. So what we're just going to do here is we're going to create this cart ID manually for now, right? So for that, I'm going to go here. We're going to go to the cart service right here. Then up here, I'm going to say private. Final, we're going to have atomic. We're going to have atomic long. This one here, we're just going to set the initial value here to 0. Sorry, it is 0. But meanwhile, I just going to call this one cart ID generator, so that it will correspond to what we're doing right here. So I'm just going to say cart ID generator. Then after that, now we're going to come down right here to create a method that will actually do that for us. So I'm going to say public long initialize new cart. But this one here, I don't think we need to have anything right here. So I'm just going to go here to create a new object of a cart right here. And this one, I'm going to call it new cart, right? And then I'm going to come right here. So we're going to have, we're going to get the ID. So this one, I'm going to say long new cart ID. Yeah, new cart ID. Then we're going to use this, we're going to increment this one we've created right here. So now the initial value is 0. So when a new cart is initialized, it's going to be 1, right? So here we're just going to say new cart.increment and get. So after that, now we're just going to set this new cart to this ID right here. So we're going to say new cart.set ID equals this new cart ID. Then we're going to save. So we're just going to call the cart repository dot save the new cart, and then yeah, we're just going to return the ID of the new cart we have saved, right? So now we're going to come back right here to this controller. Then in here, we are going to check if this ID is none, right? If there is no cart ID that is provided with the request. So here, we're just going to say if. So we're going to say if cart ID equals none, equals none. And actually, we just don't want to go all the way here. We just want to say equals none. If there's no cart ID, then we just want to go right here to call. So for that, we're going to need the repository right here, which is the service right here. We're going to say private final cart. We're going to take from the interface iCart service right here. And then we're just going to come here to say cart service dot initialize. Okay, we are not getting it right here, so we're going to come here to pull it up to the interface level so we can actually get access to it from the from the controller, right? So let's pull it up here, and then let's go and get access to it. So just going to say .initialize new cards right here, and then we're just going to assign this one here. We're just going to assign this ID that's going to be initialized to this one right here. So for that, we're just going to say cart ID. Yeah, this cart ID right here, we're just going to say equals to this right here. So we just assign the ID that is initialized to this. So let's close it. Yeah, let's close the space here. And so that is how we are going to actually get our ID to include to this place right here. So now let's run our project to see what we got so far. So, but before we run our project, I'm just going to, let's check our property to make sure we don't lose what we got in our database. So here, this one is on update. So that's good. So let's close it. And now I'm going to clean up our project. So let's run Maven. Let's run some goals. So I'm just going to run Maven clean and install right here. I'm going to double click this to actually clean our project for us. So let's wait a few seconds while it runs. So we can see that our project is being cleaned up. It's running. Let's wait a few, be patient a few seconds. Okay. All right. Okay, so our project has been built successfully right here. So we see built successfully. So let's remove this and let's close this panel and let's run our project. So now we're going to wait for a few seconds while it runs. So here we have error right here. Okay, this port is already being used. So what we're just going to do, going to go here. Let's change this port to 1. Let's say 9191, and so let's run it again. So let's wait a few seconds while it runs. So here our project has started running. So let's go to Postman. But before we go to Postman, let's go to MySQL Workbench to refresh to see if this table has been created for us. So let's refresh. Okay, so we see that our table has been created. So let's look at this. So this one is the cart item right here, cart item table. So we have the ID, we have the quantity, the total price, unit price, cart ID, and product ID. So let's open up the cart table. So here we have the ID and the total amount. So let's check the product we have. We have some products last time already. So right here we still have it, and let's check the images, and everything is still intact, right? So now let's go to Postman to test add product to the cart. So here, let's go to Postman. So here in Postman, I'm just going to issue a new request, and this request is going to be a post request. And here we're just going to, let's see if we have some caches right here. Okay, I'm going to take this one. This one looks similar, right? So let me just remove everything we have right here. So this one we're going to have item/add, right? And then we're going to go to the param, this params tab right here, because we have 3 params, request params. So one of them is the cart ID, and one is product ID, which is the item, product ID, and the last one here is the quantity, quantity right here. And then we're just going to say we have product ID number 1, which is Samsung TV, right? We go here. So we have, it's Apple TV, product number 1 right here, and we have 20 of it. So we are going to take 3 out of this 20. So let's say we need 3 of Apple TV right here. And this one, we're going to leave this one blank because we're going to generate this one automatically, right? So let's run this and see what we got. Let's run it. So right here we have 400 bad request. So let's go to IntelliJ to see why is bad request. Let's check our console. I'm just gonna zoom in, right? Yeah. So here we have required request parameter cart ID for method this of type long is present but converted to none. Big grammar. So what is actually happening right here is that it's talking about this one right here, right? Because we're actually generating this. So what we just need to do right here, we need to say this one is not required. So we're going to say required, we're going to set it to false at the initial state, right? So we can actually create, it will give us chance to actually insert. Okay, so let's run it again and see what we got this time. All right, so it started running. Let's go back to Postman and let's hit on send and see what we got again. So let's send. Yeah, so we got this one 200 okay, and we got add item success. So let's go back to, let's go right here. Let's check our item, cartItem. Let's refresh. Free. Okay, let me just close all these and let's refresh. And I'm going to get our cartItems from here. So right here we have cartItem with ID number 1, quantity number 3. That's three quantity, and the total price is 1200, 1200, and we have unit price 400. So 4 times 3, it gives us 400 times 3 gives us 1200, right? So we have 1 and we have 1 right here. So let's go to our cart. So our cart also has 1200 as the total amount in that cart. So let's go and add more quantity. So let's just go right here. So before then, I'm going to save this one. Let's save this one right here. So let's save as. So we're going to go to, I think this was our collection last time, right? Yeah. So inside here, we're going to create a new folder, and this folder, we're going to call it cart. We're going to call it cart, and we're going to create. So inside this cart, we're going to say this one is add item to cart. Add item to cart. So this one is the new request we just issued. So let's save it. And then we're going to, let's update the quantity from 3. Let's say put. So the update, I think the update takes same structure, right? So let's go and check. So here is the update. So we have cart ID, item ID, right? And update. So this one is going to be item ID. Okay, let me just remove these two. Let's be fast. So here we're just going to have cart, right? And then we have cart ID, which is number 1. Then we have item, and we have the item ID. The item ID also is number 1, right? So, and the quantity was request param, right? The quantity was a request param. It wasn't a part variable. So right here we have 2 part variables and 1 request param, which is the quantity. So which means the quantity is going to be inside here, right? So we're going to say quantity. So the quantity, instead of 3, we're going to say 5. We're going to update it to 5, and let's send it and see what happens. We have nothing coming up. I'm going to close this and run it again. My Postman has been giving me problems since the last updates. I don't know. Let's open it again and see what happens. All right. Maybe they're waiting for me to upgrade to pay money. Okay. So right here, let's go. Let's send it again. 400 not found. It's not found. They said it's not found. So here we have cart ID, we have item. Let's go back to check. Let's go and check. So this is the update, right? The cart item. So we have cart ID, item ID, and update. Okay, so let's go here and say, oh, right here we're supposed to have update. So let's say update here, right? This was also have. So let's send it again. Bad requests updates. Oh my gosh, what is happening right here? So what could be the problem? Okay, let me just go off screen and find out what happened, and I'll come back to communicate with you. It's my bad. Come on. So here there's a misspelling. So here we have, I can't even pronounce what I wrote here. So we're going to have quantity right here. This actually is quantity. So let's run it again. So this time we have 200. Okay, so the product has been updated successfully. So let's go back to here and refresh. So now the product has been changed from 3 to 5, and now we have gotten $2,000 from 1,200 to 2,000. So 5 times 4 is 2,000, right? 5 times 4 is 20 actually. So here we have 20,000, 2,000. So let's go to our cart and see if things reflect here. So our cart is not reflecting yet, but we're going to solve that in a moment. But now, before we go to solve this, let's just quickly go here to remove, to clear. Let's go and clear the cart. But before we clear the cart, I'm just going to save this. Let's save this one. And so this one is also going to be in here inside the cart. Then this one is going to be update, right? So I'm going to say update cart, update cart items, update cart, update item quantity, maybe item update item quantity. That's what we have right here. So let's save this one. And then before we go and fix that problem, let's check the delete, because these are the 3 APIs we've created. So let's check the delete. So I think the delete is just, let's find out again the API, the endpoint. So right here we have remove item from cart. So here we have cart ID, item ID, and remove. So just the same thing with this one right here. So let's just remove this one, and let's change this one to remove, and this one is delete actually. So let's remove and see what we got. Let's hit on send. So here we have 200 OK removed. So let's go back to our cart and let's refresh. So you see the item has been removed. Let's go to our cart item and refresh. So the item has been removed, which means the 3 endpoints we created is working. So the next we're going to do right here, we're going to fix the problem why the cart is not updating, why the total amount of the cart is not updating. But meanwhile, what we're just going to do right here, let's go back and let's save this one right here. Let's save as. So this time around is going to be remove. We're going to say remove item. Remove item from, or remove cart item. Let's remove cart item. Remove cart item. This is correct. This is shorter, right? So let's save it. Okay, so now let's go back again. Let's just go right here. So let's open up our project. So this is the cart. So I'm going to add. I'm going to add so that we can use it to test. So let's add this again. Success, right? So let's go back. Let's go right here and refresh. So now we have it back, and let's go to the cart. So now we have it back. So let's go and fix this problem why it's not updating. All right. So coming back to IntelliJ, this is the cart item controller. So and this is the method that is updated. This endpoint that is updated the quantity, right? So let's go to the service of this. So this is the add item. This is the remove, and this one is the add quantity right here. And here we said when the quantity is added, either remove or decrease, either decrease or increased, then we're going to recalculate the total price and set it here. Okay, so here we are getting the total price, and we are setting this one to this, and this one is getting the items, right? Okay. Okay, so we say that total price equals this one here dot get total price, total amount right here. And so this one is not correct, it's not working correctly. So what we're just going to do, we're going to remove this one from here. I think we're going to implement this one to recalculate, to reiterate through the process, because this one right here is actually getting getting the cart and getting the amount that was in the cart right here. So what we're actually getting right here is the total amount that is currently inside the cart that is gotten from the service right here. Because here, when the cart is gotten from here, where is okay, here we got the cart from here. What is it? Here. So we are getting the cart from here, and we're actually calculating the total amount of the cart in here to come along with it, right? Which is the previous amount. So now getting this cart from here, is going to come with the previous amount, and now that was the same amount we are actually setting. Where is it? So that was the same amount we are setting right here, cat.getTotalAmount. So this one is not correct. So now what we just need to do right here, we're going to remove this one here, and then we're going to recalculate. So we're going to say cat. So we're going to reiterate through the items again and recalculate the amount from afresh. So we're going to say cat.getItems, this one right here, the stream. So we're going to stream, and then we're going to map. So we're going to say dot map. So we're just going to say cartItem. Yes, cartItem here, and we're just going to method reference. So we're going to say get total price dot get total price, this one right here. And after that, now we're just going to reduce. We're going to accumulate them, right? So we're going to reduce. So let me break this down so we can see exactly what we're doing right here. So let's break it down. So here we just, what we did here is that when we get this cat right here, so we just get the cat right here again, then we want to reiterate through the items inside the cat to get the current price, right? So we accumulate all the total price of the items right there, and we accumulate them right here and set it to the cat right here. I think this should work. So let's run it again and see what we got. So let's run this. Okay, it's running. All right, so let's go back to, so this one is our the price is still there. So this one, the item is still there. So now let's go here. So here we have 3, right? So let's change the quantity. Instead of 3, let's say we need 5. Let's increase by 2. So let's add 5 and let's send. Okay, so right here we have success. So let's go back here and refresh. So let's see if there's any changes. Let's refresh. Yes, so here we have 4 times 5, we have 2,000, right? So let's go to the cards. So let's refresh. Good. So here we have 2,000. So now is actually updating. So let's go back here. Let's say, okay, we need only 2. We just need 2. So this one's going to be 800, right? Because 4 times 2 is going to be 800. So let's go right here. So let's refresh our card. So here we have 800, and let's go back here. So here we have 800. Boom. So now everything is working. But now we got 3 endpoints, right? We created 3 endpoints right here, which is the one to add item to cart, then the one to remove. Where is it? So this one, the one to remove, the one to add, the one to update, and the one to add. So we have tested everything, right? So let's test again. Let's test the last time. Let's remove this item from the cart for the last time. So I'm just going to save this one to what we've gotten before. So I'm going to close this. So this is the remove. So let's remove 1, right? So let's remove it. So here we have remove success. Let's go back here. So let's refresh our cart items. So the whole product is gone. So let's go to our cart and refresh. So the whole product is gone, but we still have a cart. That now currently we have an empty cart, but we don't have products inside the cart. So far so good. Our cart has been created and everything is working successfully. So let's move to the next task. See you there. All right, so now we have done with the testing of these 3 endpoints we've created right here in the cart item controller. So now let's move down here to the cart controller to test the other 3 that we created here. So here we have the one to get the cards by ID. So we have the one to clear the cards, and we have the one to get the total item for the card, right? So right here we have in our database, I think we have, we still have data right here, and we have a card with ID number 1. So back here in IntelliJ, so the one to get all cards is, we're just going to have /cards, /card ID, and my card. So let's go here. And then I'm just going to change this one to get request, and let's say here, okay, let's remove this. So we're going to have /cards, then we're going to have the cart ID is 1, then we're going to have my cards. So we'll have my card right here, and it's a get request. So let's send. Okay, so we are having a Stack Overflow right here. Let's go back to stop our server. Okay. So now let's go back to see what is actually happening. So let's go up. Let's just move up. So here we have the total amount of the cart is 800. So this is the cart item. So we have the item right here, total price 800, unit price 400, Apple. And this cart is getting the image, and this image, okay, here we have the cart, and the cart is getting the image. So I think there's a recycling dependency right here. So let's check what is happening between the image and the cart. So is it actually the image or the product? So let's see, this is the product right here, and the product has an image, and the product is getting the cart right here, and the cart, okay, yeah, the relationship between the cart and the product. So we're going to stop one of them. So let's go back to IntelliJ, and so we are actually getting the cart, right? And so the cart is getting the product. So what we do right here is that let's go here, let's go to the product. So right here we have where is the model? Right here. So this is the product and this is the cart, right? So here we are getting this cart, and the cart is actually getting this cart item right here, right? It's getting the cart item, and the cart item is a product, and the cart item is actually getting the product, and the product is getting the cart. So in this case, we are going to go, let's go to the cart item right here, and this is the product, right? So the product is getting the cart. So let's go to the product right here, and so this is the product. And so the product has nothing, the product does not actually, is not aware of the cart right here. So which means we are going to go right here in this cart item. And so why getting this cart item, the cart is getting this cart item right here, and the cart item is getting this cart again. So let's try to break the relationship right here. Let's say at JSON ignore. Let's see what happens. So let's run it again. And let's wait for a few seconds. Okay, it has started. So let's fire that again and see what happens. Okay, so yeah, so now we get it right. So now we're able to get the cards with ID number 1, and the total price in that card is 800. And that card actually has an item with with ID number 3, and this item has a product to quantity of a product which with a unit price of 400, right? So here the product is Samsung, is Apple TV, the brand is Apple, and the name is TV. And so so now we've gotten a card. So let's save this one right here. Let's save this one as here, get card. So let's just say get card by ID, right? Let's save this. So the next one we're going to do right here is the one to clear the card. So let's go back to IntelliJ. So let's go back. I'm going to close this for now. Close this. And this is the card controller. So we've tested this one. So let's test the one to clear all cards. So we'll have the card ID and clear, right? So let's go here. We'll have the card ID. So let's change this one to clear. So this one is clear. And clear basically is deleting the items in that card, right? So let's clear everything. So here we have internal server error right here. Let's check what is happening. Let's get the console. And here we have error. And here it said the error cannot reliably process removed. No entity manager right here. Okay. I think we need to make this, service, where is it? This service right here. So this clear card, we need to make it transactional. So let's make it transactional right here. Transactional. So transactional, because here we are doing a lot of operations right here. We're getting the card and we are doing massive delete right here, right? So so we need to make everything a single unit of transaction right here. So if one fails, everything fails. So let's run it again and go back to see what happens. And so here the project has started. So let's go back to Postman, and let's clear this again. Okay, so we see cart cleared successfully. So let's go back here. So you see the item has been cleared. So let's go to the cart. So the cart also is cleared. Everything is cleared from the cart, right? So now we have empty cart right here. And so the last one we're going to text right here is the one to get the total price of the cart. So what is the endpoint to this to get the total price of a cart? So here this is the controller. So this is the total price. So we just get the cart ID, the cart, and total price. So I'm just going to copy this one right here. So don't waste too much time. So coming back here, but meanwhile, we're just going to save this one here as clear. We're going to say clear cart. So this one is clear cart. Actually, let's save it. And now let's have the cart ID. And I think I'm just going to get this one and paste it here. So we have cart ID, we have cart, and total price. So let's go and see what happens. So here, this thing is none because we don't really have anything inside. But meanwhile, something's happening right here. I'm going to start this one again. I think we need to get something. We need to get something back because we are actually catching not found exception right here. I think we should get something back, either bad or good. So here, let's do it again. Okay, so here we have method not allowed. Actually, this one is get, right? So this is get, and let's run again. So we say cart not found. Yes, of course, we should have something back. So cart not found because actually we have deleted everything right here. So we don't have any cart right here, no ID, no nothing. So we see that our project, everything is actually working. Our endpoints, all is working as expected. So before we round up with the testing, I'm just going to save this one here. So this one is like get total price, get get total, get total price for cards, or get cards total price. Anyways, so I think we need. Okay, let's take this. We are doing this. We are saving this inside the cart right here. So we're just going to save this like this. All right, so now we are done with our testing, with the testing of the 6 endpoints that we have created for the cart and cart items. So far, so good. We have made a progress, even though we wasted a lot of time, but actually we learned something from here, right? So let's move to the next task. See you there. All right, so in this video, we're going to start working on the order API. So right here, we have the order entity in our slide. So right here on the slide, we have exactly the same relationship. What we just did with the cart and cart item is exactly what we're going to do right here. So right here, we said that one order has many other items right here, which is one order to many items. And item is a product, right? So we can have one product ordered many times right here, right? So here we have order has an order item, and order item is a product. And the relationship between these entities, here we have the bidirectional. So the relationship between the order and the order item is bidirectional, which means we can access the order from the order item, and we can access the order item from the order, right? But the relationship between the order item and the product is a unidirectional. So the product knows nothing about the order item, but the order item knows about the product. So that is just the relationship right here that we're going to model in IntelliJ. So let's go back to IntelliJ. So what I'm just going to do right here, we're going to open up our project. And then we're going to come here to the model package. So we're going to right click on this and create 2 classes. So, sorry. So one is the order. And the second one is going to be the order item. To have the order item right here, that's correct. Yeah. So the first one we're going to be implementing right here is the order. So let's go to the order, this one, and let's zoom out a little bit, zoom in a little bit rather. So here the order is going to have an order ID, And the order is going to have, we're going to have the date. So we're going to say private. So we're going to have local date. We're going to have order date. And then we're going to have the total price of the order. We're going to say private. So we're going to say big decimal. And we're going to say total price, which is total amount. So here we're just going to say total amount. What am I doing? Sorry, guys. What? So we're going to have total amount right here. And after that, we're going to have the order status. We'll say private order status. And we're just going to say order status right here, order status. Now, before we move ahead, we're just going to create this one. This one is going to be an enum. So let's create this. And here, let's just say we're going to create enum class right here. And let's choose the package. So here, we don't have that package yet. So we're going to click on our main package and create a new package. And we're going to call this one enums. Okay, and okay, and okay. And also okay for the last time. So here we have enums. I'm just going to go right in here, and we're going to pull in some constant right here. So we have the pending, we have processing, shipped, delivered, and cancelled. So this is just the life cycle of our order. So let's close it. And back here, we're going to say, okay, this enum right here, we're going to just map it with a enumerated value. This one right here. And here we're going to set the type to string. So we're just going to set enum type. Then we're just going to set it to string, this one right here. And let me zoom out a little bit, maybe it's too big. So the next thing we're going to do right here, we're going to bring in the other items. So we're going to say this one's going to be private. Going to be set of order item. This is correct. And we're going to set up the relationship between these two entities. So we're going to say this one is one to many. So one order to many items, right? So we're going to say one to many. So one order to many items. And inside here, we're just going to map it. We're going to map by. We're going to say order. We're going to go to the other side to define this one in a moment. And after that, we're going to cascade.all. We're going to cascade. Then we're just going to say .all. This one right here. And then we're going to set the orphan remover to true, as usual. So the next thing we're going to do here, we're just going to say this one is an entity class. So we're going to bring in the getter setter. We're going to bring in the setter. And we're going to bring in the no-arg constructor. No-arg constructor. And here we're going to say this one is an entity. Entity. So right here. And then we're going to set the primary key at ID as usual. And we're going to set the generated value to identity, just like this. So after this, now we're going to let's move down to these other items. And here also, I'm just going to go right here and grab everything here, because also it's going to be a table in our database. So it's an entity class. So we're just going to paste all this one right here. And then we're just going to have the ID. So we're going to say ID, private long. We're just going to say ID. And here we're going to have the order as usual. And then we're going to have the quantity. Yes, also we're going to have the products. Thank you, IntelliJ. And also we're going to have the quantity, and we're going to have one more attribute called price. So we're just going to say, oh my gosh, sorry, mistakenly pressed this cap lock. So we're going to say private. Then we're going to have the big decimal, and we're going to call price. This one's just going to call it price. Just going to say price. Yeah, right here. All right, so this is just all we need to do. So now we're going to set up the relationship between these entities. So now we're going to set up the relationship between these entities, but meanwhile, I'm going to bring this to up here, and then I'm going to push down the two that's going to be, we're going to have relationship with, we're going to declare relationship for. So the order right here is going to have at many to one, at many other items to one order, and then we're going to set the joint column. So you're going to say at joint column. So the name of this column we're going to call order ID. So name, I'm going to say order ID. So this is just what we're going to do right here. And the products, we're going to say, so here we're going to say at many products to one order item, right? So we're going to have, we can have many products in one order item right here. And then we're going to join the column as well. We're going to say add join column. And the name of that also we're going to set, so we're going to set this one to product ID. We'll say product ID right here. So this is just all we need to do here. And so we're going to set the primary key for this. So we're going to say at ID. And also we're going to set the generated value. I'm just going to say strategy.identity right here. So this is just all we need to do right here for now. So the next thing we're just going to do right here is to, I'm just going to initialize this one to new hash set. And then I'm going to go here. We're going to go here. So what we're just going to do right here, we're going to generate a constructor right here. We're going to scroll down right here. And then I'm going to right click here and generate a constructor. And this constructor, we just want to take the order. We just want to take here except the ID, right? So we're just going to click on OK. So here we have the quantity, but meanwhile, I'm going to rearrange this one right here. It doesn't really matter, but I just want to rearrange these ones right here. And I'm just going to give space and then go here to remove this. So this is how I want them to be ordered, right? And so also I'm just going to, this is just my own pattern. It doesn't mean anything. I'm just going to put it right here. Yeah, just put it here. So this is just all we need to do right here to actually set up our order entity and order items entity. So let's move to the next video where we're going to be talking about, but meanwhile, okay, right here we have the no arg constructor because we've already created arg constructor here already. And right here, if we need a constructor here, we'll come back right here to actually get it created. So let's move to the next video where we're going to be talking about order task. So see you in the next video. All right, so in this video, we're going to start creating the order service. So I'm just going to, let's close this and let's open up our project. So we're going to move to the service package right here. I'm going to right click on the service package and then we're going to create a new package. So this one, we're going to say order. And inside here, we're going to create the order service. And as usual, I'm just going to grab this and hit on enter. Then I'm going to create the interface for the order service. And then we're going to say this one is an interface and enter. So right now we're just going to, I'm going to zip this one. I'm going to close it, make it widescreen. Then currently we just need two methods to work with right now. So later we're going to add the other ones. So in here, we're just going to have a few methods that we're going to need for now. So the first one is going to be the one to actually place order. So we're going to say place order. And yeah, let's take this from our package. But this one here is going to be the user ID. Though we've not created a user, we've not implemented the user API, but we're going to do that in future videos. So we're just going to say this one is a user ID. So for now, we're going to get this ID manually, kind of. And the next one here is the one to get order. So we're going to say order. And we're going to say get order. And we're going to say order ID. So these are the two things, the two methods we're going to work with for the moment. So let's come here to implement this. And let's pull in the method we've created in there as usual. So we're just going to say this one is a service. So this one is a service, and we're going to bring in the annotation for constructor injection. Then what we just need to do right here is to bring in the order repository. I think we've not created that, but we're going to create it. IntelliJ is going to create it for us. So we're going to say private final order repository. It's not correct. Repository. What am I doing? So here we have order repository, and we're going to say order repository. So let's allow IntelliJ to do this for us. Okay, that's correct. So here we're just going to say we are creating this one for the order model, and here we are going to, and here we're going to choose the package. So we're just going to say here we are putting this inside the repository package, and click on OK, and click on OK, and it's done for us. So let's close this and come back here. So now what we just need to do right here, this order right here, let me give a little space. So this one is going to be more easier. So let's first implement this before we come here, because this one is going to be kind of complex. So let's do this one first. So we're just going to come here to say order repository. Yeah, I'm just going to say repository.find by ID. And we're just going to throw a message. I'm going to say OS through. So right here. We're going to throw a specific message, just like this. And let's break this down as usual. We're going to break this down. But meanwhile, we're just going to use our own class, resource not found exception, right here. Okay, so this is just what we need to do. So now, this order right here, this order service is going to be complex. So we're going to break this, we're going to create some helper methods that we're going to assemble right in here to actually place our order, right? So I'm just going to move down right here, create a space. So the first one we're going to do right here is the one to calculate the total price, the total amount of the order. So I'm just going to come here to say private. So I'm going to say private big decimal. This big decimal. So we're going to say calculate total amount, calculate total price. Calculate, total price. This one is okay. And now, so we're just going to say this one is total amount, actually, total amount. Yeah, total amount. And then here we're going to have the order items right here. So this one is going to be the list of order items, because order contains a list of order items, right? So here, sorry. So we're going to say a list of order item, list of order items. Yeah, this one here we created last time. And then we're just going to say order items, order item list. And let's do this import. Yeah. So what we just need to do right here is to iterate through all the order list and get all the price and sum them together, right? And return the sum. So here we're just going to say return. We're going to say return order item list dot stream. We're going to say dot map. And inside here we're going to have each items to be iterated through. So I'm going to say item.get we'll say item.get price, and we're going to multiply by the quantity, right? So we're going to say item.get price get price, this one right here, dot multiply. And let's break this one down so we can actually see what we have there. Let's break it down, and also we're going to break it down from here, right? So here we're just going to say dot multiply by. So here we're going to pass in the quantity of the item right here, and then we're going to accumulate the price of each item, and then we're going to return it to this. So that's just what we are returning with this method right here. All right, so the next one we're going to create right here is the one to create the other items for us. So let's push down a little bit. So I'm going to say private. So I'm going to say list, and this one we're going to say other list. Not other list, actually, it's other items. And then we're just going to call create other items. So I'm going to say create other items. And inside this one here, inside this method, we're going to have the order and the cart. We're going to have the cart as well in here. Cart. So now we're just going to iterate through. We're just going to get all the items from inside the cart, right? So here we're just going to say return cart.get items dot stream dot map, and inside this map here we're going to get all the items. Remember that a product actually is a cart item. A cart item actually is a product, right? Now, so for every item in here, which is a product, we're going to get the product from the cart item, and we're going to get the quantity of that product. So what we're just going to do right here is that, we have every product we have in our database has quantity, that is, has inventory. So now we're going to subtract the amount that has been ordered from the total inventory. Then we'll have the remaining inventory in the database. So for example, if you're having 10 Samsung TV in our database and a customer orders for 5, then we are going to be left with 5 in our database, right? So we're going to keep track of the inventory when any order is being made. So in here, we're just going to say product. So we're going to get product right here, and we're going to get the item from the cart, which is the product from the cart, right? So here now, we're just going to set the inventory. We're going to subtract the inventory. So we're going to say set inventory here, and then we're going to get the product.get inventory, which is product.get inventory. Then we're going to say minus cartItem dot get quantity right here. So this is just how we're going to subtract. So this is the quantity of the cart. This is the quantity of the product that we get from the cart, right? Which is get from the product right here. So now we are getting this product. How many of these products do we have in our database? They will subtract it from how many how many is the customer ordering right now. So we're going to subtract to have the remaining ones in our database. So that is what we just do right here. So then after the subtraction has been done, we're just going to call the product repository to save for us. So for that, we need to go up right here to bring in the product repository. So here I'm going to have private product repository. That's correct. So we're just going to say product repository. This one here dot save the product. We're going to save the product back to the database. Then we're going to return the order. We're going to say return new order item, and just to break it down, then in here we're going to have the order, and then we're going to have the product, and then we're going to have the quantity, which is cart.quantity, cart item actually dot quantity, and then we're going to have the price, the unit price of that item, which is cartItem.get price. CartItem dot sorry, this get price actually. Yeah, dot get unit price. Get the unit price right here. Then after that, now we're just going to collect them to a list. Sorry, this is what I want to do. So I just want to come here to terminate from here, and then we're going to collect everything to a list. So we're going to say to list right here. So we terminate. So let me format this one a little bit, and let me just push this up a little bit. So after that, now, so this is just all we need to do right here, right? So we are just returning, we just try to return the order. We just created the other items right here. So we are just iterating through the items, the product, and we're subtracting the quantity that's been ordered from the total inventory. Then we save the product again. Then we return the order items that we have booked, right? So the next one we're going to create right here is the one to create the order for us. So we're going to say, this private order. So we're going to call this one create order. And inside here, we're going to have the card right there. And actually, we just need only the card right here. We don't need the product. So let's remove this. And in here, we're just going to create a new order object. And we're going to say order.set status.pending. We're going to say order status.pending. So the first time the order is booked, the status is going to be pending. So when action is being taken on the product, when the order is being processed, then the status of the order is going to be changing from one place to the other, from one state to the other. For example, pending, processed, shipped, deliver, stuff like that. And then the next thing we're going to do right here, we're just going to say order. We're going to set the date. .set date. There's the booking date. And then we're going to have, though this order also is going to have a user, but being that we have not created the user yet, we're going to come back right here to complete this. So here we're just going to say set the user right here, right? And so after that, now we're just going to return the order. So we're just going to return order right here. So let's close this gap a little bit. So now the next one we're going to do right here, we're going to come here to this. We're going to come here to this order, which is the main method. We're going to assemble all these ones we have done. But meanwhile, we are going to need the user right here. So I'm just going to use this opportunity to create the user so that we just include the user to this order right here, so that it will be convenient for us to test later when we're going to do the testing. So for that, now I'm going to leave this one first. We're going to leave this method, and then we are going to move down to create the user. So after the user implementation, then we're going to come here to complete this order process. All right, so in this video, we're going to switch over to implement the user entity before we come back to complete this order service. So I'm going to right click and close this temporarily, and then we're going to come here to our project. So then in our model package, we're going to create a new class. We're going to call this class a user. So we'll say user, and let's close it. So what I'm just going to do, I'm going to zoom this in a little bit. So now I'm just going to come right here to paste in some of the annotations. So we say this one is an entity. So these are the normal annotations we have been using along, right? You must be familiar with these annotations right now. So now we're just going to have a few attributes for the user. We use private long, user ID. Then the user is going to have a name. Actually, we're going to say this one is a first name. So we're going to say this one is a first name. And so we're going to have the last name, and we're going to have the email and the password right here. So these are just the things we don't have. Then now we're going to bring in the card, because the user is going to have relationship with the card. So we're going to have private, and here we're going to have card. So the relationship between a card and a user is one-on-one. So one user to one card, right? So no two users can use one card. So let's have it one-on-one. Yeah, there's one-to-one relationship. And then we're just going to come here to say mapped. We're going to map it by the user, of which we're going to go to the other side to set up. Then here we're going to cascade. When the user is deleted, the card is deleted. We're going to say cascade.all, and then we're going to set the orphan remover to true. So let me zoom this out a little bit. And then the next one we're going to do here is the order. So the user, one user can have many orders, right? So we're going to say private. We're going to say private order, right? And this one is just going to be a list of order, because one user can have more than one orders, right? So as far as this order is more than one, it's going to be a list. So we have a list of order. It might be list or set of orders, right? But actually many is one to many. So here we're going to say at one to many, one user to many orders. And then we're just going to also, map this by user. And then we're just going to also cascade. Right here, there's a comma right here. So we're going to say cascade.all and orphan remover true, just as we've done above. So this one we're going to call this on orders right here. So this is just all we need to do right now. So having setting up this one right now, let's go. Okay, before we leave here, we're just going to come here to set up the primary key. So let's say at ID, and let's have the at generation value, generated value actually. So now let's go to this card to actually set up the relationship between this card and the user. So here I'm just going to click on this, and here is the card. Then we're going to come up right here. I'm going to we're going to pull down here, and so we're going to have the card right here. Sorry, not card. We're going to have the user right here. So we're going to say private. Then we're going to say user, and we'll say user. So this user is going to have like what we've set up at the other side. So the user is going to have one-on-one relationship. So one-to-one relationship, and we're going to come down here to join the column. So we're going to say add join column, and this join column, I'm just going to set the name to user ID. So we're going to say name equals user ID. So this is just all we need to do right here. And so the next thing we're going to do, let's go back to the user, and so let's go to the order to do the same thing. So right here, we're just going to scroll down right here to bring in the user. So I'm going to say private user. So we're going to call this one user as well. And this one is going to be at many to one, because many orders to one user. So we're going to say at many to one right here. And then we're also going to join the column. So we're going to say at join column. And this one, we're going to say user ID. User ID. So this is just all we need to do right here to set up the relationship between user and the cats, and the cat and the order. So let's go back right here. We'll see that all the error is gone. Okay, so we're going to before we go to implement the service, so we are just going to go back to this cat order to actually complete the implementation we've started. Being that we have gotten a user entity, then we are going to go there to actually get this done. All right, so now that I've done implementing this user entity, so it's time for us to go back to complete the order service. So the first, we're just going to go right here. We're going to come here to the order service, and then I'm going to remove this one right here. And we're going to actually set the user right here. So we're going to say order.set user. Yeah. I'm going to pass in the card right here, .get user, because currently the user is it's readily present inside the card. So now we're going to come here, we're going to create a new JPA finder method to actually get the card, that belongs to this user that is trying to do the order, right? So let's have card, and we're going to say card service. So right here it's been auto imported. We're going to say .get. I'm just going to say .get card. Yeah, .get card. But this time around, we're going to say .get card by user ID. And this one is a custom method we're going to create right inside the card repository, which is right here. We're just going to bring it right here inside the card service interface. And now the next thing we're going to do after getting this, then we're going to actually create the order for the user. So we're going to say order. Sorry, this is not what I want to do. Equals create order, because we've already created this method already. Then we're just going to pass in the cards to create the order for the user. Then after this, now we're going to get the list of the order items. So here we're just going to say list. List of order items. We're going to say order item list equals create order items. Then we're going to pass in the order and the cart right here. So I'm just going to give a little space right here. So after this, now we're going to set the order. So let's say order dot set order items. Then we're going to pass in this one is going to be new hash map, not actually hash map, hash set. And then we're going to pass in this item right here, this list of items right here. Then having done this, now we're going to set the total amount. So we're going to set the total amount of the cards, right? of the order. So we're going to say order.set. Sorry, this is set total amount. Then we're going to have the calculate amount we have down there. This one actually, this is not what I want to do. We're going to have the calculate, this one right here, calculate amount. So we're going to pass in the order list right here. Okay, so let me just paste this. So after doing this right now, we're just going to save. We're going to save the order to the database. We're going to say order. Then for that, we actually want to get the order that we have just saved from the database, right? So we're just going to say order. So this one I'm going to call saved order. Then we're going to say order repository.saved. Then when this order is being saved, then we're going to clear the cards, right? So here, after saving the order, I'm just going to say cat service. So we're going to clear the cat, and then we're going to pass in the cat.id, .getID. So what we after this now, we're going to return the order. So let's return. And I'm just going to, let's use this one, this return we already have right here. So let's return the saved order. This one right here. Okay, so this is just all we need to do to save the order, right? To order for the user. So what we just did right here is that, so we actually we make use of all this helper method we created below right here. And then when, after the order is being booked, is being saved, after when the order is being ordered, is being booked, so to speak, then we just clear the cards right here. So clear the cart. So in this stage, at this stage right now, so every item inside the cart table is going to be cleared out. Then it is going to be moved from the cart item to the order table, right? So the cart item and the cart table are going to be empty, and every item they are going to be moved to the order table that is being saved with the user ID. So this is just all we need to do to place an order. So now that we've gotten a user, we're going to come down right here to create another method to actually get order, to get the list of the user, to get the list of orders for this particular, for a particular user. So here we're going to say public list. So we're going to have list of order. Then we're going to say get order. We're just going to say get user orders. And then we're going to pass in the user ID right here. Long user ID. So we're just going to return orders, order repository.get. So we're going to say get by user ID right here. So get, we'll say find by user ID. Actually, we're going to say find by user ID. And then I'm just going to pull this up to the interface level so we can actually get access to it from the controller. So let's say override, and let's pull it up. All right, so now this is just all we need to do to actually get all the orders that the user has gotten in the database. Okay, so remember last time we created a brand new method right here. This one right here. So we're going to go, this one is inside the cart service, right? So let's go to the cart service and actually get this implemented. So here, let's go here. Yeah. So let's implement the new method we just created. So let's just get it implemented. And this one, we're just going to say cart repository dot find by user ID, this one right here. And then we're going to pass in the user ID. All right, so this is just all we need to do to create the order for the user. So now we have done creating the order. We have done placing the order for the user. So remember that when the order is being placed, then we're going to clear the cart. Every item is going to move from the cart to the order table, right? Okay, so now we have done with this implementation. So let's move down to the next task. All right, so now that we've done implementing the order service. So in this video, we're going to go back to the user service to start implementing it one after the other. So the first thing we're just going to do right here, we're going to go to the interface, the service interface, and register all the methods we're going to use inside the service. So the first we're going to do right here is we're just going to say, okay, we're going to have a method to actually find a user by ID. So we're going to say get user by ID. And then we're just going to pass in the ID of the user. So we're going to say user ID. And let's do this import. Yeah. So the next one we're going to do right here, let's have the one to actually create any user. So we're just going to say user. We're going to say create user. And inside here, we are not going to be working with this user model directly, but rather we're going to create a new class that we're going to use to actually request for this user creation. So we're going to say create user. So we're going to call this class create user request, and we're just going to call it request. We're going to create this class in a moment. So the next one we're going to do here is the one to actually update the user. So we're going to say user update user. And also we're going to have a class that we're going to use to request for the user update. So we're going to call this class user update request, and then we're going to call it request as well. And we're going to have the user ID that is to be updated. So we're going to say user ID to be updated, right? And the next one we're going to create is the one to delete the user as suggested by IntelliJ. So I think these are just the 4 methods we need to get right now. We need to have the one to get user by ID, to create any user, to update user, and to delete a user. So now let's create this class. Let's create these classes. So here we're just going to create the class, and we're going to choose the package where we're going to create it in. We're going to choose this request right here, this request package. I'm going to click on OK and click on OK. And also we're just going to come right here and also create the update request. So we're going to also choose this request and click on OK and OK. So this is just all we need to do right here. So let's go back to the service. Let's go back to this other class. I think we have the user right here. Let's just go back to the user and let's look at what we actually try to create with the user. So this is the user class, and these are the attributes of the user. So at the time of this user creation, we are not going to have this one, and we're not going to have this one, right? So the only thing we're just going to create for the user are these ones right here: the first name, last name, email, and password, and the ID is going to be automatically generated, right? So we're just going to grab these ones right here and go back to this create user request, and I'm just going to paste them here, right? So remove the annotation and just make it like this. So then we're going to have the getter setter by using @data, right here. So this is just all we need to do right here. And also we're going to go to this user update right here. So what are the things? Let's go back to the user entity. So what are the things we are going to allow the user to update? So now we're not going to allow the user to update the email, and also we're not going to allow the user to update the password. So if the user wants to update their email or password, that should be a special request. That should be a special operation, right? But the general operation that we don't want to restrict the user to the names. So the user can just edit their names, but we should restrict the user from editing their email or password, right? And so now I'm just going to grab these two right here, and let's go here and just put them in. So let's put them in right here, and then let's also we're going to say let's just get the getter and setter right here. So this is just all the things we need for now. As time goes on, if the request change, we're going to come back right here to actually get them included. So let's close this right now, and also let's close this one. And so let's go back to the user service and just implement this interface. So let's implement, this is implement actually. So implement our user service, and let's just pull all the methods right here. Okay, so now we're going to make this class a Spring Bean. So we're just going to say this class is a service class, and we're going to bring in the Lombok annotation to actually do constructor injection, and then we're going to pull in the user repository right here, just as clearly suggested by IntelliJ. We're just going to put this in right here, so this is correct. So the most easiest one we're going to implement right here, the first one we're going to implement is this one right here. So we're just going to return the repository.find by ID. So we're just going to say find by ID and pass in the user ID, and we're going to throw a specific message right here. Oh, sorry. Guys, what am I doing? So let's just go in here and have the lambda function right here, and then we're going to throw the new new resource not found exception right here. So let's break it down. And there's no need of doing this. I'm just going to say user not found, that's all. So I'm just going to say user not found. So I'm going to say user not found. So this is just what we're going to do right here. All right, so the next thing we're going to do right here is to move that here to do this one, right, to delete the user. We are going to come back right here to the create and update, but the first one we're going to do right here, because it's the easiest one. This one is easy. So we're just going to find the user by ID. So we're just going to say, sorry, repository dot find by ID. So what we're doing here is that, so if we're just going to find the user by ID, so if the user does exist, then we're going to delete. But if the user doesn't exist, we're going to throw an exception message, right? So we're just going to say dot if exist. And also we're just going to take this one right here. So we're just going to call the repository, and we're going to method reference to actually delete, right? And if that is not the case, we're going to throw an error message. So if the user is not found, so we're just going to say throw error message. We're going to come down right here to say throw resource not found exception. So if the user is not found, we're going to throw this message. But if the user is found, we're just going to delete it right here. So this is just all we need to do to get our user deleted. So the next one we're going to do right here is the one to actually, let's go this update right here. And also, just as we did right here, we're also going to find the user to make sure the user does exist. So if the user exists, we're going to update. But if the user doesn't exist, then we're going to also throw a message, right? So now I'm just going to say return repository, user repository dot find by ID. Find by ID, we're going to pass in the user ID. And then we're going to say dot map. And so we're just going to say existing user, existing user. And then we're just going to say, we're just going to come down right here and extract. We're going to exchange the attribute. We're going to say existing user dot set first name. I'm going to get request dot get first name. And same way, we're going to get the last name. So these are just the two things we want to update for the user for now. Like I said, if the request change, we're going to come back here to actually get it fixed, right? But for now, these are just the two requests. These are just the two things we want to update for the user. And then after that, we're just going to remove this one right here. So if the user is found, we're going to update the name. But if the user is not found, we're going to throw a message. So we're just going to say dot or else throw. We're going to say or else throw this one right here. And we're just going to come in here to throw our custom error message. New resource not found exception. And also we're going to say user not found. User not found. User not found. All right, so these are just what we're going to do. We're having error somewhere. We're having error. Okay, we are going to save first. We've not saved, so we're going to return repository, this one right here, dot save. So we're going to save the existing user, right? Okay, so this is just all we need to do to actually get our user updated. So let's move to the creation of a new user. All right, so the next thing we're going to do right here is to just come up here to actually create the user. So here we're going to say return optional dot of request. We're going to say request dot filter. Actually, we're just going to say, okay, if this user does not exist, so we're going to say user repository, not user repository dot exist by email, right? Dot exist, this exist dot exist by email. That we're just going to pass in the request dot get email, request dot get email. I'm going to break this down. Let's break this one down right here. So now, if this user does not exist, then we're just going to come here to map. So we're going to say map. We're going to say we're just going to call this one request again. Map request right here. Actually, we're just going to this one is RQ. And we're just going to say, we're going to create a new object of user right here. So we're going to say user equals new user. Then we're going to come right here to actually set user email and set the password, set the first name, and set the last name. Thank you to IntelliJ for effortless coding. Now we're just going to return, actually this one here, we're just going to return, sorry, I made a mistake. So we're going to return, what? My cap log is on. So we're going to return repository, user repository.save. So we're just going to save the user, right? And pass in the user. Then if that is not the case, we're just going to throw an error. We're going to say .ls throw user not found exception. All right, so this is just all we need to do right here to actually get our user created. So the first thing we did here is that we actually find the user by email. So if that email already exists, then we're just going to throw error. Actually, we're just going to come right here. Not this one is not user not found, but meanwhile we're going to say this one is already exists exception. This one right here. So then we're just going to, I'm going to remove this, having problem right here. So then I'm just going to come here to say this email already exists. So we're going to say request dot get email, right? Then we're going to add the string right here. We're going to say plus, let's concatenate already exists right here. But meanwhile, we're just going to make it fancy. Let's just do some kind of funny things right here. I'm just going to do plus. So I'm going to say oops. So we're going to say oops, this email already exists. So this is just all we need to do right here to actually get our user, a new user created in our database. So I think this is just all we need for now. If there are any additions, we'll surely come back here to actually get them fixed. So let's go back to let's move forward to the next task. All right, so now we have done with the implementation of the user service. So the next thing we're going to do right here, we're going to start implementing the controllers. So I'm going to right click on this and close all tabs and then open up our project. So let's go to the controller package. So here, the first controller we're going to implement is the order controller. So let's right click on the controller package and create a new class, a new controller. And we're going to say order controller. So let's close this. I'm just going to do something right here. So let's go to some of these controllers we've done in the past. I'm just going to grab these 3 annotations right here and just close it and just close here. Then I'm just going to come back here to dump these 3 annotations right here. And then we're going to change this name to orders. That's all. Okay, so the first one we're going to do right here is the one to actually create the order for the user. So let's bring in our order service as a dependency, but meanwhile, I'm going to take the interface of the service. So let's do the import. So let's say public response entity, API response. So here we're going to say create order. So in here, we're just going to have the user request, the user ID. So user ID for the request, right? And so we're just going to call the order to actually place we're going to call the service to actually place the order. So we're just going to say order. Oh no, this is not what I want to do. So we're going to say equals service dot place order, and then we're going to pass in the user ID. So after that, we're just going to return. We're going to return a success story if it happens, right? So we're just going to say success.ok and new API response. Then we're going to create inside here. We're going to create our success story. So we're just going to say success, and we're just going to bring in the order, right? I'm just going to say order success, order success, product order success, item actually. We're going to say item order success, And we're going to just put a kind of exclamation right here, and we're just going to pass in the order. So that's just all we need to do right here. But meanwhile, let's be conscious of our exception. So let's go to this order. Are we throwing any exception from this class, from this service? Is this service throwing any exception if anything happened? So let's go there and check. So here, this is the service. Where's the order? This is the order service. So let's open it up. So let's go to the create. This is the create order. So here we're actually we are having this create. No, not this one right here. So this one is the place order, right? So here we're actually getting the cards right here, and here we are getting the cards by user ID. So this one right here, if we go here, I don't think we are actually throwing exceptions, but potentially there are some exceptions. Maybe if the user is not found, we can just throw exception from here if the user is not found. But for this, if I go here right now, we see that we are not actually throwing any exception right here. So we just get it directly. So we didn't find the user first. But we can just say, okay, let's find the user. If the user does exist, then we just get the card. But if the user does not exist, we just throw exception that user does not exist. So you can actually add a condition right here to actually throw the exception. But for this demo, we just want to assume that the user actually exists. So we don't want to just go that way to throw exceptions. So now I just want to leave this one right here, and let's go back to the controller. So now we see that we are not actually throwing any exceptions right here. So we're just going to leave this one like this. But anyways, you can still also throw any internal server error, right? So for example, if something does happen, you can just surround it here with try and catch, because we're actually throwing all our exceptions directly from the controller. We didn't create any global exception handler. We are just trying to handle everything from the controller. So you can just actually create a generic exception handler. So should anything happen, you can just come here to say, okay, return resource response entity dot. So this one right here, we can just say dot status code, and we're just going to say internal server error, right? We can just come here to say http dot status. Do we have it right here? So we're just going to say that. Okay, no, sorry, it's my bad. So we're just going to say http status right here. Sorry guys, my brain just reset. So here you're just going to say, okay, dot internal server error right here. So this one right here, we can actually, if anything actually happened, we're just going to say body right here and actually come here to throw a customized message. We're just going to say e dot get exception right here, get message rather. So this one we just did right here. If anything happens internally, we're just going to say, okay, internal server error, and we'll actually get the message of what actually happened at the front end, right? If actually we want to throw exception. But because we're not catching any exception because we didn't throw any exception from the service, right? So we're just going to leave this one like this. So let's just tentatively catch general exception here. Okay, so with that being said, we're just going to say this one here is a post mapping, and we're just going to pass in the endpoint as order. So we're just going to say orders/order right here, and it's a post mapping. So the next one here we're going to do is the one to actually get order by ID. So let's come right here. Remember last time in the order service we actually had, this is the create order, right, which is the place order, and this one here is get order by ID. So this is the one we're going to implement right now. So let's go back right here. So we're going to say public response entity, and we're going to pass in our API response as usual. No, this is our API response actually, and then we're going to say get order by, let's make it clear, get order by ID. We're going to pass in the order ID, and then we're just going to come here to say order, the order equals service dot get order, and we're just going to pass in the order ID right there. And just like we've explained right here, you can always throw general exception. But this one right here, we actually threw exception. You can see that we're actually throwing a message order not found right here. So we can just go ahead to catch this one right here, because we throw this one right here, so we can catch resource not found exception right here at the controller. So then we can just, okay, return a success story if everything is found. But if things are not well, then return, just catch the exception right here. So for that now, we're going to catch the resource not found exception right here. And then we're just going to return it. So we're going to say return response entity dot resource not found. We're just going to say error occurred. Anyways, we're just going to say, we can just say oops. I don't like writing too much grammar. We're just going to say oops. Resource not found, which means this message here we are getting is this one here. This is the message we are getting. So we just say oops, order not found, no order found. Actually, we're just going to say no order found. Let's just remove this one right here. So that's just what we are doing right here. We're actually throwing this message right here by saying e.get message that, so we're actually getting the message that we defined right in here. So that is out of the way. So the next one we're going to do here is the one to actually get ordered by user ID. So it's just going to follow the same way with this one right here. So for that, but meanwhile, we're just going to, let's say this one is a get mapping. So this one is a get mapping. And so in here, we're just going to say user, actually, we're just going to say order ID, right? Actually, this one is inside here. So we're going to say order, slash order ID actually, then slash order. So this is the endpoint we're going to actually do right here. So here we're going to say order. So we're going to say this one is an order ID, and then we're going to say this one is a path variable. So we're going to do this one as a path variable, and this one is actually, we're going to also make this one right here a path variable, this one, but meanwhile I just want to make this one a kind of at request param. At request param. In case you don't know the difference between request param, you don't know when to use request param and at path variable. We're going to talk about that later in the course. So, but now just take it that this one is a request param and this one is a path variable right here. Okay, so the next thing we're going to do is actually the one to get to get orders for the user. So this one we're just going to come here to say, we're just going to copy this on a paste. We're just going to say get order by user ID. Oh, we're just going to say get user orders. Get user orders right here. And then we're going to have, so inside here, we're going to have the user ID right here. So we're just going to say user ID. I'm going to make this user ID a path variable right here. So we're just going to come here to say user ID. User ID right here, and we're just going to say orders. So right here we also pass in user ID right in here, and but meanwhile this one here is going to be a list because we're actually getting, the user might have more than one order in database. So here we're just getting all the orders with the user ID, which means in the database we're going to get every order that has this user ID right here. So it's going to be a list, not a single one, right? So for that, we're going to say this one is a list of orders. So we're just going to say this one right here, we're going to set this one to list of orders right here. So this one is list of order, and then we're going to say user.get user orders right here. So that is just all we need to do. So this one also we just say user ID and the orders, and this one is order ID and then the order, right? So one thing we need to do right here, we see that we are actually returning this one directly. And if we go here, there are some other things that may cause problem right here. This is the order ID, right? So this one right here, we have the user right here, and we have the order status, we have the order items right here. So returning this one directly, it means we are returning everything that is in here. And if you go to this user right here, this user also has other dependencies. This user is also calling the order, and the user is calling the cart, right? So we are going to have recycler dependencies right here when we are going to run this application. So for that now, we are going to create a DTO for this order right here. So we're just going to select the attributes we are going to return back to the user when we are getting all the orders of the user, so that we don't have problems by retrieving product, retrieving images, retrieving everything that, this one has dependency. For example, this one, just like what we see, this one has this user, and user has other dependencies. So if we go right here to the cart also has a dependency. So we're going to have recycle dependencies like that. So for that, we're going to create a DTO for this one right here. So in our next video, we're going to see how we're going to customize a DTO to actually return the properties we want to return for the user when an order is being requested. So see you there in the next video. All right, so in this video, we're going to see how we're going to convert our order to the order DTO that we're going to return to the user. So if we actually go right here to the order package, that's the order entity right here, we're going to see that returning this order, there are a lot of things we are going to be returning along, because this order actually has dependencies that is going to pull along. For example, the order is going to pull along these order items and is going to pull along the user. And in turn, if we go inside this order item, we see that this order item in turn has its own dependencies that is going to pull along. So for example, the order item has a product, that's going to pull along, and also the order is also right in here, right? And so what we're just going to do here, we're going to create a DTO instead of returning coming right here to the controller. So instead of returning this order directly, we are going to return a DTO. So remember that a DTO gives us the opportunity or the chance to actually select the attributes that we wish to return to the caller, right? So now let's go right here. So inside this DTO package, I'm going to right click. Then we're going to create a class. So this class, we're going to call it order DTO. So what are the things we actually need in this order DTO? So we're just going to bring in some of these attributes we want to return to the user right here. So here, I'm just going to bring this in here, and then take note of this one right here, that we're actually going to create order item DTO, because this order right here, this order entity right here is actually coming along with this item, this other item, and this other item is also coming with other dependencies, and we don't want to return all these dependencies. We just want to select what we are going to pull along with the product, because actually other item is actually a product, right? So that we just want to specify the information we are going to take from the product and some of the information we're going to take from here. So now we're just going to come back right here. Let me close this a little bit. So we're going to create another DTO right here, this other item DTO, in the same package, which is the DTO package right here. So I'm just going to click on OK. All right. So inside this item DTO, this other item DTO, we just want to come here to say we want to return some few attributes right here. But meanwhile, I'm going to rename this. Going to refactor. I just want to make it. I want to make this one like DTO. Lowercase, and hit on enter. Did it work? Let's check it out. Okay, right here it works. Okay, so here we're just going to return the product ID, the product name, the quantity, and the price, because this one right here, that is the other item, actually represent a single product, right? So we're just going to return the product ID, the name, the quantity of the product, and the price right here. And then let's come here to say that we are going to say this one, we're going to get the getter and setter from this by using the @data annotation. And then let's close this other items. And now let's come back right here. And also we're going to have this one as @data annotation for us to get the getter and setter right here. And now, having done this, now we're going to come back to this service right here. And the first thing we're going to do here, we're going to bring in the model mapper, dependency. So we're going to say private. Final, we're just going to have this model mapper right here as a dependency. And then we're going to come down right here to create a service that will actually help us to do the conversion. So we're going to have a private method right here, which is a helper method right here. And this one we're going to say order DTO. Order DTO, this one right here. And then we're just going to say convert to DTO. We're going to say convert to DTO. Yeah. And then we're just going to pass in the single order, and we're just going to convert this one right here to DTO. So this is the helper method that is going to help us to actually convert to DTO. So now the first thing we're going to do here, so this is the one that we're actually getting, we're getting the order by order ID right here. So, but meanwhile, I'm going to right click and close everything so that our workspace will be clear. And then let's just have this one right here, this one, and the service. So let's have this service, this other service. What is it? This one right here. So these are just the three we need right now. And also, I think we need the controller as well. I should have closed everything. So let's go to the controller. Okay, this one right here. Yeah. So now this one is the method that is actually getting the order by ID right here. And you see that we're actually returning this order, the raw order right here. But now we are not, instead of returning this raw order right here, we're going to return the order DTO right here. And let's do the import. Yeah, let's do the import. Okay, right here. And then after this, now we're going to go in here. See here, we're having an error right now. So we're going to go inside the order service. So we're going to actually return, instead of returning this order right here, so we're going to return the order DTO right here. We're going to return the order DTO right here. And then we're going to, now the contract has been broken. So we're going to go right here to the service. We're going to go here to the service to actually return this DTO right here, DTO right here, right? So let's do this import. Let's import it. All right. So coming back here to the service, then we're going to do the conversion. So instead of returning this, I'm just going to remove all these ones for now. I'm going to remove all these ones for now. And then we just want to say, okay, we want to return the repository dot find by ID. So we're going to pass in the order ID. And then we're going to map. So we're just going to map it here. And then we're going to say this. So we're going to make use of the method we created down below. So we're just going to say convert to DTO. Then we're just going to say .os through. Oh, sorry, this one is map. Sorry, guys. Yeah. So here we're just going to say .os through this one right here. But meanwhile, let's break this down. Let's break it down. Yeah, let's break it down right here. So we're just going to say throw no throw what? So say resource not found right here. So we'll say order not found. So that one actually settles this one right here. So here we're actually returning the DTO instead of the order, the raw order. So the next one we're going to do right here is this list right here. So we're actually getting a list of order based on the user ID right here. So here, instead of returning the list of order, we're going to return the list of order DTO right here, right? And then let's go back to the service. So right here, this is the method that is actually getting the list of orders for a user, right? So the first thing we're going to do right here, so instead of returning this, instead of returning order, we're going to return the order DTO right here. And then let's go to the service to actually, the contract has been broken. So let's go to the service to fix the contract. So here, this is the order. We're going to say order DTO right here. So we return the order list of order DTOs. And here, let's go back to the service. So coming back here, I'm just going to, let's remove this one for now. And I'm going to return none for a moment. Let's return none. So in here, we're going to have the list of orders. So list of order. List of order. So we're going to call this on orders. Equals repository dot find by user ID. Is that correct? Dot find by user ID. This one right here. And we're just going to pass in the user ID we have in there, right here. So then we're just going to come here to return orders. So I'm going to say orders.stream .map. Then inside this map, we're just going to call the just the method. Sorry, we just want to method reference. Just like this, and we're going to call the convert to DTO right here. And after that, we're going to collect it to list. So this is just all we need to do to convert the list of orders to order DTO right here. So we're using this private method right here. And then we're going to, let's go back right here to our controller, this order controller here. So you see here, there's no problem, there's no noise right here because we're actually returning a list of order DTO right here that are saved with the user ID right here. So this is just all we need to do to convert our order to order DTO that we can actually return back to the user at the front end. So for now, this is just all we need to do. So if there's anything to be corrected, we'll surely come back here to correct it when we're going to test our application. So see you in the next video. All right, so now we have done with the implementation of the order controller. So in this video, we're going to start implementing the user controller. So I'm just going to right click as usual. But meanwhile, before I right click this, I'm going to go to the controller and grab these 3 annotations right here. Just going to grab these 3, and then I'm going to right click and close all these tabs. So let's open up our project and move to the controller. So right here, we're going to create a controller called user controller. So this one is a user controller. And so let's close this. So here, I'm just going to drop these 3 annotations right here, and then I'm going to change this one to users. That's all. And then here, we're going to need the dependency, which is the user service. That's correct, this one. But meanwhile, we're going to take the interface of the user service, right? So let's do the import. Yeah. So the first endpoint we're going to create right here is the one to actually get the user by ID. So I'm going to say public response entity. And we're going to have the API response, and we're going to say get user by ID, and we're going to pass in user ID. So we're just going to say user, and then we're just going to return the success story. Let's return the success story if, yeah, and we're going to say .ok. And so we're just going to say success, and we're just going to maybe we're just going to say user, yeah, just say success. Success is okay. But if the user is not found, remember we are throwing a message, right? We are throwing user not found exception. So if the user is not found, this one right here, let's go to the service. Remember right here, we are not here. Let's go to the implementer. Right here, just want to show you so you remember, right? So remember, we're actually getting this one right here. We are throwing exception right here. We say that if the user is not found, we should throw this message. So now let's come here to catch this message. So just to highlight and surround, we try and catch. And let's throw resource. Let's catch resource not found exception. Yeah, and let's return it to the front end. So I'm going to say return response entity, yeah, dot status, and we're going to say not found, and dot body. And so we're going to have e.get message, right? So we're going to say e.get message, and then we're going to return none, and we're just going to terminate. So let's do this static import. All right, so this is just all we need to do. So this one, we're going to say this one is a get request. So let's say get mapping, and let's just pass in the user ID. We're going to say this is the path variable. It's going to be a path variable, right? So let's say user ID, and let's say user. So let's come here to say this one is a path variable. Sorry, let's say path variable. All right, so this is just all we need to do. But meanwhile, let's balance this, and let's balance it right here. Okay, so that's that. So the next one we're going to do here is the one to create the new user, right? So let's create new user. Say public response entity get user by email, we are not actually getting user by email. We just want to create user. And so last time we created, what was the name? Was it create user? Let's go to this request right here. We created a class last time when we had implemented the service layer. Okay, no, this one is okay here. So we have create user request, right? So that is the class we're going to use. So let's come here and say create user request, create user request, this one right here. And we're just going to say request. And then we're just going to request the body at request body. All right. So then we're just going to say user equals user service.create user. Then we're going to return the success story. That's user create user success. We're going to say create user success, and we're just going to put exclamation mark right here. Okay, and so you can see that here we're actually coming to, okay, we're still going to remember that here we are throwing a message right here. We said that if the user is already in existence, so right here we are throwing an already exist exception. So if this user already in existence, we're just going to throw, okay, this user is already in our database, right? So that is what we're doing here. So we're going to catch this exception right here so that we can actually throw the message for the user to see that this user you try to create is already in existence in the database. So we're just going to catch already exist exception because that was what we throw here. That is the exception we are throwing right here, right? So we're just going to come here to catch the same exception right here, already exists exception. Then we're just going to return the message we defined at the service layer to the front end. So we're just going to return response entity. No suggestion. Okay, let's go. Response entity dot. So this time around we're going to say conflict. This conflict actually. Let's say conflict. HTTP.conflict, right? And dot body. So we're just going to get the message we define at the front end, at the back, at the service layer, this message right here. So we're say, oops, this email already exists in the database, right? So that is the message we're actually getting right here. So this one is going to be a post request. And we are just going to say /add, that's all. All right, so the next one we're going to create right here is the one to update the user. The response entity.update user. And this one, we're going to also take the ID of this user. We'll say long user ID, right? So this one is the class we created last time called user update request. That is what we're just using here right now. Equals user.update user, and then we're just going to return the success story if everything goes well, right? But if there's a problem, because remember that we're actually finding the user before the update right here. If you go to the update user here, you see that before the user is updated, we actually get the user and we are throwing a message right here. So if the user is not found, we're going to throw this message. So let's just come here to catch the error. Not actually error, it's an exception. There's a difference between error and exception. So let's go here to actually catch the exception right here. So we're going to have this one right here, and let's return. In case you are wondering the difference between error and exception, you can just Google that. You know, in software, there's difference between error and exception. Yeah. Okay, so here we have this now. If everything goes well, we're going to return this one, but if there's a problem, then we're going to return this one right here, right? So we're going to say this one is a put request. And so here we're going to just come here to say we're going to get the user ID as a path variable, right? So we're going to say path variable. What's the user ID? Oh, sorry, this user ID actually. And then we're going to say update. That's just all we need to do. User ID, is it correct? So why are we having problem right here? Okay, yeah, so this one we're going to say this one is a path variable. Yeah, path variable. So that solves the problem. So the last one we're going to do here is the one to delete the user. This one is a very straightforward one. We're just going to say public delete user. Actually, we're still going to have the response entity. So let's say response entity. I'm getting confused. I'm thinking something else. Let's see. Okay, let me just go straight. Let me just forget about that. So right here, we're just going to have the user ID as a path variable. Then we're just going to go in here to just call the service to actually delete the user. Just call the service. Sorry, what is the name? User service, right? Yeah. And then we're going to return success story. So user deleted successfully. We don't need to return any ID, just going to return none. All right. And if the user is not found, as usual, we're still going to return resource not found exception. So resource not found. Oh, sorry, this is resource not found. Not found exception, and we're just going to return. So we're just going to return .get message, and this one we're going to say is a delete mapping. So we're going to say at delete mapping, and here we're going to get the user ID as a path variable. Then we're going to say slash delete. So here let's say user ID. All right, so this is just all we need to do right here. So now we have finished implementation of this controller. Then in our next video, we're going to create the user DTO to actually return to convert this user from this user object to the user DTO. So that's what we're going to do in our next video. So see you there. All right, so in this video, we're going to take a closer look at our user controller. So right here, this is the user controller that we have implemented in our previous video, right? And right here, we can see that in some of this endpoint, we are actually returning the user back to the front end, which is back to the user. And here we can see that we're actually returning the user model directly to the user, right? And returning this model directly to the user, it has a lot of implication, because if we look right here, this is the user entity directly, this is the table rightly in the database. And this entity right here, this class right here actually consists of other dependencies. So for example, we see that this class consists of this cart dependency, and also it has the other dependency. So if for example, if we are getting this user right now, the user is going to get this card right here. And getting this card right now, let's go here to see what is inside the card. So this is the card right here. So this card has card items, which is products, and this card also refers to the user, right? So which means getting the card is trying to also get the user and get these card items along. And now if we go inside these card items, we're going to see that the card this card item, it turns, has other dependencies. The card items also has products, and the card item also has the reference to the card right here as well. And also getting this card item is going to make attempts to get the products and this one. But meanwhile, we have break the loop between the card item to this card already. So the card item is not going to get this one anymore, right? But the card item actually needs some information from this product right here. For example, we need the brand, we need the name, and we need some information right here. And coming here, you see that this product in turns has some other dependencies right here to pull along, right? So what I'm trying to say here is that, so getting the user right here, there are a lot of chains of dependencies that we're going to be pulling along. This one might cause recycling dependency or maybe Stack Overflow as time goes on, because they are going to be dragging each other, and we're not going to get a good result. So that is where the DTO that we have been talking about, that we have been using, so that is the role of the DTO in software development. So in this case right here, we're just going to have a user DTO, and inside the DTO, we're going to specify the attributes we want to return to the user, right, inside the DTO, instead of returning this raw user back to the user. So what we're just going to do right here is we're going to go here, we're going to go inside this DTO package and right click, and then we're going to create a new class. We're going to call this class user DTO. So this one is the user DTO class here. And now what actually do we need? What are we going to return in the user DTO? So we just need the basic information of the user to return, right? So for example, we might need the name of the user, the ID, and so on and so forth. So I'm just going to paste all these things right here. Now, apart from this information right here, we need to return we need to see that if the user has an order in the database, we need to return the order. And if the user has a cart, we need to return the cart. And if the user has an address, we need to return the address as well. So even though we have not here, we see that we have not gotten address, right? We have not bring in anything address right here. But in a normal situation, the user is supposed to have an address, right? Of which we're going to include later. So, but for now, let's work with the one we have right now. So getting the user, we're going to have the cart of the user and the order of the user. So now if I just come right here to say private, so if I just say, and meanwhile, the user can actually have more than one order, right? So the user can have a list of order. So let's say this one is a list, and we're going to say order, right? This one is order right here. So the user can have a list of orders. I'm just going to call this one orders right here, right? And meanwhile, this order right here we're working with, just like we've shown, this orders actually has other things to pull along. So because of that, now we're not going to use this order. We're not going to return this raw order to the user, but we're going to return the order DTO to the user. Like so. Now, if we go to the order DTO, let's go right here. So here we have the order DTO, and these are the things we are actually returning to the user from the order DTO. So these are the things that we're actually returning back to the user. And now if we go right here, let's go to the user DTO right here. So now we're having the order DTO right here. And also we are going to need the cart for the user. For example, the user, a user can have some orders and also can have some products left in the cart waiting to be ordered, right? So which means we are actually going to check if the user actually has order in the database. That we're just going to pull the order back to the along with the user, right? So here we're just going to have the cart, because a user can only have one cart. A user cannot have two carts, right? So one cart to one user. So we're just going to have the cart, and we're just going to have this cart right here as a dependency. So here we're just going to do this one, the import. But meanwhile, again, we are not going to return the raw cart, because returning this raw cart to the user is going to pull along other things right here, right? So we are going to create a cart DTO that we are going to return along to the user. So here, I'm just going to say cart DTO right here. And then let's create this DTO class for the user. That's for the DTO class right here, cart DTO. And inside this package of DTO, we're going to create this class. So let's say enter. And the next we're going to do right here, we're going to come to this cart DTO to actually select what we're actually going to return to the user from this cart. So now inside this cart DTO, what we're just going to return right here, we're just going to return the cart ID, and actually the cart actually consists of cart items, which is the product right here, right? So we're going to return the cart ID and the cart item DTO, because we cannot return the cart because here we cannot return directly this cart item directly. So we're going to return the cart item DTO. So here, let's just say we're going to create this class right here inside the DTO package. So now just look at the chain of what we are returning right now. So here, this is the cart, right? We are returning the cart DTO, and the cart has the cart ID and the total price that is in the cart. And also the cart is returning the products that are inside, right? And these products are found inside this cart DTO right here, this cart item. Now, if we go back to the original cart item, let's go right here. So we're going to see that this cart item right here actually consists of products and the cart. So this cart item, if we return the original cart item, is going to pull along some other things right here. So we are not going to return the original one. So that is why we are returning the cart item DTO right here, so that we can have the chance to select what we are going to return as the product, right? So right here, we also want to select what we are going to return to the user from the DTO right here. And remember that the cart item is actually a product, right? So what we just need right here, we're going to need the item ID, the quantity, and the price. And also we are going to need the product right here. So here we're just going to say private. And here, sorry. So this is a private, and we're going to say we actually need the product here. And meanwhile, we just need a few information because a cart item represents product, right? So we're just going to say we need product right here because we actually need the product information. So we're going to say products, sorry, this product, and we're going to say product right here. Oh, sorry. Why? Product, oh, sorry. The typo right here. So we're going to have product right here, and let me remove this T. So here we have product. And also, if we return the raw, if we return this raw product, we still have problems, right? So if we go right here, we see that this product also has other things. For example, it's going to return the photo, right? And we don't really need some of all these things that we're going to return. So what we're just going to do right here, let's go back to, I've opened too many things right here. Let me close some of these things. So here, this cart item, instead of returning this product, we're going to return the product DTO so that we can have the chance to select what we want to return from the product, because we are not returning everything in the product, right? So here, let's go to this product DTO. So this is the product DTO we created last time. So which means these are the things we are going to return from the product, right? So that is just what we're going to do. That is what we're trying to do right here. So here, what we're just going to do right here, I'm just going to grab this one. I'm going to take this one right here and I'm going to close this. Then we are still going to have all this in all the DTOs we have created, right? Let me just do it so that it will get imported. Let me do it from the scratch so it will get imported. So right here, and also we need to have it here. So we just need to have it here. So what I'm just trying to do right here, make sure we have getter setters and some of the necessary things in all the DTOs we have created, right? So make sure you have this annotation, or you can just specifically have the getter setter in all the DTOs we have created. So now this is the user DTO we are returning to the user. So we are returning, so when we request to get the user, so we're going to return the user information, which is the name, the last name, the email. Notice that we are not actually returning the password right here, right? Because that is secret. Then we are returning the orders. If the user has orders in the database, we're just going to return the list of orders. But if the user has no orders, we're going to return an empty list, right? And also we are returning the cart of the user. So if the user has cart, then we're going to return it in the database, right? So these are just the things we want to return as the user DTO. So having done this right now, we're going to go to the user, this one right here. So right here in the user service class, what we just need to do right here, I'm going to bring in the model mapper dependency. So I'm going to say private final. Okay, model mapper right here. And now this is the method that is finding the user by ID, right? That is getting the user by ID. So what I'm just going to do right here is to, but meanwhile, I'm just going to come down right here. We're going to create a new method to actually convert the user to the DTO, to the user DTO, right? So here we're going to have public. Yeah, we're going to say public, and then we're going to call the user DTO. This is user DTO. Yeah, user DTO. So we're going to say get user by ID. Or we're just going to say convert user to DTO. Convert user to DTO. This one is not correct. So we're omitting O right here. So we're going to say convert user to DTO. And here we're going to have the user object, right? We're just going to have the user object right here, user. And so we're just going to return. So we're just going to return model mapper.convert this user to DTO, right? And then we're just going to come right here and where is this? So this one that is returning this user by ID, we're just going to come here to say, okay, but because this one right here, we might use it somewhere else, right? So for that, we are not going to tamper with it. But meanwhile, we are going to use this one separately at the front end. So I'm just going to say, I'm going to pull this one up to the interface level, and then let's pull it up so that we can get access to it from the controller, right? So we're just going to pull this one up, and then after getting this, what we just need to do right here is to go back to the user controller. So instead of returning the raw user right here, we're just going to say okay, and after getting the user, we're going to convert it to user DTO. So here we're just going to say user. Oh, sorry. Oh my gosh. So we're going to say user DTO right here, and so we're just going to say equals service, the user service actually. dot convert to DTO, and then we're going to pass in we're going to pass in the user. So let's pass in the user right here. So that's just all we need to do. Then instead of returning the user, we're going to return the user DTO to the front end. So currently now this user DTO actually contains everything we need to return to the user, right? So that's just what we're doing. So the same way, I'm just going to let's terminate this, and let's go right here. Just going to copy this one. So the same way, I'm going to come here and convert it, and then we're just going to also come here. I think there are 3. So this one and this one also, we're just going to convert this one too, right? So now let's actually return the DTO here and also here. Yeah, so this is just all we need to do to convert our user to the user DTO. So now we have done we have done so many things right here, and we have gone so far. So in our next video, we're going to run this application and see the update to what we have done so far to make sure that our system actually runs to this point so far. So see you in the next video. All right. So now that we have done with the implementation of our controllers, so in this video, we're going to run our project to make sure that our project actually works up to this stage. So what we're just going to do here, the first thing we're going to do is to let's check our properties to make sure we have our data preserved in the database. So here, let's make sure this one is on update right here, so we don't lose the data we got in the database. So now I'm just going to run this project and see what we got so far. We have some errors somewhere. We have some errors here. So what could be the problem? Syntax error. MySQL workbench. Okay, check syntax error near here. Anyways, let's just go to our SQL workbench and see what we got in there. These are the products we gotten in our database already. So let's refresh. Okay, right here we still have it. So let's come here to refresh our system. So now we see that we have a new table right here called user right here. But the order table did not create because, okay, we have the order item created here, but the order table did not create because we have an error somewhere. So let's go and check what actually happened with the order table, because this one right here is the order item where we have the price, the ID, the price, the quantity, the order ID, and the product ID. But the table order is not showing, the order table actually. So right here, we see that we have error right here. I'm just going to go off screen so that I will come back to communicate with you guys when I get it solved. All right, so I got this working, but what actually happened was that, we're having error regarding to this the name of this table right here, because right here we have the name. Let me zoom in a little bit so you can see. So here we have this name. This name was order, right? And here we're having order ID and order date. So the error was between this area right here. But what I just did, because it's a kind of technical error that is really difficult to figure out, but what I just did was that I have to use this tag right here, this annotations right here, to actually specify the table name. So I specify the table name here to be tables, the orders, because by default this one is going to be table in the database. This one, the table is going to be named order in a lowercase in database by default. If we don't specify any name right here, if we don't specify the table name right here, so by default, JPA is going to create a table in the database called order. And if you look right here, we're having this order right here, order ID and order date. And also we are using this order somewhere. So there was a conflict between the attributes and the name of the table, right? So that is why I just try to differentiate the name of the table. So after doing this, now we see that everything runs successfully. So here we can see that the order table has been created successfully, and here we can see the enumeration, which is the order status. Everything has been created right here. So we have cancelled, delivered, pending, and so on and so forth right here. So now let's go back to my SQL workbench and refresh so that we see our update. So here I'm just going to refresh, and now we see that the order table has been created, which is called orders right here. So if we go here, we see the order ID, the date, the status, the total amount, and the user ID, right? And these are the information. This is the information we actually want from this table. And now, if we go back to the order item right here, which consists of the items that we ordered that we ordered. So we see here we have the ID, we have the price of the item. Remember that every order item is a product, right? So this one is the unit price of the product, and this one is the quantity of the product. This one is the order ID, and this one is the product ID, right? So this order ID right here is this ID that we are getting right here. So which means the items that are named or that are registered with this ID is what we're going to, they are the ones that are going to be reflected right here on this order table right here. So far so good. We have gotten our table created, and so before we test this project, I just want us to see the structure of our database right now. You know, earlier on when we created 3 tables, this was our structure, right? This when we have product, image, and the category. But now we've gotten much tables already, so I want us to generate the schema again so that we can see the structure of our table right now. So having said that, I just want to, let's go back right here. So having said that, I just want to go back here to database, and we're going to go to reverse engineer actually. We'll click on this, and then we just click on next. So right here, we're going to click on next again, and then we're going to select our database. So let's unselect this one right here because that's not the one we're using. Our database, our schema is Dream Shops DB, right? That's our schema we're using right here. So now we're going to click on next, and then click on next. So right here, we're going to see that we have 8 total objects, which means we have gotten 8 tables in our database, right? So let's click on execute. So I'm clicking on this execute right here. Then let's click on next, and let's click on finish. So right here we got 8 tables right here in our database. But meanwhile, I'm going to go off screen to arrange these tables the way they're supposed to be. Then we're going to come back. All right, so currently this is the structure of our database. These are the tables we've gotten in our database, right? And right here we see the products that we've gotten last time, the product and the image and the category. Now we've gotten 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more tables to add to these 3 tables. We've gotten the initial state we run this project. So we see that the user actually has a relationship with the order and the cart has a relationship with the items, and cart items actually are products, just like the way other items are products, cart items are products. Now between these two here, we have other items and the orders and the other items right here. You see that they're exactly the same thing with the cart and cart item right here. Now what the difference between this is that a user can actually have a cart. A user can go to the website, can go to the shop and pick some product inside the cart, but they might not order at that moment, right? So when they log out of the system, what they keep in the cart will still remain in the cart, so that when they come back the next time, they should be able to see what they keep, the product they keep in the cart, right? And so in that case, they are going to the cart is going to be persisting, is going to be there until they come back. And on the other hand, when the user or place an order, the product in this cart are going to be cleared off to this order right here. But in case the user placed an order and left some of the product inside the cart, which means the cart also is still going to be there until the user clear off all the items inside. Because a user can pick maybe like 6 products, right, and order for 2 at the moment, and the rest of them will still remain in the cart, right? So in that case, we just want to make sure the item that the user kept in the cart are still there until they come back the next time. So this is just the 2 right here. So this one here is to keep the cart items, and this one here is to show the orders of the user. So when we get the user, if there is any order that the user has purchased in the past or currently, we're just going to see them all right here. So currently, this is what we just have. This is the structure of our table right now, right? So in our next video, we're going to go to Postman to actually test this out to see how it works. So see you in the next video. All right, so in this video, we're going to test our project to see how it works up to this point. So in our previous video, we have run our project and we see that we have gotten additional tables created for us, such as the user, the order item, cart, and cart items, right? And so right now, we're just going to go back to IntelliJ. And I have created, let me take you back to inside our project. So here I've created a new package right here called data right here in the main package. I've created a new package called data right here. And inside this package, I've created a new class called data initializer, right? And if we open up this data initializer, you're going to see that this data initializer actually implements the application listener interface, and there we pass in the application ready event class as a parameter right here. And in here we have override a method right here called on application event, right? So pass in the application ready right here. So in here we are running a method right here inside this application event method, right? And then below right here, we have defined a class, a method to actually create 5 users for us when the application is run. So we're going to have default users in our database so that we can actually test without wasting much time. And so, which means this class, you see that this class is a bean, is a component, so it's a Spring Bean. And here we're actually doing constructor injection right here using the user repository. So what we're just doing right here is that when this project is run, when our project is ready, everything is run and all the dependencies have been fixed, the project is ready, then this class is going to be called. So, and when this class is called, this method here is going to run. And when this method runs, it's going to create these default users in our database so that we can have users to test with. So before we go on, let's run our project and see. And right here we see that we have gotten some queries right here on the screen. So let's go back to my SQL Workbench, and we're just going to refresh. Let's refresh and let's go to the user right here. And here we have 5 users created for us. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 default users created for us with user 1, user 2, 3, 4, and 5. And the password right here 1 to 6, right? So these are the default users that we're going to be testing with. And now let's go back to the cart. So right here, you see that our cart has been modified. Now, the previous one we run, there was no user ID here, but because we have initiated the user API. So now we have gotten the user ID attached, the user ID as a foreign key inside the cart table, right? And also, if we go to our cart item, we're going to see that actually we have the cart ID right here previously, right? But the changes right here is that we've gotten a user right here, which means we can find a cart by the user ID, right? And when this user is requested, when the user is retrieved, so we can easily retrieve the cart using the user ID, right? Okay, so now let's go back to, and also if we go to our order, let's go to our order right here. So here we see that we still have the user ID in our order. So we can actually retrieve every orders right here by querying with the user ID, right? And now let's go back to IntelliJ. So there's something I want to show you right here. So now I'm going to close this class now. I'm going to close this file right here. Now let's go back to the cartItem controller right here. So we see that when adding an item to the cart, we are actually requesting the cart ID right here. And in our previous video, because we have not gotten the user, so we are actually manually manually generating a cart ID so that we can actually have a cart ID to add data. And if we go here, if we go to this cart service right here, so last time you see that we are actually generating the cart ID manually from here, right? Manually from here, and we are initializing a new cart when the user intends to add a new item to a cart. So we are generating a new cart right here. So now that we have gotten a user, remember here we've implemented a method to actually find a cart by user ID, right? So what we're just going to do in this video before we test, we are going to modify this implementation we did right here. So we are going to actually pass in the user. So in this case, when the client or when the customer wants to add a user, want to add an item to the cart, so we are going to check if there's a user, right? So if there's a user, we're going to find the repository. If there's a user, then we're going to query the cart using the user ID to actually get the cat for the user. So if the user gotten a cat in the database, the cat is going to be retrieved for the user to add item. But if the user has not gotten a cat, then we're going to initialize a new cat for the user using the user that we just passed in. This one we're doing right here is still manually because actually, let's go back to the here. So we can see here that we're actually getting this cat initialized right here, right? But in a real scenario, in a real world scenario, we need to check when the user attempts to add an item to the cat. We need to check the login context. We need to check the authentication context if there's a user that is logged in. So if a user is logged in, then we're going to check the user, take the user ID to actually do this process to find the cat repository to check if that user already has a cat in the repository, in the database. But if the user has not gotten a cat, then we're going to create a new one. But because we have not gotten a security system integrated to our project, so now we just want to add the user ID right here to actually get this one initialized for us when the user wants to add an item to a cat, right? So we're just going to do it manually right now until, because in our future videos, we're going to actually implement the user security, where we're going to have the user to actually log in. Then we're going to actually use the normal way to get the cat. But for now, we are going to get it manually for the user. So having said that, right now, the first thing we're going to do right here, we are going to come right here to this. We are going to come here to this cartItem controller, and then we are going to modify this this endpoint right here. All right, so now we're going to start implementing this endpoint. So the first thing we're going to do right here, we're going to remove this one here, and I'm just going to come here to remove this if statement right here. So the first thing we're going to do right here is to actually check, is to find the user, is to get the user, and then use the user to query the cat repository to check if that user got a cat in a database. So if there's a cat, we're going to retrieve it just as we've discussed before. So I'm just going to come right here to say user equals. So here we're going to come up right here to get the user repository dependency. I'm going to say final. I'm going to say user service, this one right here. I don't know why my auto import is not importing. Come on. Okay, it has many, right? Okay, so here we're just going to say user service dot get user by ID, and then we're going to manually pass one user with ID number 1, because right here in our database we actually have a user with ID number 1, number 2, number 3 to number 5, right? So now we're just going to check. We just want to say that the user with ID number 1 wants to add an item to the cat. So we are querying our database with the user number 1, right? So then this one is actually a long value. So we're going to come here to add L to calm it down, right? Okay. So having done this right now, I'm just going to come here to get a new cat, create a cat. So we're going to say, okay, what's happening right here? Okay, so then we're going to pass in this user right here for the cat initialization right here, right? And then let's go back to our cartItem service, or maybe our cat service, because this one is actually the cat service. So let's go right here. So here we have, this is the method that is actually that is initializing the new cat. So what we're just going to do right here is to clear off. We're going to modify this method. So now we're going to change this one from long to cat. And then we're going to pass in the user object right in there, right? We're going to say user. I'll just pass in the user object right here. Then what we're just going to do, we're going to use this method that we've already created right here to actually query the cat repository to check if this user already got a cat in database, just as we've explained earlier. So now I'm just going to return optional. This one is going to be optional actually, because in case the cat does not exist. So we're going to say optional.off nullable. Then we're going to say get cat by user ID right here. Then we're just going to pass in user.get ID. Then we're just going to come right here. Okay, if the cat does not exist, then we're going to create a new cat, right? We're going to say or else get And in here, we're just going to say, okay, if the user does not exist, then we're going to create a new card for the user. That's if the card does not exist. If the user has not gotten a card, then we want to create a new card for the user. So we're just going to come here to just break it down right here to create a new card. Then we're going to set this card to the user. Then we're going to save the card to the database, right? So we're going to say card repository dot save the card to the database. And then we're just going to come here to terminate. So this is just all we need to do right here to actually initialize a new card for the user. So now let's put this one because now the contract has changed. So let's go back to this service. Let's just go back to the service and actually get it rectified. Let's go here, and this one is the method. So let's pass in a user instead. So here we have a user, and let's do the import. Yeah. So it's just all we need to do right here to get our card initialized, right? Okay, so here we are having initialize a card return type. What is happening right here? Wait, excuse me. So here we said make initialize return. Okay, we're going to go here. I think we are having a problem somewhere. This is the service. Let's go back to the service. Yeah, right here. we forgot to change the return type right here. I think this settles the case. Okay, cool. This settles the case. Okay, so now this is what we just need to do. So let's go back to our controller and see the error we're having right here. So here we are actually having required long provided card. So what we're just going to do right here is to get this card.getID. So we're going to call this one card here, and then we're going to say card.getID. Card.getID right here. So this is just all we need to do. So now let's test our application and see if we can actually create a new card for the user and add item to the card. So let's run our project. So let's wait for a few moments while it runs. Okay, so now it has run. So we have seen all this before. So what we're just going to do right here, let's go to Postman. So here in Postman, we're going to open up our project, and I think we have, I forgot the name of our collection. I think our collection is, okay, it's e-commerce, right? This one right here. And then let's open up, this is the cart right here. So we're going to add a new item to the cart. So let's go here to add a new item. So currently what we just have right here, let's put this down. So now we don't have this cart ID anymore right here. So we just have product ID and the quantity, right? So let's go back to MySQL Workbench to check our products if we have. So let's refresh. So actually we have product ID from 1 to 5, okay? And also we have okay, yeah. So let's go back to here. So then we're just going to we have the product ID number 1 and quantity number 3. But meanwhile, before we send this, let's check our cart items. So everything is empty, right? So let's go and add the product. Let's see what happens, if it works or not. Okay, here we have, okay, we have success, item, add item success. So let's go back here to our carts and refresh. Okay, so now we have a cart with ID number 2, and we have a product. This product we have three. We pick a product with ID number 1, and we say we need 3 of this product, which is the quantity is 3, and 4 times 3 we get 1200, right? So now let's go to the cart. Let's refresh the cart. So right here in the cart, we see that we have a user with ID number 1, which is the user we set, right? So now this user with ID number 1 actually has a cart already. So now let's go back here. Let's save this one. Let's save it. Okay, so now that we have gotten all this one right here, we have gotten, the user has gotten a cart. So let's go and find a user by ID. And let's see if the user will come out with the cart and on everything it has, right? So let's go back right here. We are going to create, right here, we have not gotten a user before, but now we are going to get a user, right? So let's come here to get a user by ID. So we're just going to modify this one right here. So this one is going to be users. Oh, sorry, this is users slash. Let's go and check the endpoint. So let's go to user controller. Let's open up the controller. So have a user controller right here. And then this is getting a user by ID, get user by ID. So have users, user ID and user, right? So have users, user ID is 1, then slash users. Sorry, this one is a user, slash user. And then let's just close this. I'm going to save this. Let's save this as. So we're going to, this time around, we're going to create a new folder and we're going to call this folder a user. So let's say user and we're going to create. And inside this folder, we're going to say this one, get user by ID. Get user by ID, and we're going to save. And so now let's get this user by ID as usual. Let's hit on send. So here we don't have anything. I think, okay, let's close this. I think my postman have started his problem again. Let's open it again. Please just bear with me for a few seconds while it opens again. My postman keeps giving me problems since the last update I did. Anyways, I will soon upgrade. I'll upgrade soon. Okay, let's just allow. So now let's hit this one again and see the error we got. So right here we see that we actually got this, but it seems okay. So we got 200 okay, and now let's see the data that is returned. So now we return success. So this is the user information right here, and the user has gotten a cart. You see here, the user has gotten a cart. Now the cart ID of the user is 1, is 2. Then inside the cart there's an item right here. So we have item. The item ID, the cart item ID is number 4. Then the quantity is 3. Then this is the, sorry, this is the cart item, right? Because the product is actually inside the cart item. So the cart item is number 4. Then the quantity inside that cart item is 3. Then the unit price is 400, right? Now this is the product information inside the cart item. So the product ID is 1. The name is TV. The brand is Apple, just like that. And the category is 1, and it has no images. Then the total price of the cart is 1200 right here. So we can see that we have a complex data actually returned for us by just getting a user, right, by ID, which means when the user logs in, the user should be able to see all the cart, to see the product he has added to the cart right here. Now the next we're going to do right here, so let's pretend that the user wants to order, right? So let's order the user. So for that, we're just going to let's go and check. Let's go to the order controller and see the endpoint. So this one is order, create order, right? So this order actually needs the user ID. So we have orders / order, right? And the user ID is a request param, which is user number 1, which is user ID number 1. So now let's come here. We have already saved this one already. So let's come here to say orders. So now this user want to place order, right? So let's say order. Then we have the user ID. Join / order actually. Then the user ID is a request param, of which we're going to come here to say user ID, and let's put 1 right here. So this user with ID number 1 wants to place order. Now let's check the method, the HTTP method of the order. We see here that the HTTP method is post, right? So we're actually trying to save the order for the user. So let's go back right here to postman, and let's see. Let's change this one to post actually. And before we hit on send, I'm just going to save this one as. So again, we're going to go back here because it's a new operation. So we're going to create inside the e-commerce. We're going to create a new folder, and this time around we're going to call this one order, right? And we're going to save this oh no, sorry. We're going to create this, and then we're going to say place order. Oh, sorry. I'm going to say place order, right? Then we're going to save this one. So now we're going to hit on send, and let's see what we got. So let's send. So here we have 200. Okay, let's see. But here we are having, let's stop. We're having a recycling dependency right here. Let's stop our server and figure out what is happening. So let's go back to Postman. Scroll up. So here we have item order success, and here we have the order ID, the total amount, and the order is pending, right? So this is the order items right here. So this is the order items right here, and this is the order inside the order items, and so the order again is getting the order items, then the order items is getting the order. So we're going to break, there's a loop right here between the order items and the order. So right here, what we're just actually trying to do right now, we're going to go to the order items to stop calling the order, because the order is the one calling it. So it shouldn't call the order. So let's go back to the order items. Let's go back to our entity class, to our model right here. So here we have the order item and we have the order, right? So here, this order is actually, we are getting this order, and this order right here is actually calling this order item. So we're going to stop this order item from calling the order. So here, this is the order right here. So we're going to ignore this. Let's ignore. So let's say JSON ignore, actually. JSON ignore. So that the order shouldn't call, this order item shouldn't call this one right here, but rather just what you need to call. We might also break this one right here, but meanwhile, let's run it again and see. So let's wait a few seconds while it runs. Okay, so now let's go back right here to place order again. So now we have place order, and let's see. So now we see that we are still having Stack Overflow. So let's go back again and stop our server. So this time around, let's see the one we are going to break. So now the order is calling the user, right? So the order is calling the user, and the user is calling. So here, this is the order, right? The order item is none for now. Then the user right here, the order is calling the user, and the user is calling the cat, and the cat is calling. So here you can see so the user is calling the cat is calling the user, right? So there's something we need to do. So let's go back to the cat and user. So why calling the item? Let's go to the fundamental of calling this, of ordering, what we're actually returning. So when this order is being done, where is the order right here? So this is the order controller. So when this order is being done, you see right here, we are actually returning this order right here, right? And we are returning, you see the problem we are facing last time. So if we go right here now, so this is where the problem is coming from, right? So the order is actually calling all these, and all these dependencies are being, the chain of these dependencies are being they are trying to pull along with the order. So and that actually brings in again, where is it? This is the controller. So that actually brings again the idea of a DTO. So for us to stop all this, instead of using JSON ignore all this, we just want to convert this order that is being returned to an order DTO, where we're going to specify the things we need to return after the order is being made. So in our next video, we're going to create the order DTO and solve the problem of these recycling dependencies right here. So see you in the next video. All right, so now we are going to convert this order here to the order DTO. And now let's remember that in some of our previous videos, we have actually created the order DTO. And if we go back to the order DTO, we see that these are the things that we just want to return from the order DTO, right? So all those chains that we are trying to break, we have actually break them right here by actually creating the order DTO and selecting what we actually want right here. And if you look at this order item DTO, we're going to see that we also select the things to actually return right here. So returning the product ID, the product name, the quantity, and the price. So these are just the things we are returning right here. We are not actually returning the main products that was causing the problem, and also we are not returning the user that was actually causing the problem, right? So what we just need to do here, we're going to go back to the order controller. So instead of returning this one right here, we're just going to convert it to the order DTO, right? And now let's go to our service class and see the implementation of what we have done before. So here we're going to see that we actually created a helper method that is actually doing the conversion for us right here. So the first thing I'm going to do, I'm going to convert this one from private to public, so we can actually get access to it in other places, right? So number two, I'm going to pull this one to the interface level so we can get access to it from the controller through the interface, right? And then let's pull it up. Okay, this one is done. So what we're just going to do right here, you see that this one here is where we are placing the order, right? So this is where we are placing the order, right? And we are actually returning the order right here. So we're going to leave this one like this, but now we're going to come here to the controller and we're going to convert the return order to the order DTO. So here we're just going to say order DTO, this one right here, but we're just going to remove this one. And then we're going to call the service, the order service, to convert to DTO. And then we're going to pass in the order that we have returned from the back end right here. So that's just all we need to do here. And then we are going to return this one here instead. And then we are going to come back here. So there's no point of using this one here. We're just going to remove this one here. So we're just going to remove this one here because now we are not returning this one directly, but we are returning the DTO of this one right here, of which we have selected some items to actually return right here, right? Okay, so let's run our project. Let's go back to the controller. So let's run our project and see what we got before we move to the next task. So let's wait a moment while it gets run. Okay, so now the project has started. So let's go back here to Postman. So right here at Postman, so this is the place order, right? But meanwhile, I'm just going to, let's do another add-in. Let's add other product to cart because this one actually has already placed, but it didn't come, it has placed, just the chain of dependency we are breaking. So because this one has been placed already, so the cart must have been empty. So now let's add a new product to the cart. So here, I'm just going to say we're going to add 3 products to the cart of the same ID number 1. And then let's hit on enter. So here we have added a new item to the cart. So let's go back here. So this one is the cart item. Let's refresh. So here we have 3 items, right? 3 items right here of ID number 1. Then the unit price is 400, which make it 1200, just like before. And if we go here and refresh, so we're going to get the same thing. So now let's go back to Postman and actually place this order. So now we are going to place this order this time around with user number 1 as well. And so let's just place this order right here. Okay, so this time around, we see that we didn't have that chain of dependencies anymore, but rather we just have, this is the order we've placed with the order ID number 10. So we have the user number 1 right here. And so the total amount in that order is 1200. And here the date of the order is August 2nd, which is today. And now here we have the items in that order is this. So this is the item, product ID number 1, and we have the quantity, three items, which is we are ordering 3 TVs, right? And the unit price is 400. But what I just want to do right here, I want us to as well return the brand of this TV right here, right? So I'm going to go here to this item, and we're going to return the brand as well. So let's go back here. Let's go back here. Then we're going to go to this item DTO, this one. Let's go to this other DTO, and let's go to this other item DTO. So here I'm going to return the brand of the product, right? It doesn't matter, but just for clarity purpose, so I'm just going to return the brand right here, and then let's run this again. Let's run this again. And currently, if we, okay, it has started. So currently, let's go back again. So if we place this order right now, we're going to see that we're going to get empty because there's nothing in the cart anymore because the order has been placed already. So the cart must have been cleared by now. So, but meanwhile, let's send this order. So right here, we see that nothing comes out. We only have the order date, total item, total amount is 0, and there's no item because the cart has been cleared already. So let's add a new item to our cart. So the user wants to add other items. So this time around, the user wants to add 4 items for Samsung TV to the cart, and let's order. So right here we have order success, and now let's place this order again. Let's place it, and here we have it back. So this is the order. So this time around we have the quantity, the total price of the order is 1,600, and we have the Samsung TV, that is the Apple TV right here. That is the importance of adding the brand so that we can actually know the kind of TV we are ordering. So here we have the Apple TV and the price is 400, and then we have 4 quantity of it. So 4 times 4, we have 16 right here, which is the total amount. So now we can see that we have broken that. We have broken the loop of that. But meanwhile, what I just want to do right now, let's try to get this user with ID number 1. Let's run this again. And here we have all the orders that the user have gotten in the database, right? But right now we're having a fleet of orders. But what I just want to do right now, I want us to create our schema from afresh so that we have fresh data to actually do this testing. So for that, we're just going to go back. Let's go back to IntelliJ. So I'm going to come here and so let's go to our resource and let's create all our table from afresh. So I'm going to say create right here, and then let's create this table. Let's run this so that the whole table will be empty. So that we are going to add fresh. You see that all our table has been recreated. You see here that all our table has been recreated and our default user has been created. So let's go back right here and refresh. So we see everywhere is empty. Let's refresh, everywhere is empty, right? And I'm just going to right click and close all. So now the only thing we have right now is the user. We have the user, but now we don't have products, right? So like we did before, we're going to go to Postman and add a few products right here. And this time around, I'm going to open here and let's go to our product here. And so let's post new product here. So this is the product, right? So we're going to add Samsung TV to our database. So let's hit on this. And this one is not coming, the same problem. We have the same problem, maybe. Okay, maybe we've changed. Okay, last time I think we changed this. Let's see. Okay, yes, we changed this port already. So we changed this port already. So it's now 9191. So let's post. Okay, so now we have this order, this item being added. So let's go back to here and refresh so that we have one item. So I'm going to go off screen to add more products. And so after that, we're going to come back to continue our testing. All right, so coming back here, you see that I've added a couple of products right here. And so also I've added images to this product right here. So we see that we have product ID 1 has 2 images, product ID 4 has 2 images, and product ID 2 has 3 images right here. So these are the images right here for the products, and these are the products, and here we have the user. So our shop is ready for user to order, right? So now let's go to Postman. Let's go and clear off Postman. So I'm just going to save this and close it. Then also save and close, and also close this and place order. Save this too and close it. And also I'm going to save this and close it. So let's clear our environment. So the first thing we're going to do right now, we're going to test our project from end to end, right? So the first thing we're going to do, now we have products, we have items, that is products, then we have users, already. So now let's go here. So the first thing we're going to do right here is to add products to cart. So let's go to the cart right here. What is the cart? Okay, this one is the cart. So let's add item to cart. And now we're going to get a user with, so here is the quantity right here. So now we have users in the database already. So here we are still, you remember that we are still having our user here manually. But meanwhile, before any other thing, I want to change this one to update so that we don't lose our data. We don't lose all the data we have in the database if we mistakenly run this project again. So just change this one to update. And so then let's close this. And also, I'm just going to right click on all this and close all these tabs. So now the next thing I want us to do right here is to let's go to our controllers right here, because now we're going to be working with controllers. So this is our cartItem controller, this is our cart controller, and this is our user controller, right? So now we want to add item to the user. So we want to make use of this one right here. So we're still having the user ID number 1 right here that we are still pulling in manually. So now let's go back here. Let's go back to Postman. And now we're going to say, we're going to add a product with ID number 1. We're going to take the quantity of, we're going to take 4 of it, right? So let's send this. And here we have add item success, which means this user has gotten item, right? And also going to add, so let's change this ID. So this user has gotten a cart, has gotten items. So let's log in. Let's assume we want to log in another user. So let's have user with ID number 4, and then let's run it again. Please make sure you change your properties to update, because if you don't change it as we run it right now, all your product, all your data in the database are going to lost. So now we have gotten another user. So let's go right here. Let's go to our cart. So currently our cart has a user with ID number 1, and it has total amount of 600. So let's go to the cart item. So here, this is the cart item with user ID number 1, right? Cart ID number 1. So now we are going to initiate a new user. So let's say we want to add a new item to another user, right? Remember, we have pulled in a user with ID number 2. So let's say this user needs 5 of these items. And this one is going to be item number, let's go right here. Now, let's say this user needs iPhone 20 Pro Max right here. So which is ID number 3. So here, this one is going to be, this product ID is going to be number 3 right here. And we need 5 of it. We need 5 iPhone right here. So now it's added. So let's go back here and let's go back to our cart. So here we have our cart. Now we have another user with ID number 4, and we have a cart with ID number 2 that's been generated. So if we go to the cart item right here, we're going to see the product we've added, right? So we have a product with ID number 3, and we have 5 of this product, and the unit price is 2,000, and now we're having 10,000 bucks of this product, right? And now the item number 3, the product number 3 right here is iPhone 20 Pro Max right here. That is the item number 3. And item number 1 is Samsung TV right here. So now let's say, now that we have added item to our cart, so let's say that the user with ID number 1 wants to place an order, right? Want to check out. So let's go right here. So now I'm going to save this one, and so let's remove it. So let's go back here and go to the order. So a user wants to place an order. So a user with ID number 1 wants to place an order. So let's just place this order right here. And now we have item order success. So here we have the information of this user with ID number 1. So this is the date of ordering. This is the total amount, and this order is pending. So these are the items in the cart right here. So here we have the information of the item we are ordering, and with the information of this right now. So now that we have gotten this, let's go back to check the cart, or to check the cart if the cart still contains item for user number 1. So right here, let's refresh the cart. So here, this cart still contains the order. This order has not been cleared. We're going to fix this one in a moment. But meanwhile, let's go to this cart items and refresh. So we can see that this cart item, the cart item with ID number 1 has been cleared. It has been ordered. But meanwhile, the information is still here, but we are going to fix this. This is just a little thing. We're going to fix it in a moment. So now let's go to our order. Let's open our order table to see if any user has ordered. So if we refresh right here, so we can see that a user with ID number 1 has ordered, right, on this date right here. And let's go to the order items right here, and let's refresh. So we see that here we actually get the price, the information for this product right here. And for the order, we get the accumulation of the total item, of the total amount that is being ordered, and the ordered ID right here. And so now, this cart right here, this order right here is supposed to be cleared out since this user has gone, right? But we're going to fix that. So now that this user ID number 1 has ordered already, so let's go here, let's go back. So now let's close this for now. So let's find a user with ID number 1 to see what we got. So let's find this user right here with ID number 1. So right here, we got a user with ID number 1, and this user, this is the user information, and the user has got an order right here. So the user, this is the order information right here, and these are the order items. So the user has gotten order, he has ordered for Samsung TV, 4 of it, and the total amount is 600 because one TV is 150, so 150 times 4, we got 600 right here. And here, the cart item right here is being cleared. You see right here? So the cart item is being cleared off because now the user has ordered, so the user has nothing in the cart anymore, which is cart ID number 1, right? So that is just so we can see that everything is actually working as we expected right now. And now the next thing we're going to do, so let's find a user with ID number 2 right here. So let's get a user with ID number 2. So now we got a user with ID number 2 here, but now the user has not gotten an order, right? But the user has gotten a cart right here. I think user ID number 2 has got a cart right here. User ID, okay. The user ID number 2 has not gotten a cart. So let's find a user with ID number 4. So user with ID number 4 here. Good. So now we have a user with ID number 4 right here, and the user with ID number 4 actually got a cart with ID number 2, and these are the cart items right here, and these are the products inside the cart items right here, right? And the user number 4 actually ordered for iPhone Pro Max, iPhone 20 Pro Max, right, which is 2,000 per one, and the user ordered for how many? The user ordered for how many? For 5 of it. Quantity is 5. 5 times 2,000, then we get the total amount of $10,000 right here. And so you can actually fine-tune this one with you can fine-tune this one right here with your product DTO to actually eliminate some of this thing right here. But meanwhile, we are actually returning this just for testing purpose. But you can fine-tune this DTO to select what you actually want to return. Now we have a user number 1. Let's go back to user number 1. Right here, let's find a user number 1. So we have a user number 1 that has ordered for Samsung TV and ordered 4 of Samsung TV. So now Samsung TV, this product with ID number 1 supposed to, because if we go back to our database, we added 20, right? It was 20 before. Let's go to this product right here. So Samsung TV was 20. It was 15. But now I think we've ordered, 4 has been ordered. So let's refresh and see what we got. So now 4 has been ordered. The balance here is 11, right? Because right here we actually subtract that when a user ordered, we should subtract the total inventory from the amount that was ordered, from the quantity that was ordered. Then this is the balance in our inventory. So with this right now, we can actually track how many orders we have remaining in the database, and we can actually return when this product is out of stock. We can actually return the information to the front end that this product is out of stock, right? And now we can actually get the information to the front end how many products we have in stock with this item, how many of this item we actually have remaining in stock. So we can see that everything is actually working to an extent to what we have actually done right now, right? The next thing we're going to do, you can just take some time to actually test everything we have done so far. And I'm going to see you in the next video. So see you there. All right, so now that I have done clearing the cart, so the next thing we're going to do right here, let's go back to my SQL Workbench. And now let's refresh. So we see that the cart has been cleared, except this one will have the previous one, right? So now let's go back to our product and see the remaining items, because these are the items that we have before. And now let's refresh. So now we see that this one has been, some of them has been reduced, right? So we see that when we ordered, they will be reduced. So here, let's go here. What I just want to do right now, I want to add, so here we have iPhone 20 Pro Max, right? So I want to add, let's add 5 quantity right here, so that we have 15 in our database. So let's go right here. I'm going to, this time around, I'm going to close, let's close this one right here. So let's go this item right here, and let's add new product. So right here we have, okay, we're just going to have, let's check the watches we have. So I will just add that. So here we have watches. Let's say we have 5, how many watches? 12 watches right here. So let's add 8 watches. So it will be 20, right? So this one is item number, that's the ID here is number 4, right? So this one here is an update. So this one calls for updates. So now we're going to update this one right here. But now let's try to add something like this if it will go, because here we have the brand as Apple and we have the name as watch, right? So let's go right here. So now let's just pretend that we want to add more quantity. Let's add 8 right here, so it will be 20 right here. So I'm just going to hit on this. Let's click, and so we see 200 okay right here. So the product was added successfully. So let's go back to our database and let's refresh. So here we see that a new entry of the same product was entered right here. So we have the same product here already. So we're supposed to just we're not supposed to add anymore. We're supposed to update this one right here. But now this addition we did supposed not to go through because this one is already in existence. So we're having duplicate product entry right here. So the next task right now, we are going to go back to IntelliJ and guide against a duplicate like this. So if this item is already in existence as it is, then we're just going to say, okay, this item is already in existence, right? So then we just have to update the item and just add the quantity to this one right here, right? Instead of having a new entry. So let's go back to IntelliJ and get this done. So coming back to IntelliJ, we're just going to, let's go to the product service. So we're going to go to product. Where is the product? This one right here. So let's go to the service. So this one here is the product service. And if we scroll down right here, we're going to, so this is the method that is actually adding a new product, right? And so right here, we're just checking for the category right here. But now we are going to have another helper method that is going to help us to validate, to check the name and the brand if it already exists in the database, right? So for that now, I'm just going to push down here and create another helper method for us. So let's say private Boolean. So it's going to be Boolean. So we're going to say product exists, right? And then we're going to pass in the name of the product. We're going to say string name, and we're going to have string the brand of the product. So we're going to say brand right here. And so we're just going to go down right here and return. So now we're going to create a new custom query, a custom JPA finder method to actually do this query for us. So we're going to say return product repository dot exist. This exists by. So we're going to say exist by name and brand, and then we're going to pass in the name and we're going to pass in the brand right here. So let's create this product. Let's create this method in our repository. Okay, right here. And then let's go back to our service, this one right here. So we're just going to come up right here to say if product. So we're going to say if product exists, then we're just going to pass in the request.getName, request.getName, and then we're going to get request.getBranch, .getBranch. Now, if product exists, we're going to throw a message, right? So we're going to say throw new already exists exception, and in here we're just going to say request.getName, .getBranch, we get the branch, and plus request.getName, get name, this one is name this time around, and then we're going to say plus already exists. So just what we're going to do right here. But meanwhile, I'm going to let's give a kind of space right here. Let's give a space kind of. So this is just all we need to do right here. So let's run this and actually test it out before we move on. So I'm just going to run it. So let's wait a while it runs. All right, so now our product has started. So let's go back to Postman and test it out. So now this is the same product we're just going to send. Now remember that we have this product in our system already, in the database already. So we're just going to send it to see what's up. So now let's send it to see. So right here, we got this one, Apple Watch already exists, right? So we just have the brand that is already exists. So if we go to our database, we're going to see that actually Apple Watch already exists, right? So let's refresh. So we see that Apple Watch already exists in our database, so that I cannot submit, right? And let's go back again and check out something. Let's send it again, and we have the same thing. Let's go back here and refresh. Okay, cool. It didn't submit. I was thinking it submitted. It didn't submit. These are the data we have already in the database. So, but now notice something right here, that we are having 500 error because we are throwing eternal server error. So now we're going to go back to IntelliJ to actually, we're going to throw the actual exception right here. So let's go to the product controller right here, this one. And this is the method. Let's zoom out. So this is the method that is actually adding here. Where is it? To add a new product. Where is it? Let's scroll up. Okay, here. So this one is adding new product, right? And if you look here, we are actually catching general exception. So now we're going to catch already exists. Already exists exception right here. And then we're just going to say e.getMessage. So here, instead of eternal server error, we're going to say conflict. This one I'm going to say conflict. Yeah, this one right here. And so that's just all we need to do. But meanwhile, if you wish, you can just also, you can include the general exception. But now this is the one that is more important. We want just to tell the user right now. So let's run this again and see what we got. Let's run it. And let's wait for a while. Okay, so now the project has started actually. So let's go right here. So let's send this again to see what happens. Okay, cool. So now instead of eternal server error, we have conflict right here because Apple Watch already exists, right? So let's go back here and refresh and see. So we see that it wasn't added anymore. So because it already exists, right? So in this case right now, the user, instead of adding a new one, is just going to update. So then in that case, we can just come here to give, because we have a separate method for the update, right? So we can just come here to say, so instead of just throwing this message right here, we're going to say you may update, you may update product instead. Update this product. You may update this product instead. So we're just going to give a kind of information to the user. So instead of adding a new one, we're just going to update that instead. Is it correct? we're having a typo error. Instead, is it not spelled out instead? Of course, it's correct. Television is crazy sometimes. So right here, we can just, okay, Apple Watch already exists. You may update this product instead, right? So let's run it again and see if we get that message at the front end. So let's wait a little while it runs. All right, so let's go here and let's send it again. Cool. So now we got Apple Watch already exists. You may update this product instead. So that's it. So this one, we've gotten this one already. So let's move to the next task. All right. So in this video, we're going to start bringing in Spring Security. We can see that up to this time, we are still pulling in the user manually from the database to actually add item to the cart. So in this video and some of the upcoming videos, we're going to start integrating Spring Security so that we can actually have a login system where the user can actually log in, and then we'll get the user from the authentication context, right? So what I'm just going to do here, we're going to right click and close all these tabs. So let's open up our project. So now we're going to create a new package called security. So this one is security, and inside the security, I'm going to create another package called user. Just going to enter. And so this is the package right here. So I'm going to right click again and create a new package. And this package, we're going to call it config. This time around, I'm going to just put it right here. So this one, we're going to call it config and just hit on enter. So now we're going to create two classes right in here, the user's details and user detail service. So we're going to say shop user details. And I'm going to grab this, just going to copy and hit on enter. And then I'm going to right click again and create a service for that class, right? So just going to paste this in, and we're going to add in service and hit on enter. That's all. So I'm just going to make it widescreen. So the first thing we're going to do right here, we're going to actually implement the right now there's something we forgot to do. So we're actually going to, let's open up our POM file right here. So what we're just going to do right here, we're going to bring in the Spring Security dependency right here so that we can actually get access to what we are trying to implement right here, because currently we've not gotten our dependency in here. So what I'm just going to do here, we're going to go to our browser, and we're going to go to Spring Initializer, where we generated our project right here. Though I'm not going to create a project, though you can still go to the Maven central repository to actually get this dependency, but I just want to get it from here. That will be faster. So now I just want to come here to say I want to add dependency, and I want to say I need Spring Security. Actually, I need security, and hit on enter. So then I'm going to explore. So if we explore here, we're going to see that we actually have all these dependencies right here. But now we are not going to do anything testing. So we're just going to grab only this one right here. Let's grab only this. So let's copy and let's go back to our project and paste it in our POM file. So this is the web, this is the validation. So I'm just going to come below here, below the web, and paste it here. Then I'm going to reload. So let's reload our dependencies. And let me just close this, make it widescreen. So it seems our dependencies have finished reloading. So let's close this. So now let's come here to say we are implementing the user details service, this one right here from Spring. And then we're going to just come here to implement the only method in there. Yeah. So we're going to come back to this in a moment. So let's move down right here. And the same way we're going to, let's zoom this in. So the same way we're going to implement the details, user details from here. And we're just going to we're going to pull in all the methods in there. So you're just going to click on Shift and click on this and hold down Shift and just OK. So now we see that all these ones has been implemented for us by default from the interface, right? So they'll be implemented. So if we go right here, right now, we're going to see that, you see, they have been implemented by default. So by default, we just need to use them for free. We don't need to implement them anymore. So the only one we're going to implement are these three right here, right? Okay, so let's close this. So the next thing we're going to do before we come here to start working here, we're going to come here to create, we're going to go to our model package. Here, we're going to create a new class called row. So we're going to have the row class right here. There's the row. I'm just going to say enter, right? All right, so we're going to implement the row before we move down to the user, right? Because we're going to make use of this class inside here, inside the shop user details. So now let's say the row, we just need the ID of the row. So this one, actually, we're going to say it's a long type ID. So we're going to have the row name. And then I'm just going to say this one is a name, actually, because we are inside the row domain. So, and here I'm going to specifically create a arg constructor right here that consists of only the name of the row right here. And also we're just going to come here to say that this one is an entity in our database. So we're going to say at entity, and then we're going to have the getter setter, the setter right here. And then because we have generated our row here, so I'm going, sorry, not row. So we have generated our constructor right here, our arg constructor right here. So we are going to have a no arg constructor right here. Because anytime you create an arg constructor for yourself, you need to also create a no arg constructor, right? So now let's specify the ID of this. So we're going to say that the ID is the primary key, and the generated value is going to be identity. So let's say the strategy, sorry. So we're going to say strategy, and then we're going to say identity right here. All right, so this is all we need to do. But meanwhile, we're going to say that this row is going to have a relationship with the user. So we're going to set up a many-to-many relationship between the row and the user, right? So we're just going to come here to say private. Sorry. So we're going to have collection of user, and here we're just going to say users, just like this. And now we're going to say this one is going to have a many-to-many relationship with the user, right? So many rows belong to many rows belong to many users. And here we're just going to say map by, we're going to say rows, of which we are going to set up in a moment. Sorry, what am I typing? So this one actually is rows, right? So this is just all we need to do right here. But meanwhile, I would like to change this implementation to set. So we're going to say hi set because we're going to be using set. You see, the beauty of coding to interface, we can actually switch the implementer, right? So for example, now we can use array list here, or we can use set right here. So it's easier to switch implementer right here. So now let's go to the user to actually set up this relationship at the other side. So this is the user right here. So here we're just going to come down here also to say we need a list of rows for the user. So we're going to say private. This one actually we're going to say collection of row. And yeah, that is coming from us. So this one we're just going to say equals. We're also going to initialize it to new hash set. Let's remove this one right here. It doesn't matter. And this one is an assignment. We're missing the assignment operator right here. And then we're going to set up the relationship right here. We're going to say at many-to-many as well, right? All right. So now we are going to go right here to set up some things. So we're going to set up the fetch.eguard, and then we're going to set up the cascade. We're going to say cascade. Sorry. This is cascade.all right here. But now we're going to look at something right here. So here we see that we have a warning right here. So we're just going to follow this warning. I'm going to break this down. So the one actually, what he's saying is that it's not safe to use cascade.all because just like we use right here. So right here we have order, right? And we'll say cascade.all, right? So which means anything that happens to the user is going to happen to the so this one is the user, right? So say, okay, when the user is deleted, all the orders are going to be deleted except otherwise. So if we have a requirement that said, okay, if a user is deleted, we should also keep the history of the user order in the database, then we're going to change this one. But now in our requirement, we just say, okay, if the user is deleted, then it should be deleted too. So anything that happens to the user should happen to the row, to the order. That's what we just do right here. So doing that thing right here with the row, it means that, well, if the user is deleted, the row should be deleted. But that shouldn't be it, because here now we're having many to many, right? And so when a user is deleted, a row is a standalone entity. A row does not, the row class, this row entity does not depend on the user, and the user does not depend on the row, which means if there is no row, there should be a user too. And if there's no user, there should be a row. So if there is no row, there's a user. If there's no user, there's a row. So they don't depend on each other. Okay, so we just want to select, because cascade.all, this one actually include remove. So here we don't want to say, okay, we don't want to delete the row when the user is being deleted. So we just want to merge, detach, merge, persist, and refresh, as suggested by IntelliJ. But you can actually pick anyone you need. You just remove all of these. For example, you can just take merge, or you can just take only persist. And what it depends on the operation you want to do right here. It depends on the operation you want to cascade down from the user to the row, right? But meanwhile, in this demo, we're just going to leave it like this. So the next thing we're going to do here, because we are having many to many, we are going to have a third table that is going to join the row with the user, right? Because we can have many users can actually have many rows, right? And so now we're going to come here to say we need a third table. So we're going to call this one adjoint table, just as IntelliJ have suggested right there. And what is the name of the table? We're going to say the name of the table is going to be user row, right? So we're going to say name, and then we're going to say user rows, right? So this is going to be the name of the table. And what are the columns that are supposed to be in this table? So we're just going to say, okay, we want to have a column called user ID and a column called row ID. So here we're just going to say adjoint column. Sorry, this one is actually join column. Join columns. Then we're going to say equals adjoint column. And now we're going to set the name of this column right here to user ID. So we're going to say this one is user ID. And this user ID, what column of the user is he referencing? So we're going to say this user ID is actually referencing the user ID right here. So we're going to say, now let's check this user. This is the user right here. So let's check the ID. So we're going to say that it's actually referencing, this one is the primary key, right? So this primary key is going to become the foreign key right here in this table, which is going to be this foreign key right here, right? So this foreign key is actually referencing the ID of the user. So this is just all we need to do right here. And having done this now, we're going to define the inverse of the relationship. The inverse means the other side of the relationship, which is inside here. So now let's break it down from here. And so we're just going to break it down. So now we're just going to say inverse. We're going to break the inverse column right here. Now the inverse side of it, then we're going to say equals adjoint column. Sorry. Oh, sorry, this is adjoint column actually. Adjoint column. And now what is the name of this column? So we're going to say this column is going to be called row ID. So we're going to call this column row ID. And again, what column of the row is this key referencing? So if we go back to the row right here, we're going to see that this row also has an ID, right? So we're just going to reference this ID right here. So we're going to say, okay, the row also is referencing the ID in the row column, right? So we're just going to say reference column, and then we're just going to set the name to the same ID. So this one is actually referencing the ID inside this row entity, while this one right here is referencing the ID, this one right here. So that's just all we need to do to set up the third table to actually keep track of the user rows in a separate table. Okay, so now that we have done all this right now, we're going to go back and start implementing our user details in the next video. All right, so in this video, we're going to start implementing the user details. So let's move down here. So here, we're just going to pull in some properties. So let's create a space right here. So we're going to have the ID, and we're going to have the email. So we're going to have email, and then we're going to have the password, and then we're going to have the collection of rows. Collection. And this one is going to be collection of granted authorities right here. I'm going to call it authorities. So the next thing we're going to do here is to create a method that will help us build the user details. So here we're going to have a public method right here. So we're going to say public static shop details. Okay, let's pick this. Just imported this from our package. But this one right here, I'm just going to say build user details. So we're going to say build user. This is build user detail user. Build user details. Then we're going to pass in this user right here as dependency, as pass in the user object right here. So the first thing we're going to do right here is to actually get all the rows or the authorities that belongs to the user, right? So we're just going to say list. So this one we're going to call granted authorities, just as suggested by IntelliJ. But meanwhile, we're just going to grab all the ones that belong to the user. So we're going to say user.get rows. Oh, sorry, this is dots actually. Rows. Oh my gosh, what am I doing? User.get rows, stream, and map it. So here, let's pull it down and let's pull that from here. So what we're just doing here is that, so we're just trying to get all the rows that the user has, and we stream there, which means we iterate through all the rows. So for every row, we map it to, we convert it to simple granted authority, right? So after that, we're just going to collect. So we're just going to collect it to a list. So I'm going to break this one down as well, break it down. But meanwhile, I'm just going to have a simple list here. I'm just going to say to list right here. So then we're just going to come here to return. So we're going to say return. My cap lock is on. So return new shop user, the shop user details. Then we're going to come in here to specify what we are going to return, right? So we're going to say user.get ID, user.get emails, get email actually, user.get password, and then we're going to pass in the authority. So we're just going to pass in authorities. We will have update that we've already gotten from the user, right? So let's bring this closer, bring it closer. All right, so now we are having a kind of error right here. And so what we just need to do, we're going to see that it's asking us to create a constructor, right? So what we just need to do right here is to bring in our annotations to actually create a constructor for us. So let's have as all arg constructor, and we're going to have a known arg constructor, and then we're going to come here to also have the getter and setter right here. So just all we need to do, we see that the error is gone. All right, so the next thing we're going to do right here, we're just going to come here to say we're going to return authorities, and here we're just going to return the password, and then we're going to return the email right here. So we see that all these ones have been created for us for free. They have been implemented for us. So with our requirement right now, we don't need to change this one anymore with our requirement. But if the requirement changes, we can actually override the default implementation, maybe by doing some other things right here instead of using the default implementations. But right now in our project, we just want to make use of the default implementations right here. Okay, so now I think we have done with, let me close this gap right here. Let me clean this from here. So I think for now we have done with this, with the implementation of our user details. So let's move to implement the user detail service, this one right here. So the next thing we're going to do the first thing we're going to do right here is to bring in the user repository as a dependency, this one right here. And we are going to do constructor injection. So we're going to make it final, and then we're going to bring in this annotation right here that will enable us to do constructor injection, this one right here. And also we're going to say this class is a Spring Bean by saying it's a service. Okay, so the next thing we're going to do here, we're just going to go inside here to say user equals, we're just going to say equals, let's do this import before we continue. This import here. Okay, let's do it again. Just let's get it from our run here. Let's scroll up right here. I think this is our model, right? So let's get it from here. So we're just going to say equals this one. We're going to make it optional because the user might be present or not. So we're going to say repository dot find. So here we're going to create a new custom JPA finder method to actually find a user by the email. So we're going to pass in the email right here, but meanwhile we're going to change this one here to email. And we're just going to say .os through here. So before we move on, let's do this import right here. And so let's go back here, and we're just going to return shop details user.build. Then we're going to pass in the user. So build the user details right here. All right. So we're going to break this one down. We're going to actually throw a message if the user is not found. We're just going to say username not found exception. So we're going to say username not found exception, and we're just going to come in here to pass in a message. We're going to say user not found. User not found. All right, so that's just all we need to do right here. But here we are having an error. Oh, sorry. Forgot to put new here. Thank you to IntelliJ. Okay, now we're having an error here too. Required user provided object. Okay, let's check out this. Okay, this one's supposed to be user right here. Yeah, so this one gets, okay, cool, settles. So this is just all we need to do right here to implement our user details. So let's move to the next video. All right, so now that we have done implementing our user detail service and our user details, so before we move to the next task, we're just going to run our system to make sure everything works to this point. So the first thing I'm going to do right here, I'm going to run some event goals right here. I'm going to run clean and install this one right here. I'm just going to double click this one right here to actually clean our project to make sure everything, we're not having any errors anywhere. So let's wait a moment while it cleans up. All right, so okay, so we see that, okay, it's still cleaning. Okay, so we see that the system has cleaned up successfully. So we can see right here that it has built successfully, and we can see that some tables have been created. You can see that this row table right here has been created for us, right? And this user rows also has been created, which means we have 2 new tables that are created for us right now in the database. So now let's remove this one right here, and let's close this panel, and let's actually run this project. So let's wait a few seconds while it runs. Okay, so now we see that our project has started. So let's go back to my SQL Workbench and refresh. So let's refresh our database. And here we have a new table that is created. So here we have the user row, the user ID and the row ID, which is the table that is joining the user and the row together. And here we have the row right here. So we have the ID of the row and we have the name of the row. So now let's go back to the user to see the modifications that has been there. So right here, we see that there are no modifications, even though we map a relationship between the user and the row. If we see here, there are nothing. This table is not affected, right? So the thing is that we just have a third table right here that is tracking the user table and the row table. So I'm just going to right click on this and close all the tables right here. So we open the ones we actually need. So here we have the user row, we have the row, and we have the user. So these are the most important thing right here. So this is the user table, and this one is the row table, and this one is the table that is actually joining the user and the row together. So one more time, let's go back and see our database structure. So let's go to reverse engineer to see our database structure at this time. That's our table, the structures of our table. And let's just go next, and let's unselect this one right here. We are having Dream Shops DB, and let's next, and now we have 10 table total object right here. So we have 10 tables. You know, we are having 8 before, but now it has become 10. So let's next, and let's click on finish. So I'm going to go off screen to arrange this, then I'll come back to show you. All right, so currently this is the structure of our tables in the database. So right here we have the user, and here we can see that we have a new table called row, and we have another table right here that is joining the user and the row together. So this is the user row, and here we have the user ID and the row ID right here, right? So every other table remains the same, right? So right now we have 10 tables in our database, and this is the structure of our tables of our project right now. So this is the flow of our data in the database. So having done this right now, let's go back right here. Let's go back right here. So this one is the playground. That is our tables. Then let's go back here to IntelliJ. So the next thing we're going to do right here, if let's scroll up and see. Okay. Yeah. All right. So now, let's, for example, let's go out. Let's go to Postman right here. Let's go to Postman, and let's say we want to get a user. For example, let's just go here to find a user by ID, and let's hit on enter. And so right here we have unauthorized right here. So now Spring Security has locked down our project. So here you are not authorized to find this user. So now you have to log in right here, right? So that's to say that Spring Security has taken over our project. So now let's go back to VS Code, sorry, not VS Code, IntelliJ. So the next thing we're going to do before we start configuring the class, before we start the class configuration, which is the main security configuration, we are just going to bring in, we're going to create, because we are going to be using JWT in this project, right? So we're just going to configure the JWT. So after the JWT configuration, then we'll now create the main configuration class to configure the whole security, to put everything together in that configuration class, then before we start logging in and testing, right? Okay, so let's go here. So let's go here, inside this package, inside this service, this security right here, I'm going to create another package right here. So this package, we're going to call it JWT right here, inside here. But meanwhile, I want to call your attention to something. If you remember last time, we've created a config class right here, but now I want to move, maybe I just want to cut it. I want to cut this one right here, and then I want to come here to put it here. I just want to put it inside here. So let's do the refactor. Okay, so we want everything, we want every security to stay here, because this is the configuration class. This is where we are going to do the security configuration to actually take care of our system. Now let's go back right here. Let's go back to this config. So here now we see that this folder is empty, so we're just going to eliminate this. We're just going to remove this folder from our system right here. All right, so that is gone, and now we have our configuration inside the security class, inside the security package, and also we have created a JWT package right here. And so the next thing we're going to do, I'm just going to, let's right click and close all these. So the next thing we're going to do here is we're going to go to our POM file, Then we're going to bring in the JWT dependencies to enable, that is going to enable us to actually work with JWT. So to save our time, I'm just going to move down here. So these are my SQL connector, the database connector. This is the Lombok, and this is the test starter. So I'm just going to break it here. I'm going to break it down here. Then I'm going to pull in 3 dependencies, of which you can just pause the video and get these dependencies right here. These 3 dependencies. So here we have the JWT API, and we have the JWT implementer, and here we have the JWT Jackson right here. So these are the 3 dependencies we need to actually work with JWT properly in our system. I'm just going to extract this version. Let's extract these properties right here. And you take note that they all are the same version, right? We are using the same version all through, uniform version. So let's scroll up right here to the properties. So if we go here, we'll see that we have extracted the properties right here. So these are properties. So here we have the JWT import, this is the API, this is the import, and this is Jackson, and they all are using the same version, right? So you can just pause this video and just type this, or you can just go to Maven, the Maven repository central to get all this exactly like this, right? But the best suggestion, just pause this video and type exactly what you see on the screen right here. So you can just type this one exactly as it is, like this. Okay, so let's move to it. Before we leave here, we're going to let's reload our Maven dependency. So you see that it has been reloaded, right? You see here it's been reloaded. Okay, so let's just keep this aside. So let's move to the next video when we're going to start implementing the classes. We're going to start creating and implementing the classes one after the other. So see you there. All right, so in this video, we're going to start creating and implementing the JWT classes we are going to work with. So let's close this POM file and let's open up our project. So right here, we're going to right click on this JWT package and create a new class. So this one, I'm going to call it JWT utils and hit on enter. So let's make this one widescreen. So in here, we're going to have some properties. So let's have private. So we're going to say JWT secret right here. And the next one we're going to have right here is we're going to have the expiration time of the token. So we're going to say int expiration time, expiration time. So these are the 2 properties we need right here. Then having done this right now, the first method we're going to create right here is the one to generate token for the user. So let's say public string generate token for user, and then we're going to pass in the authentication object right here, get it from Spring Security Core. And let me just make this smaller a little bit. So the first thing we're going to do right here is to get the login user. So we're going to say shop user details. So we're going to call this one user. So we're going to say user principal. So now what we did right here is that we just try to get the user that is logged in, because the token is going to be generated for the user for the logged in user, right? So that's why the first thing we did in this method right now is to get the user that is logged in. Then the next thing we're going to do right here is to just come down, and now that we have gotten this login user right here, we're just going to get the list of the row that this user has, right? So here we're going to say list. So we're going to have list of string. And this one we're going to call rows. So we're going to say equals user principal dot get authorities dot stream. So we're going to map. And inside here, we're just going to call the granted authority to actually convert the rows. So let's break this one down. And then let's put them inside a list. So what we did right here is that we just get the login user and we extract all the rows that the user has, right? And then we will store them here. So now we're going to get the information that we're going to encode inside the token for the user. So here we're just going to say return JWTs dot builder. Then now we're going to, what are we going to get from the user? So the first thing we're going to get right here is the username. So we get the email, which is the email is the username right here. And then we're going to get a claim. Claim actually means the information you want to pass in for the user, right? That the user information. So we want to get the ID of the user as well. So get ID. Then the next one we're going to have, we need the rows of the user, right? So we're going to pass in here as a claim as well. So this dot claim. So we're going to pass in rows, and then we're going to just bring in the list of rows we have extracted up there. And then we're going to set the issuer time, the time this token was generated. And then we're going to come here to set the time that is going to be expired, the expiration time. And here we're just going to say .get time plus expiration time. All right, and then we're going to come down here to say dot sign with key. Now this is a private method that we're going to create in a moment, this key right here. And then we're going to say choose this algorithm right here, and then we're going to come out to compact. So this is just all we need to do right here. So before we explain, let's just create this private method right here. We're going to say private key. Yeah, this one right here. We're getting from the user, from Java security right here. And then what do we need to return from there? We're just going to say return keys. So we're going to say return keys dot this one right here. And then we're going to have the decode. We're going to have decoders, right? Is that correct? Yes, we're going to have decoders.base. Yeah. And then we're just going to say .decode right here. They're going to pass in the secret we have up there. So what we just did right here is that this is the information we actually want to encode inside the token for the user. So here we have the ID, we have the email, we have the ID, we have the row. So any information you want to encode for the user, you just pass it as a claim right here. You can pass the first name, the last name, anything you want to pass, just pass it here as a claim for the user, right? And in that case, you have to include it to this. You have to include the information inside here, right? So that you can actually get them to include when the user logs in. So now the next thing we're going to do, we're just going to come down right here to create the method that is going to extract the username from the token. As a public string, we're going to say get username from token, so right here. So now we're just going to say jwts.pass. So let's just follow this this suggestion that is given to us right here. And let's come down, break it down. So this is just what we want. But meanwhile, if we look here, we'll see that this one is giving us warning and it said it's deprecated, right? So instead of using the pass, we're going to use the pass builder right here. And then before here, we're going to build. I'm going to say .build right here. So this will solve the problem. So what we're just doing right here is that we just try to extract. We're extracting the username from the token that was given right here, because this one is the token, and we try to extract the username out of it. Then after that, now we're just going to return this one. We're just going to return it right here. All right. So the next thing we're just going to do right here is to say get subject. Yeah, this one right here. So it's just all we need to do to actually extract the username from the token. So the next one we're going to do is the one to actually validate the token. So we're going to come here to say public. So this one is going to be Boolean. And then I'm just going to say validate token. Validate token. Then we're going to pass in the token right here. Then we're just going to come inside here to return. Actually, we're not returning. We're just going to call the JWT. JWTs, this one right here. And then we're going to set the, we're just going to take this suggestion right here. So let's break it down and see what we got. Break it down, and break it down right here. So what we're just doing right here is to actually validate the token. So this is just the chain of method we need to validate this token right here. Then after that, we're just going to return true. We'll return true right here. And if that is not the case, we're just going to, but what we're just going to do right here, I'm going to surround this with try and catch so that we can actually throw exceptions. Yes, so these are the 4 exceptions that are likely to be thrown from this method right here. But meanwhile, I'm going to pipe all these exceptions to one line. So let's pipe them. I'm going to paste this right here, and come here also. Just pipe it and paste it here, and we'll have this one too. So let's pipe it, put it here. Oh, sorry. Yeah, so this one is actually piping we are doing. So let's put it here. And the last one is this one right here. So we're still going to pipe it. Let me make it smaller a little bit so we can see the full length of what we are doing. So we're just going to come here and pipe it. Then I'm going to remove all this. We're going to remove all these ones from here. Remove this. And then we're just going to throw the new runtime exception. But actually here we're going to throw new JWT exception right here. So in that case now, so here we're going to say e.getMessage, actually e.getMessage here. So what we just did right here is that, so whatever error that is thrown from here, if it's on throw error, we're going to catch it here. So any message that is thrown by any one of this one is the message is what we're getting right here, because these are the likely messages. These are the messages that we are likely to get from here. So here we are having okay, we are missing, maybe I think we are missing curly braces right here. Okay, yeah, missing curly braces. Okay, so I think this is just all we need to do right here. So the next thing we're going to do is to come up right here to say this one is a Spring Bean, just make it a component. Now the next thing we're going to do right here is to set the properties of this one right here, is to set values for these properties right here. So now we're just going to open up our project. So let's go to our properties file here. So here I'm just going to come here to bring in some information right here. So I'm going to make this full screen. So this one is the JWT secret I've gotten. So you can just use this one as well. And also we are setting the expiration time to 1 hour right here. So let's go back to our to this class right here to actually wire this one, to inject these properties, inject this value right in here. So for us to inject the values inside these properties, we're just going to say here, we're going to say the at value getting from Spring Framework right here. And inside here, we're going to say, we're just going to, so this one is the secret, right? The first one is the secret right here. So we just try to inject the value right in here. And now let's inject the second value right here. So we're going to say add value. So this one have AU, that's authentication. And here we're actually passing in the expiration time right here. So this is just all we need to do to actually inject the values inside these properties right here. So I think we have done with the implementation of this one right now. So let's move to the next one. All right, so now that we've done implementing this JWT utils, so in this video, we're going to move to the next class. So let's close this and go here. Let's go back to this package. And now we're going to create a new class. So this one, we're going to call it auth token filter, and let's enter. So let's close this one. So what we're just going to do right here is to bring in some dependency. I'm going to say JWT utils. So we're going to make use of this class right here. And also we're going to make use of our user service right here. So we're going to say that class is shop, right? It's actually shop user detail service, this one right here. But meanwhile, I'm just going to shorten this. I just want to say user detail service. All right. And the next thing, let's extend So we're going to extend the once per request filter, this one right here, and then we're going to override the method, or we're going to implement the method in there. All right, so this is just all we need to do. But meanwhile, let's break this down. Let's break it down. So there's a warning right here. It says non-annotated parameter overrides a non API. So many English, right? So what we're just going to do right here, we're going to come here to say at not none. So at least let's remove that warning. So I think we're going to take this one from the Spring Framework. Let's take this. And also I'm just going to copy and let's move down and paste it there. Move down and paste it here. So that's also all right. So before we start implementing this, we're going to, the first method we're going to create is the one to actually capture the request and extract the token from the header. Private string pass JWT. Then we're going to have the HTTP servlet request, and in here we're just going to say string token. But meanwhile, I'm going to just change it to header authorization, and then we're just going to get the header. We're going to get this tab from the authorization, from the request, right? Then we're going to check. We're going to come right here to say if. So we're going to say if string.util, yeah, this one is correct. This one right here, this one is very correct. And what we're just going to do here, we're going to come down and return the substring of this. And if there is nothing like that, we're just going to come here to return none. So we're going to say return none. There's none actually. So what we did right here is that, so we captured the request, right, from the client. Then we check the header. We request for the header right here, this authorization right here. So when we get a header with this authorization, then we're going to check. So if there is a token right here, so you know that's why this one right here will say header auth, right? So it's okay if this auth, if there is any string right here that start with bearer right there, then we're going to extract this bearer right here, which is 7 characters here, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, plus the empty space 7. So we're just going to remove this space and grab the rest of the token, right? So that is just what we are doing here. All right, so the next thing we're going to do right here is to just go inside this method and start the implementation. So we'll say string JWT equals pass JWT, we get the request. So we're going to say if. So if this one dot has text and this one dot validate. So what we just try to do here is that, so we try to grab this header right here. So if there is text, if it is not empty, and if it is validated, then here we're just going to come here to say string email, because our username actually is an email, right? So we're just going to say meanwhile we're just going to go here, let's see the suggestion. So just like the suggestion IntelliJ is giving us right there, so we're just going to grab this one right here. We're going to get the username actually from the JWT right here. So if the JWT is not empty and if it is being validated, then we're going to extract the username right here. So these are the functions we created last time inside this JWT utils right here. Then after that, now we're just going to come down here to call our user details. We're going to say user details. Then we're going to call the service to actually load the user, right? We're going to load that user by username that we did last time. So we're actually extracting the username from the token. Then we find the database if that username actually exists, right? So that's what we just did right here. Load by username. Remember this is the implementation we did last time inside here, right? And now after this, now the next thing we're going to do here, we're going to come back right here to actually authenticate this user, right? So we're going to say we're just going to use the keyword right here. Now maybe let's just make it clearly. So let's just say authentication equals auth, and then let's get this one from Spring Security Core right here. So let's make this import. So because of this long name, I just want to make it shorter. I want to use the var keyword right here, so it's a little bit shorter. So what we just did right here is that, so If this token is not empty and is validated, then what we just did right here is that we extract the username, which is the email, from the token, right? And then we take this username and we call the user service details, our user data service, the implementation we did last time. So we call it to actually load this user to check the database using the email of the user, which is the user username, right? So now we just load the user and put it right here, and then we validate, we try to authenticate the user using the username password authentication. So we pass in the credentials of the user right here, which is the user details right here, and we get the role of the user right here just for authentication. So that is what we just did right here. Then after that, we're going to come down to set the security context. So we're going to say security context holder, this one right here. Then we're going to call this one, we're going to say .get context, and then we're going to set the authentication. Then we're going to put in we're going to set the authenticated user right here as the current authenticated user. That's just what we did right here. All right, so now that we have done with this, now if we take note, we'll see that we are actually using this method right here, the validation method right here. And if we go back here, we're going to see that we are throwing a lot of exceptions right here inside this method. So this method is actually throwing exceptions if the validation, depending on the validation status right here. So now we're going to go here to actually catch these messages and actually display to the user, right? So for that, now we're going to come here to wrap this one inside try and catch, so that we can actually cache and return the message for the user. So here we're just going to say JWT exception. This one right here is what we're going to catch. And then we're just going to come here to get the response. So we're going to say response.set status. This one actually we're going to set the status. So we're going to say set status. Then we're going to just get it. Let's remove this one right here. We are not actually doing this. Then after this, now we're going to come down right here to get the writer to actually write the message for the user, right? So we're going to say response.getWriter.write. So we're going to write, and inside here we're just going to define a kind of message that the user can read. Meanwhile, we just want to come here to say get message, so we actually get the message that is returned from those exception, the message they throw. Then also we're going to attach our own message, right? So we're going to say plus right here. So we're just going to say you may no, we're just going to say invalid or expired token, right? Then we're going to say here, so we're just going to say you may log in. Sorry guys, I'm getting a little bit confused. So we're going to say you may log in and try again. You may log in and try again. Yeah, again. So we're going to say you may log in and try again. So because possibly we're going to have invalid token right here, or expired token right here. So we're just going to say invalid or expired token. You may log in and try again, right? So it's clear enough for the user to read. Then after that, now we're just going to come right here and return. And now we're going to catch general exception if anything happened apart from this. So we're going to catch general exception. So now we're just going to bring in another catch block right here. And in this one here, we're just going to say it should catch general exception. Let's go right here to say exception, catch exception. And then let's go right here. Then we're going to respond with this one right here. But this time around, we're not going to return with this, but rather we're going to return with internal server error, right? So we're just going to say this one here might be internal server error, this one right here. So this one here is actually throwing the messages that consigns actually the validation. This one, if any error happens internally, we're just going to throw a kind of general exception, right? So this is just all we need to do right here. Then we're just going to return. just return the message that is being thrown to the user, which is a.getMessage right here. So that's just all we need to do. Then after that, now we're just going to return. So that's just all we need to do. Then we're going to come out right here to call the filter to just pass in the request and the response right here. All right, so this is just all we need to implement to get our token filtered. Okay, so now that we have done with this, now let's move to the next class implementation. All right, so now that I've done with the implementation of this auth filter and this utils, so the next one we're going to do is the entry point. So let's go back to our project and right click on this and create a new class. So this new class, we're just going to call it JWT auth entry point and just hit on enter. So I'm going to make this on the full screen. And then the first thing we're going to do right here, we're going to implement the entry point interface, which is this application entry point interface. And then we're just going to implement the method in there. And I'm going to let's break this down so we can actually see the ending. So the only thing I'm just going to do right here, I'm just going to go in here and dump some codes. So as the name suggests, this is the entry point, which means when a request is issued, this is the class that is going to receive that request first, right? This is the entry point of the JWT token authentication. So this class is going to pick the request and actually check if that request has been authenticated or not. So we're just going to say this one here is a component. It's actually a Spring Bean. So this is just all we need to do here right now. This is all we need to do here right now. If there's anything we need to do, we're going to come back here to get it fixed later. All right, so having done this now, I'm just going to close it down. And the next thing we're going to do is here. So this is the configuration class. So now we're going to declare all our bean and the proper configuration to actually take care of our system right in here inside this class. So the first thing we're going to do right here is to bring in some dependencies. So we're going to have our user service dependency right here. So we'll say final. That is fine actually. And we're going to say shop. This is shop. Shop user service detail. This one is going to be service. Yeah, sorry, user service, user detail service actually. And we're going to say user service, user detail service. And the next one we're going to bring right here is the entry point. So we're going to say private final. We're going to say JWT auth, which is the class we just created, the entry point right here. So then we're going to say auth entry point. And then we're just going to come up here to enable the web security. So we're going to say at enable web security at enabled. This one actually is not MVC, but we're going to say security, web security, this one right here. And then we're going to bring the annotation for us to actually do the constructor injection. So we're going to say at required add constructor. This one actually is require add constructor, this one right here. So this is just all we need to do. So now we're going to start creating our bean one after the other. So up to now, the only bean we have in this class is this model mapper right here we created earlier on. So now we are going to create more beans right here. So the next one we're going to create right here is we're just going to bring in the password encoder, right? So we're going to say public password encoder. Yeah, this one right here. And then we're going to return a new bcrypt. So this one is a bean. So we're just going to come here to annotate it with bean. Bean. Then after this, we're going to create a bean of the auth token filter. So we're going to say public auth token filter. This is the class we created last time. We're just going to say auth token filter, this one right here. And we're just going to return, also we're going to return a new instance of the filter, right? And then we're just going to come here to actually annotate it as a bean. So we're going to say it's a bean here. So the next one we're going to create here is the auth manager, is the authentication manager bean. So we're just going to say public. We're going to say authentication manager, and we're going to call this authentication manager. But now this one is going to have, we're going to have a kind of argument right here, a kind of parameter. So this one we're going to say authentication configuration. Then we're going to call this on auth config. Auth config. And we're just going to go here to return. So let's say return auth config, this one here, .get authentication manager here. And then we're just going to come here to throw the exception right here. So that's just all we need to do. Then we're going to annotate this one also as a bin. So it's a bin as well. All right, so the next one we're going to create right here is the authentication provider. So we're going to say public. So this one we're going to say DAO provider, DAO. We're going to say DAO authentication provider, sorry. This is DAO auth provider. Yeah, this one is correct. Okay, this one also we're just going to return. We're going to come here to say, we're just going to call this on auth. Sorry, this auth provider. So we're going to say auth provider. We're just going to create a new instance of this DAO provider. And here we're going to set the provider right here. And then we're going to set it to our user data service. And then we're going to set the password encoder right here. We're going to come down right here to set the password encoder to the bin we created up there. And after that, we're just going to return the provider, right? So that's just all we need to do right here. So this one also we're going to annotate as a bin. All right, so this is just all we need to do. These are all the bins that we need to create for now. And so the next thing we're going to do right here, we're going to create the last bin where we're going to actually do the configuration to give permission to our APIs, right? So here, let's say public. So this one I'm going to call it security chain. This security actually, security chain filter chain actually. So we're just going to call this one filter chain. And then we're going to have the HTTP security object inside there. And we're just going to go in here. All right, so in here, to save our time, I'm just going to go here and pull in some code, then we'll discuss it. So this is just the configuration we need to actually get our security working, right? So here we see we just disable right here, the CSOF right here. And here we handle the exception right here. And in here, we just pass in the entry point, the class we've created, and then we come here to configure the section policy. So we say the section is stateless, which means when the JWT is being generated, it's not going to track our backend is not going to track the JWT. So once that token is generated, it's not going to keep it in section. It's not going to have memory of it, right? And then right here, we just try to specify the URL that actually matches this one right here, then we're going to allow, right? And we're going to create this one in a moment. This one is a constant that is holding all the URL that we are actually going to secure right here. You see right here, we just say .authenticate. So we'll say, okay, every URL that is inside here should be authenticated. Then apart from the one that are in here, every other one should be permitted, right? And coming here, we just set the DAO authentication provider right here. And then we come here to use the filter we created before using the username password filter. So this is just all we need to do right here. So we're going to annotate this one as a bin. Actually, it's a bin. We're going to say this one is a bin. All right, so now we're going to scroll up to actually declare this constant right there. So we're just going to come here below this one here. We're going to bring in the constant. So this is the constant right here. We're just going to have a list of endpoints that we're going to secure. So in our next video, we're going to come right here to actually put in, we're going to list all the endpoints we are going to secure right here in our next video. So see you in the next video. All right, so in this video, we are going to test our project from end to end. So we can see that we have already set up our security configurations, and everything is ready to be tested. But before then, there are some things we need to go inside here. There are some things we need to do. So for example, right now, if we go here, let's go to the controller. okay, there's the controller right here. So let's go to the cartItem. So now right here, we see that we are actually getting this user manually from the database, right? But now that we have gotten our security set up already, so we are actually going to create a method. We are going to get this user actually from the from the authentication context, right? So what we're just going to do right here, I'm going to turn this one right here. I'm going to convert this one to a new method we're going to create. So here, I'm just going to say get authenticated user. So we're going to say get authenticated user, and then we're just going to create this method inside. We made the mistake right here, this authenticated. So then we're just going to create this method inside our user service. So let's do that first. Let's make sure the name is correct. So here is get authenticated user. Yeah, that's correct. So now let's create this method inside our user service. So right here, this is the method. So let's go and implement it. Let's open our service. Let's go to our user service. And this is the service package right here. And here is our user, and here. So let's implement this method. All right. So what we're just going to do right here, we're going to check the authentication context if there's a login user. So if there's a user, we're just going to return it, and we're going to create the card for that user. So now we're just going to come here. We're going to have authentication. This one right here. And then we're just going to call this one authentication, right? Equals security context holder dot get context dot get authentication right here. So then we're just going to come into this string email. Then we're going to get the email. If there's a user right here that is authenticated, then we're going to get the email of that user. Then here we're just going to find that user in a database. So we're going to say return user repository dot find. So we're going to say dot find by email, this one right here, and we're going to pass in that email. Right? So this is just all we need to do right here. And so every implementation at the front end remain the same. This one right here, where is it? Where is the controller? Let me close this one right here so I don't get confused. This one right here. So you see that this one still remain the same. So now, instead of getting the user manually, we are actually trying to get the login user to actually so that we can actually create the cards for the user. So that is what we just did right here. And so the next thing we're going to do here. So the next thing we're going to do here, we're going to come here. We're going to add another catch block right here. So this time around, we're going to cache. Remember last time when we were implementing one of this one right here. Let's go back to JWT. So this is the JWT, and here we have the util, right? So last time we are actually throwing exception right here, this exception right here, right? So now we want to cache this exception in that controller because that is where this authentication is going to take place, right? So now we're going to cache this one right here to actually return the message to the user. So here we're going to say JWT. We're going to catch JWT exception right here, and then we're going to return response entity. But this one is not going to be bad request, rather this one is going to be unauthorized. So we're going to say the status. Then here we're going to say unauthorized. So because this is the message this is the exception we are throwing from inside the service. So we're going to catch this exception right here. So whatever message being expired JWT not found, invalid JWT. So we're going to just return the message right here to the user, right? So this is just the addition we need to do right here inside this add item controller. And then the other thing we're going to do here, we're going to go to our user service again. So now that we have gotten user security, so we're going to encode the user password right here, right? So because we've created a bin already, remember we've created a Spring password encoder bin here already. So we're just going to use it right here. So now we're going to come here and bring in the bin as a dependency. So we're going to say private. Okay, yeah, good suggestion right here. So then we're going to come to the password right here, set, where is, okay, here, set password, that we're just going to say, let's remove this one right here. So we're going to say password encoder dot encode password right here. So we're just going to encode the password before we submit it. And last time we have, so this one is done. So last time we have a class, a utility class where we're actually creating default users, right? So we're just going to go this one right here. So we're going to go here and something's happening. So there would make a mistake right here. So we're just going to go right here to also bring in this password encoder dependency right here. So we're just going to encode this password before it's being saved, right? So we're just going to say password encoder dot encode. Then we're going to pass in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we're just going to encode this password before it's being saved. And number 2, the next we're going to do right here, we're going to create some default rows in the database right here. So I've set up a method right here to actually create a default row for us right here. So this one is when the method runs, just like this one that is creating the user. So we're just going to create some default rows in the database. So now here I've set up 2 rows here. One is for admin and one is for customer, right? So, and now we're going to call this create default row right here. And then we're going to pass in the default rows right here, so that we're going to have rows in the database to test with, right? So now the next thing we're going to do right here, we're going to create a default admin, right? So here I'm going to come here to copy this method. I'm going to copy this one, and then we're going to push down and paste it here, right? So we're going to change this name from default user to default admin right here. And then we're just going to create let's just create 2 admin, and now we're just going to say admin email. So we're going to say admin email, and so we're just going to ignore this one right here. Let's ignore this. Yeah, let's just leave it. Don't mind this. So now we're just going to say this one. We just set the name to admin, and also admin. We're just going to have admin, right? So here we're just going to leave everything as the same. So here we're just going to say admin user. Just going to say mistake, copy and paste mistake. So we're going to say admin user. So so right here we have 2 admin. We're going to have 2 admin in the database. Then we're going to have, yeah, the admin 1 and the admin 2, right? Okay, so the next thing we're going to do here, we're just going to come up here to also create this admin. So we're going to create admin, yeah, default admin, this one right here. And now we're going to set the row right here. We're going to set the admin row. So this one here, we're going to set customer row, because here we have 2 rows right here. I have customer and I have admin, right? So this one here are going to be these users here are going to be, let's just say users, right? Let's just say this one is row user, right? User row and the admin row, right? So now we're going to set this row to this one, so that to this users right here, so that when they are created, they can actually have a row by default. So for that, we're just going to come right here. So what we're just going to do right here, we're going to set the row, because here we have 2 rows that are going to be present in the database when the application runs, right? So now we're going to set row. We're going to set rows, default row for this user when it's being created. So we're just going to say row. So this one, I'm going to call it user row equals row repository dot find by name. Then we're going to pass in the user row. We're going to say row user, and then we're going to say dot get, because it's an optional, right? So now we're just going to come right here to actually set the row for the user. So we're just going to come here to say user.setRow. Sorry. So we'll say user.setRows, and then we're just going to pass in the set of row right here. And so the same way, we're going to just copy this one, and we're going to come right to the admin, and then we're going to change this one to admin. So we're going to say admin right here. And also we're just going to say, this one, we're going to call it admin row, right? So we're just going to come right here to do the same thing. So we're going to set the row. We're going to say user.setRow. Then we're going to pass in the admin row, right? So this is just all we need to do right here. Then what we need to do before we run this project, we're going to, we just want to make sure the rows are created first. So for that, I'm going to silence this, and we're going to silence this, so that the row will be the first to be created. So after the row, we're going to come back here to release all these rows to be created, so that they can actually, so that this row will be present in the database before we create the user, right? Now the next thing we're going to do right here, we're going to create our database from the scratch. So we're going to go here. So we're going to go right here, and I'm going to, let's close it. So I'm going to change this one to create. We're going to change it to create. And also I'm going to go to my SQL Workbench. We're going to drop our schema. I'm just going to come here to drop this schema. So we're going to create this schema from the scratch. Okay. So that everything will be fresh. We're going to have fresh data, fresh schema, fresh database to test with. So coming back to IntelliJ, I'm just going to copy the name of this schema. Where is our schema? Okay, this one right here, and then we're going to create it again. So let's copy. And just here, I'm going to create a new schema and just paste it here. And then we're going to hit on apply, finish, right? And let's refresh. All right, so let's make it default. So now we have a brand new schema without any data, without any table. I think that's all we need to do right now. And let's go here. Let's go back to, I think I've opened too many windows right here. Let me just close. Okay, let's close this one. Maybe let's close users. Let's close this one too. And let's close this. Now, coming here, we are going to specify what we just need to do right now. Let's go back to IntelliJ. So we're just going to specify one of this controller right here. So this is the add item controller. This one right here, this cartItem controller, that's where we're going to go. Oh, sorry, not here, the controller. Sorry, guys, get it confused right here. So here we're going to secure this and this API, this cartItem API, because this is the API that is performing add item, update item, remove item, because all this was right here actually requires the user, right? So that we can know the cart that we are dealing with. So we are going to secure this cartItem and cartItem API and the cart API. So here we're just going to say this one is actually API. Let's go to our control, our properties right here. So this one is our preface. So API v1. So let's go here. So go this /API /v1, right? Then here we're going to have carts. Have carts /all, right? So we're just going to secure everything in this API. And then we're going to come here to have another one. So we're just going to, I'm just going to copy this one. And we're going to remove this. So let's paste it in. And then let's actually, I think let's break it down. Maybe let's break it down here. So then we're going to say this one is cartItem, cartItems, right? And this one is carts, because this is our endpoint. So we're going to secure these two endpoints for now. And so having done this, let's go back, let's confirm it. So this one is, yes, cartItems, and also we have the carts right here, which is, this one is carts. All right, this is the wrong file. So, but this one is cartItems, and we have the carts, right? So what we're just going to do right here is just that we try to secure, we try to lock down the cart API and the cartItem APIs, right? so that before a user can access this cart API, that user must log in so that we can actually get a hold of the user ID to do this operation, right? So we're going to log these two down for now. And having done this, is there other thing that we've not done? Okay, so let's clean up our project and see what we got. So I'm just going to run Maven Go. I'm going to say clean install, Maven clean install. So let's wait and see until this one is cleaned up. So let's wait for a while it cleans up. So I'm just going to go off screen. So when it finishes cleaning, we're going to come back here. All right, so you see it has finished cleaning up. We'll see build success. And if we scroll up right here, we're going to see that tables have been created. And we see all the tables have been created again in our database, right? So let's go to my SQL Workbench and refresh. I'm just going to, let's refresh. And let's remove this for now. So we'll see that we've gotten our tables again. And now everywhere is empty, right? So nothing. The product everywhere is empty right now. So what I just want to do right here, I will encourage you, let's go offline. At least we have shown you how to, we have seen how to insert data, right? So let's go right here. Let me just go right here. So make sure you have this class. Make sure you have this class set up like this, right? So let's try to insert data. So before we go offline, I'm just going to, let's run this application to see if the rows are going to be created or not. So let's run this to start with. But make sure you have this class, you have data right here, because we're going to set up default data right here in our database. So it will easy our testing, right? So let's run our project. Let's wait a little while it runs. Okay, it's been created. But meanwhile, we're going to go here. Let's check first. Let's go here. And so this one is our row, right? Let's check the row. Okay, so now you see that we have two rows, user rows and admin rows. Now, to avoid problems, let's go here to change this one from create to update. So we're going to put this on to update so that our data, we're not going to lose our data in the database anymore. So let's close this for now. Now it's time for us to release these two guys right here. So let's release them right here and let's run it. And let's see what happens. We have error somewhere, so let's see what is happening. So here we have a detached entity. Okay, this one right here. So we need to save. I think we need to do something. Let's go. Let me just go offline and get this solved. Then I'll come back here to communicate with you. All right, so now everything works. And what I just did here is to come here. You see this annotation right here. So I just decided to make this class a transactional. So I make every operation right in here to be a single unit, a transaction, right? So that is what I just did. There's no other thing I did. I just put this annotation right here to make the whole class a single, to make all the operations right here a single unit of operation, right? A single unit transaction, right? So now if we go back here, let's go back to our MySQL Workbench. You see that everything has been created. So let's go here. Let's go to users. So here we have users and we see all our password has been encoded right here with Spring Security. And so we have users, we have rows, so user rows. And then we have, so here we have two rows. We have two users with admin rows, right here. And so now we got nothing in our database. We only have users and rows. Everything has been created. So the next thing we're going to do here, we're going to go offline, off screen to create some products. So remember last time in Postman how we created products, right? So you're just going to go here. This is product right here. So you're just going to post some products. And now we can see that, let's just try it now. Let's try one before we go offline. So this one right here, let me just try to hit send and see what happens. So here we have, okay, so we've created one product. So let's go back to MySQL Workbench and refresh. Where is the product? So this one is the product right here. So here we have one product, right? So I just wanted to go off screen to create a couple of products, then we'll come back here to test. All right, so now we've seen that we have added more products to our database. So here, let's go back to Postman. So there's the API, there's the endpoint to actually add the product. And we see that our validation is actually working, everything's still in place. So now let's go back right here. Let's go back to IntelliJ. So right here in IntelliJ, remember that, what is it? Let's go back to our config right here. So remember that we have locked down these two APIs right here, this cartItem API and this cart API. So which means any user that is accessing these two APIs right here must be an authenticated user, right? This one right here. And now this product API has not been locked down, right? We didn't lock down anything right there. So let's go back here. Let's go and text this one right here. So let's, for example, we want to add item to cart. Let's go to this, where's the cart? This product, this one is the cart folder right here. So here is add item to cart, right? So now let's say we want to add item with ID number 3, which is a product with ID number 3, and we want to add 5 of it to the cart. So let's hit on send. So right here, we've got a message that full authentication is required to access this resource, right? Which means the security is actually working. But meanwhile, this message that is displaying right here is not friendly enough, right? I just want a friendly message that all the layman users right there can actually use, which is every user can actually understand what is happening straight away, right? So I want us to go back to IntelliJ to customize this message before we move on. So right here in IntelliJ, we are going to go here. This is the entry point of our application, of our authentication, just like the name right here, the JWT auth entry point. So which means every request that is sent to our system, this is the first place it lands. So this is the class that checks if that access, if the user that is requesting that access, if the user that is sending that request is authenticated or not. So the message we are seeing on Postman, this is the message we're actually seeing right there, right? So now what I'm just going to do here, we're going to remove this one right here, and we're going to say, we're just going to define a simple message just for testing, right? So we're going to say you may log in. You may log in and try again. So we're going to say you may log in and try again. And meanwhile, I'm going to remove that path. This is the path right here that is showing that the endpoint, right? So I'm going to silence it. And also I'm going to silence this status code right here. Oh, sorry, this one. I'm just going to silence this. So let's run it again and see what we got this time around. Okay. So here our project is running. So let's go back to Postman. So let's hit on the same send. So right here, we see that this message has been customized so that everyone that is looking at this can just, okay, you may log in. Oh, I've not logged in. Let me log in, and before I can add item to cart. So the idea here is that I just want to show you that that is the place where you can customize this message so that you can actually return a friendly message to our front end for the user to see. Now, having done this right now, let's go back to this product right here. So let's go back to this product in IntelliJ. So right here in IntelliJ, this is the product controller right here. And if we look at this product controller, it consists of so many operations right here, searching products by brand, by category, by different things. And also the same API, we have delete product, we have add new product, and we have update product. And now, despite that we give access, despite the access we give to this API for everybody to access, does not mean that everybody can access all endpoints inside this API. So there are some endpoints in here that only the admin should access. For example, the add new product should be only someone that is an admin. And for someone to delete a product or update a product, that person must be an admin. And for someone to delete a product, that person also must be an admin, right? So for that, now we cannot just because of the other operations that are still here inside this API, we cannot lock down this full API just like the way we lock down this one right here. So we cannot lock it down, right? So what we just want to do in this state, and we don't want to flood here with different pattern of endpoint. So what we just want to do in this case, we're going to come down to method level security. So we're going to use method level security to secure these 3 endpoints right here. So now what we just need to do here is to come here. We're going to use this annotation called pre-authorize. So we're going to say pre-authorize. And in here, we're going to specify the role of the person that is allowed to to access this endpoint. So here I'm just going to say has role. And in here, we're going to have single quote, and we're going to say role, and we're going to say admin. So what we're saying here is that only a user with the role of admin can access, that is, can add a product to the database. And also, we're just going to copy this one, and we're also going to say that only admin user can update a product, and also only admin user can delete a product right here. And then for this annotation to work, for this action to take place, to take effect, we need to go back to our configuration class. So up here, we need to bring in an annotation. So we're going to say at enabled method level, at enabled. So we're going to say method level security, this one right here. So we're just going to say at enabled method level security, and we are going to say pre-post enabled. We're going to say true, right? So this is just the annotation we need here for our action to take place in the controller right here. So we just want to set pre-post to enabled, right? So having done this right now, let's run our project again and go back to Postman to test this out. So our project is running. Let's wait a while. So now the project has started. Let's go back to Postman. So right here in Postman, this is the add product, right? So now let's hit on this again. So now we see that this message has changed to unauthorized. You may log in and try again, right? Which means the user must log in for us to determine whether the user is a user or is an admin, right? But now inside this product API, let's go back right here. Let's say we want to do other operation. This is the product API. So let's try to find product by brand right here. So here, let's say we want to find all Apple brand. We want to find all Apple brand in our database. So let's send this. Let's send it again. Okay, we have changed this server port last time. I'm just going to save this. Let's save it. So let's send it again. All right. So now we see that we are able to get all the brands that belongs to Apple in our database right here. So if we scroll down, all the brands of Apple, we actually get them. But now remember that the same endpoint is inside the API, is inside the product API as well. So now we can actually operate all these ones, but the endpoint that we have secured, for example, like the add product that we have secured, we cannot access that. Not everybody can access that endpoint. So now you get the idea. So what we just want to do right here, remember that we have not setting up our API to actually authenticate a user, right? So now the first thing we're going to do right now before we move on is going to go back to IntelliJ and create the API to actually authenticate a user, whereby we can actually log in a user to determine the role of that user, right? So after that, we're going to come back here to continue with the testing. So see you in the next video. All right, so in this video, we're going to create our login controller. So let's open up our package, our project, and inside this controller package, so we're going to create a new class called auth controller. So this one, I'm just going to call it auth controller, and I'm going to enter. So now let's and also before we close this, let's go here inside this request package. This one here. I'm going to create a new class. So this one, I'm going to call it login request. Login request. And inside this response class, I'm going to create, inside this response class, I'm going to create a new class called JWT response. JWT response. Yeah. So let's make it widescreen. So this JWT response, what we just need right here, we need an ID. Actually, we need the token, but meanwhile, I just want the ID to come first. So we're going to have private long ID. This ID. And right here, we're going to have the data to get getter setter. Then we're going to have all arg constructor, this one right here. And also we're going to have no arg constructor. So I'm going to close this. Then for this login request, we're going to have the email and the password. So actually the email is the username. So we're just going to say email. And here we're going to say password. And then we're going to come up right here to actually get our getter setter by using the @data as usual. But this one, we're going to validate this. We're going to try to validate this. So we're going to say @not blank. So we're going to validate the input to make sure that the user does not submit empty fields, right? Okay, so this is just all we need to do. So let's close this. So let's move down right here to this auth controller. So as usual, like every other controller, I'm just going to come right here. I'm going to come here to copy this one, and I'm going to close it. Also close this. Then I'm just going to come here to dump these 3 annotations right here. And then I'm just going to change this one to auth. I'm just going to say auth. All right. So here we need a few dependencies right here. So the first one is going to be the auth manager. There's the authentication manager being we created last time. So we're going to say private final authentication. Oh, this one is fine actually. So we're going to say authentication manager. And then we're going to need as a private final JWT utils, the one we created last time. So these are the 2 dependencies we'll need here. All right, so now let's move down to create the endpoint. We're going to say public response entity. And this one here, I'm just going to say, let's replace this one right here with our API response. And these 2 right here, we're going to replace it with the class we just created. So we're going to say login request. Sorry. So we're going to say login request, and we're just going to say this one is, let's just make it short, call it request. So here we're going to request the body at request body. And then we're going to actually validate. We're going to use a new annotation called @valid, because we are actually validating the input right here, right? This one right here. So since we are validating the input, so we actually need this one right here to make sure that this class is being validated. All right. So now let's go inside. So we're going to have auth, and in here we're just going to have new user password token validation. What's the name? I don't know what I'm saying. So I just want to break this one down right here, and also let's make it small a little bit. Then I'm going to break this one down right here. So we're just going to say user password authentication token right here, and then we're going to pass in the user credentials. Then after that, we're going to call the security context holder. We'll say security context holder, this one right here, .get context .set authentication. So after that, we're just going to set the authenticated user inside this security context right here, right? And then, so what we're just going to do here is that after this one now, we're going to generate a token, JWT token for this user right here. So now we're just going to say string I'm going to call this one JWT equal JWT utils.generate token for user. This one right here. And we're just going to pass in the authenticated user right here. Then after this, now the next thing we're going to do, we're going to call our user details. So I'm going to say shop user details, this one right here. We'll call this one user details. And then we're just going to get the principal, which is the authenticated user, right? Then after that, we're just going to return the ID and the token back to the front end. So we're just going to come here to say JWT response. And then we're just going to pass in the token, this one right here, and we're going to get the principal ID right here. So we're going to say get user principal, what's the name? User details. So we're going to say user details dot get ID. Get ID, and we'll pass in the JWT. All right. So after this, now we're just going to return this to the authenticated user. We're just going to return this to the front end. So we're going to say return response entity dot OK. And here we're just going to pass in we're going to pass in a message, right? So we're just going to say login success, login success. Then we're going to pass in the body, the response right here. Okay, so now we're going to catch the auth error, that is the authentication exception right here. So what we just need to do here, I'm going to wrap all this in a try and catch. Then we're going to throw you see this, the suggestion right here. So we need to throw this exception right here. So in case anything goes wrong. So here I'm just going to say return response entity. But this one right here, we're not going to say bad request. We're going to say dot unauthorized. So this one I'm going to say status. The status. Then here I'm going to say unauthorized. And I'm going to say HTTP status actually dot unauthorized. Okay, so here we have this one right here, and so this is just all we need to do to authenticate our user. So meanwhile, I'm just going to come here. We're just going to return the message that is actually returned from the back end, so we don't need to pass extra message here. So we're just going to return this message right here. But meanwhile, we're just going to say here, we're going to return none right there. So this is just all we need to do to authenticate our user. So we're just going to say this one is a post request. So let's say at post mapping, and then inside here, we're just going to say login. So this is just all we need to do. So in the next video, we're going to run our application and go to Postman to continue our testing. See you there. All right, so now we've done with the login API implementation. So now we're going to run our application. So let's rerun it. And then we're going to go to Postman to continue with our testing. So we see that this project started running. So let's go back to Postman. So right here in Postman, we are trying to, last time we were trying to add a product, right? But the product said, the API said I must log in. So now let's go here. Let's go to our users right here. So here we have 8 users, of which 2 of them are admin users, right? So this one is admin, and this one also is admin. So we have 2 admin users right here. So now we're just going to log in as a user that is not an admin, right? So let's log in with user number 5, or maybe let's say user number 4, any of the users. So here we're going to have a new endpoint. So this one is going to be, let's choose this one right here and let's change this to login. So this one is going to be auth/login, this login. And we're going to make this on a post. So we're going to pass in the raw JSON. So inside the body, we just need the email and the password, right? So here we're going to say email. So the email is user4@email.com. Yeah, that was the email. And the password is 123456. So we're going to say 123456, and yeah, we're going to put a comma right here. So this is just all we need. So now let's log in. Let's log in. So here we have bad request. Why are we having bad request? Okay, here that I misspelled the email. So let's try if that is the cause. All right, so that is the cause. So now we have logged in, and we have logged in successfully. So let's take this JWT right here. Let's copy this JWT right here. Copy. So here you see that we have the user ID and the token that is being generated for the user. So now we are let's go to the browser to actually see what we have inside this token. So here I'm going to say JWT.io, and then let's come down right here, remove this one, and let's put our own. So we see that this user right here, this user has the role of a user, right? That I'm seeing right here, and it has the ID and the email here. So let's go back right here. So we're going to take this token to here. This add product, right? So let's take this one right here, and let's go to the authorization. And here we're going to select bearer token, and let's remove this existing one right here and put this one. Okay, so now we have gotten a token right here. So let's try this let's try to add this product. So right here, once again, you see that the story has left, you must log in to forbidden, right? So if we go here, we're going to see that the request was a legal request, but the server is refusing to respond to it. Unlike 401, authorized response, authenticating will make no difference. So which means we have already authenticated, right? So this is not unauthorized, but we don't have the access, we don't have the permission to do this operation. So right now, what we just need to do before we solve this problem, let's go back to the login. Where is the login? Let's go back to the login. We are going to log in a user that has the admin role. So here we're going to log in a user, admin user 1, right here, and let's send. So now let's copy this one right here. Let's copy, and let's go back to the browser and see what is inside this one. So let's replace this one here with this. So we're going to see that this one actually is an admin user, right? So let's go back to Postman, and we're going to come back here and replace this token with the one of admin, right? So let's send the same request, add new product. Okay, so now you see that the request actually went through, but this product already exists in our database. So let's change this product to make sure we submit a new product. So let's say Samsung. Let's change it to Samsung Watch, right? Samsung Watch, and this one is Samsung Watch. So let's send it. All right, so we see that now we are able to add a product to our database as an admin. So again, let's go back right here. This is the login. So before we move forward, I just want to save this one as a login. So let's save it as. So here inside our e-commerce, here we have, we're going to create, I saw a mirage. So we're going to create a folder called auth. Let's create. And then inside this auth, we're just going to say login. So we're going to say login user, and then we're going to save. All right. So now we are going to log in another user just for us to test what we want to do. So we're going to log in another user that is not an admin. So remember, we have tested the admin and everything is working actually. So here we're just going to say user 1. I mean, let's just say user 2 that is not an admin, right? So let's log in. So now we've logged in and we've gotten our token right here. So let's copy this token and let's go back to the add product and replace the admin token with the user token. So let's remove the admin token right here and let's put this in. Okay, so let's send this again. All right, so now we have this forbidden error. You know, this message is not friendly, right? So what we're just going to do, we are going to go inside our system to customize this message to make it friendly. So let's go back to IntelliJ. So right here, we see that we are actually throwing the authentication exception right here. And this one here is the login controller, right? And that is the error we are throwing right here. Now, for us to customize a message for this one right here, we're going to create. We are not just going to create because this one right here, this one right here is already in existence, right? This is a built-in authentication exception right here. So we are going to create something called global exception, right? That is going to catch all exceptions globally. So let's go right here. Remember last time we've gotten some exception classes right here, but they are not global, right? So, but this time around, we're going to create the one that is global. So here, I'm just going to right click on this exception package and let's create a new class. So we're just going to say global. So we're going to say global exception handler right here. I'm going to say enter. All right. So the first thing we're going to do right here, we're going to come up right here to use annotation called at controller advice. So we're going to say at controller advice. So this one right here means for every request that is going to any controller. So this is the advisor. This is the class that is going to advise that controller. So that class is going to, that request is going to pass here. We're going to check if that controller is going to be authenticated or not, right? So if that controller is going to be authenticated, if there's any error exception that is being thrown in there, and that exception is being declared right here, so automatically that exception is going to be picked from here and actually through. So just as the name implies, this is the controller advisor, which means it advises the controller before the controller does anything, right? Okay, so for that now, we're just going to go in here. So we're going to create a class, a method. So we're going to say public, this one right here. Then this one, we're going to say response entity as usual. Response entity. But this time around, we're going to have the string. We're going to say string. Actually, we could just use our own API stuff, but here we just want to make it simple right here. So we just want to make it string. And this time around, we're going to say handle access denied exception. Let's just call this one access denied. Handle access denied. This access, actually double S, access denied exception. And let me make this one small. Then inside here, and inside this one right here, we're just going to bring in the class. Let's remove this one from here. And we're going to bring in the class that we actually creating, right? That the kind of exception that we want to handle. And remember that this exception we're trying to handle right here, this one is actually access deny, forbidden, right? So the user is logged in, but he doesn't have the permission to do this operation. So this access of this user is denied, right? So now we're going to come here to say access denied, access deny exception, this one right here. But I'm not going to, let's take this one right here, but I'm not going to take this one. There's no point of taking this one right here for now. Let's remove this one for now. And then what we're just going to do, we're going to come up here to say at exception handler, then we're going to set the value to the same class right here, right? So we could do it like this, but anyways, we can just also do it this way. Just remove this one right here and everything will still work right here. It's still okay like this, right? So this is the exception that we try to actually we try to handle, right? Now, having done this, right, I'm just going to come in here to say string. So this one, I'm going to say string message. Then we're going to say, we're going to set the kind of message we want right here. So here, we're just going to say, you are not allowed, or maybe you don't have access. Let's just set a kind of, you don't have permission to access these resources, or you don't have permission to this action, maybe. Or you don't have permission to, or maybe just anything. You can just write anything there, but you get the idea of what we're trying to do right here. So after this right now, we're just going to return a message. So we're going to say return response entity here, and this one here, we're just going to say, so this one we're just going to say, actually this one is a new response entity. New response entity. Then inside this one, we're going to bring in the message, right? And then we're just going to bring in the token, which is sorry, not the token, the status code. Sorry guys, sometimes I do stammer. So just going to say HTTP. Sorry, this HTTP dot status. We're going to say this one dot status. Then we're going to say dot forbidden. This one right here. So just all we need to do right here, So now, having done this right now, we're just going to run our project and let's see what happens. So let's go right here and run this. Okay, so now let's go back right here. So we are going to perform the same operation. So let's hit on this. So we see that you do not have permission to this action, right? So you see that we have actually defined a global exception that will give a general message that will advise the controllers to before they perform any operation. So this message is clear enough for a user to say, oh, the access is denied. So in this case right now, this user might be directed to a page, to access denied page, right, to get this message right here. All right, so I hope you get the idea of what we try to do right here. So this one is called global exception handler. So you can define any exception, even the exception right last time, all the exception we'll be throwing from the controller, they all can be defined right here, and you throw all the exception right from here, right? So I think now that we've gotten this right, so let's go back. Remember last time we have already tested some APIs already. So now we're just going to make a quick end-to-end test. Then we round up this tutorial. So see you in the next video. All right, so finally we have gradually come to the testing points of our application. So in this video, we're going to be, let me just close everything right here, because let me just close everything and close this. And then let's go to Postman. I'm just going to open this, save it and close it, close this one too, and also close it. Just close everything right here. Let's save this one and close it. All right. So now we are going to test our application from end to end. We're going to test our shop from end to end. So now we're going to have a user visit our shop and search for product, book products, and actually add product to cart, then actually order product. So the first we're just going to do right here is we're going to come here to our product. So let's say a customer wants to get all products we have in the shop. So we're just going to come here to pull out all products. Okay, we actually changed this port last time, but we didn't update our saved URL. So let's pull out all the products we've got in the database. So here we got a list of products. So we got Samsung, we got Apple, so these are all the products we have gotten in our database, right? And so now a user wants to add a product to our database. So meanwhile, let's go to our MySQL workbench and let's refresh our product so that we can see what we're going to add. So right here we have, let's say a customer wants to buy iPhone 24 Pro Max, right? And now right here we have 20 of this iPhone in our inventory, right? And the price is $150. So a customer wants to buy this phone. Maybe wants to buy 5 of these, and the ID of this product is where's the ID? So the ID of this iPhone is 4, right? So let's go back here to let's go back here. What's the name? Postman. And then I'm going to close this one. So let's go to our cart. This is our cart right here. So let's add item to cart. Remember, okay, let's quickly go back to here and let's check what we have in our cart. So this is our cart. The cart is empty, and let's check the cart item. So the cart item is also empty. So let's check the order. The order is empty. The order item is empty, right? Okay, so let's go back right here. So let's add a product to cart. So a product with ID number 4. So let's put this down here. So the product we want to add is number 4, and we need 5 of iPhone 24 Pro Max. So let's hit on send. Okay, so here we need to log in, right? So let's log in. Let's come right here. And meanwhile, we have a login already, right? Let's go to auth right here. So let's bring this out. So now we're going to log in a user number 2, right? And let's log in right here. And now a user is being logged in. Let's take the token. And let's close this for now. So let's go back here to the cart item. So let's go to authorization and let's choose here bearer token right here. And I'm going to put this one down a little bit. So let's remove this one right here and put in a new token. Yeah. Okay, so let's add this item to our cart. So right here we see add item success. So let's go to our database, and here let's go to our cart items and let's refresh. So here we have a cart number 1 and a product ID number 1, quantity 4, and 4 times this 150 times 4 we have 750. Is that correct? I think 150 times 4 is supposed to be 600, right? Why is it 750? Anyways, we're going to check this later, but what actually happened right here, we're going to find out. But I think 150 times, sorry guys, I'm looking at the product ID. I wasn't looking at the quantity. Please forgive me. So right here we have 150 times 5 give us 650. That is correct. And here let's go to our cart and see what we got. So right here we have the total amount of this cart is 750. Then the user ID is number 3, right? We have a user ID with number 3, and we have the cart ID number 1. So now let's say this user wants to order. So let's order this user. So let's go back right here. So now we have added a product to cart. So let's save this one right here. So let's remove this and let's remove this. Now let's go to the order. Let's go to order right here. What is the order? So let's go to order and let's place order. So right here, the user ID is number 3, right? I think that was the user ID we saw right there in the database. Yeah, the user ID was number 3. So now the user with ID number 3 wants to place an order. So let's hit on send. And so right here, we see that this order has been placed successfully right here. And now that the order has been placed successfully, then let's go back right here. Let's refresh our cart. So we see that our cart has become empty, and let's check the cart item, and the cart item has become empty. Let's go to our order, and this order is pending. So the user has ordered. This is the date that the user has ordered this item, and let's check here the ordered items. So here we see the ordered items right here. Product with ID number 4, and this is the end. I think this is the end goal of our demo, right? So now we have booked a product. We've said we add a product to cart, and we ordered a product. And for every other things right here, for every we have been testing gradually since we have been creating, right? So we have systematically tested most of these endpoints right here. So you can just go ahead test all these API that we've gotten right here, because we actually have a lot of APIs, a lot of endpoints to test right here, of which we say if we're going to do that one right now, it's going to take us a lot of time doing that. So I just encourage you to go ahead, test all your APIs. If you have any problems, you can meet me on Daily Code Work on Facebook. Our Facebook page is Daily Code Work. The link is below this video. So you drop your comment and you can meet me on Daily Code Work on Facebook so that we can actually trash it out. So far so good. We have come to the end of our shopping cart backend development. I hope this application will be helpful to you. You learn a lot of things here, and also you can build upon this. You can add any functionalities. You can build upon this. This is just a foundation that you can actually build upon. You can create your front end to actually get this run, maybe with Next.js, React.js, Vue. You can create any front end to actually work with this back end. Okay, guys, thank you for staying with me this far. I really appreciate your effort, and I appreciate your patience, and also I appreciate your patronage. Please don't forget to subscribe to my channel. Please help me. That's just the only thing you can. That is one of the things you can. One of the area you can actually help me. Right? Help me to subscribe to my channel. Share my channel to your friends, and introduce my channel to your friends as well. Thank you, and I hope to see you in our next demo. Goodbye, and happy coding.